The elk approached the dead tiger, sniffed it for a moment, and then suddenly communicated to Lin Jiashu that they should follow it. Cheng Zhiyu and the others didn't understand why, but the elk seemed to have a purpose, so they quickly followed. As a mutated beast, the elk was very fast. It would occasionally glance back at the people behind it to make sure they were keeping up. It seemed to have a destination in mind. Zhou Min panted, muttering, "Where is the elk taking us?" "I don't know," Tian Kaio replied. "But is it okay that we don't have anyone guarding the spring?" Cheng Zhiyu said, "It'll be fine for a short while. The tiger's body is still there, which should be enough to intimidate many of the other mutated beasts." Tian Kaio relaxed. Tian Manman and Cheng Mo were the most at ease among the group. Tian Manman had a speed-based ability, and Cheng Mo was naturally fast. Finally, they arrived. The elk stopped in front of a cave, seemingly unwilling to enter. Only then did Lin Jiashu finally have a moment to ask it why it had brought them here. The elk explained that it had just realized the tiger had a cub. No wonder it had fought so desperately for the territory. It actually felt some regret for having killed the tiger, but it had no choice. The tiger was too ferocious. If the elk had backed down, it would have been the one to die. Still, the elk felt a little guilty, so it brought them over to see if they could find a solution. It said it had followed the tiger's scent all the way here, and could indeed sense a tiger cub inside the cave. Lin Jiashu relayed the elk's message to the others. Their reaction was unanimous. "Oh my God, there's a tiger cub." The elk paced at the entrance, unwilling to get any closer to the cave. It had just killed the tiger. If it went inside, the cub would sense the lingering scent on it and might grow to resent Cheng Zhiyu and the others. So after leading them to the spot, it turned and left. Cheng Zhiyu and the others exchanged a look before entering the cave. Sure enough, they saw a small tiger cub inside. The cub looked to be just a month old. Upon seeing them, its fur bristled, and it bared its tiny teeth warily. "Oh my God, it's so cute," Cheng Zhiyu thought. Afraid of scaring the cub, they kept their distance. Lin Jiashu tried to communicate with the little tiger, but it was too young to fully express its thoughts. She could only make out that it was hungry and looking for its mother. A silence fell over the group. The cub's mother was already. A month-old cub clearly couldn't survive on its own. Cheng Zhiyu, having his storage space, simply took out a piece of meat, minced it on the spot, put it in a small bowl, and placed it in front of the little tiger. The chubby-headed cub was initially very wary, but then it caught the delicious scent and couldn't resist. It stumbled toward the source of the smell. It sniffed at the minced meat in the bowl as everyone held their breath nervously. Thankfully, the cub was willing to eat. It tentatively licked the mince, was immediately captivated by the flavor, and, wobbling slightly, buried its head in the bowl to eat. In just a few moments, the small bowl of meat was licked clean. The little tiger started whimpering. Lin Jiashu said, "It says it wants more." Cheng Zhiyu took the opportunity to pat the cub's belly. Seeing that it was still a bit flat, he took out another piece of meat. This time, the little tiger knew that the delicious food came from this. It trotted over on its short legs, sat down in front of Cheng Zhiyu, and looked up at him with pleading eyes. Ah! It was just too cute. Who could possibly resist? Cheng Mo could. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu staring at the cub with a doting smile, alarm bells went off in his head. This guy, Cheng Zhiyu, had a real weakness for fluffy things, especially tiny animals at their absolute cutest. Cheng Mo immediately picked up the tiger cub and placed it in front of Lin Jiashu. "The tiger cub." "Lin Jiashu." Cheng Mo explained calmly, "Aren't you the one who can communicate with mutated beasts? It's most likely a mutated beast, so it's best suited for you." As he spoke, he looked at Cheng Zhiyu and blinked. "Zhiyu, I'm right, aren't I?" Cheng Zhiyu didn't answer. He just smiled faintly. "Come chop the meat." "All right," Cheng Mo said immediately. With that, he took the knife from Cheng Zhiyu and started chopping with loud thuds. Then he watched as Cheng Zhiyu and the others all gathered around the little tiger. "Let's spread out a bit so we don't scare it," Zhou Min worried. It seems pretty brave, Tian Kaio said. It even pawed at my hand. Lin Jiashu was excited. Oh my god, I've only ever seen tigers at the zoo. A cub this small is just too adorable. Its paws are so big. Will they grow to be as big as my hand one day? So cute. Cheng Zhiyu gently pinched the cub's little ear. The tiger fiercely bared its teeth, but halfway through, it saw Cheng Zhiyu and seemed to realize this was the person who had just fed it. It looked a bit embarrassed, retracted its teeth, and let out a couple of adorable whimpers. Cheng Zhiyu clutched his chest. So cute. Cheng Mo watched, grinding his teeth. Damn it, wasn't he cute? Who was it that used to call him cute? What a fickle man. He was so mad. He gripped the knife and chopped even louder, the thuds echoing through the cave. Cheng Zhiyu quickly covered the cub's ears. Keep it down, y'all scare it. Cheng Mo. He was seriously going to die of anger. When the meat was finally minced, it was even more delicious this time. Because Cheng Mo had been chopping with such force, the texture of the meat was exceptionally springy. Cheng Zhiyu took the bowl with a smile. I'll feed it. Cheng Mo gave him a deadpan stare. It can obviously eat by itself. Cheng Zhiyu felt sorry for the cub. It's still so little. Of course it needs someone to feed it. Cheng Mo was indignant. You never fed me when I was little. Cheng Zhiyu laughed. You were so cool and aloof when you were little, you didn't need anyone to feed you. Cheng Mo. So angry. Why did I have to act like that back then? A very confused Lin Jiashu. Cheng Mo looks older than Cheng Zhiyu. I don't get it. In the end, Cheng Zhiyu didn't feed the cub. He was just teasing Cheng Mo. The little tiger could eat on its own and didn't need any help at all. It just got food all over its mouth. Cheng Zhiyu was about to wipe it clean when a ball of water suddenly appeared and washed the cub's mouth clean. Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Mo thought, not giving Cheng Zhiyu the chance. Once the tiger cub was full, it started playing by itself, pouncing on bugs. The group began to discuss what to do. It definitely can't survive on its own, Lin Jiashu said softly. Cheng Mo crossed his arms, on high alert. Then give it to the elk. It killed the cub's mother, so it deserves to take care of it. Cheng Zhiyu shot him a look. Watch what you say. The cub is still here. Don't let the child hear you. Cheng Mo. My heart is broken. Am I not the most important one anymore? Zhou Min suggested, let's take it back. Didn't Lin Jiashu want to raise a mutated beast anyway? But Lin Jiashu had been planning to get a cat or a dog. She just hadn't found one yet. Instead, she found a big cat. Lin Jiashu was still a bit scared. After all, tigers were wild animals, and she was afraid she wouldn't be able to manage it. But she was willing to try. Her ability had never been particularly powerful. Among the ability users at the base, she was practically useless. But who wanted to be useless? Realistically speaking, usefulness was determined by strength, wasn't it? If she could raise this tiger cub well, no one would dare look down on her again. So, it wasn't just because she was soft-hearted and worried about the cub being left alone. She was also thinking of herself. Therefore, Lin Jiashu said seriously, I am willing to try. After she spoke, she gently called the little tiger over. The cub tilted its head in confusion, then stumbled toward her under her nervous gaze. It was young, after all, and not very wary. Plus, after having eaten such delicious food, it had developed a favorable impression of the group. The cub's actions gave Lin Jiashu a boost of confidence. She picked it up and said earnestly, I'll do my best to raise it well. If she couldn't control it, she would at least raise it until it could fend for itself before releasing it back into the wild. Cheng Zhiyu's eyes were glued to the little tiger, but Lin Jiashu's unique ability undoubtedly made her the best candidate to raise it. He nodded. If you run into any problems, you can come to us anytime. Yeah, Zhou Min agreed, his eyes also fixed on the cub. Tian Kaio was envious. Damn, you're so lucky. A tiger. Even Tian Manman, who was usually only interested in food, gave the cub a second look. Only Cheng Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. As long as Cheng Zhiyu wasn't the one raising it, he didn't care who did. On the way back, he deliberately blocked Cheng Zhiyu's view, preventing him from staring at the cub. Unable to see the little tiger, Cheng Zhiyu grumbled, childish. He really wanted to look at the little tiger. But his boyfriend's jealousy was too intense, so he had to restrain himself a bit. Seeing this, Cheng Mo's mood brightened considerably. He took the opportunity to try and touch Cheng Zhiyu's hand, but the other man dodged him and shot him a look that clearly meant one thing. 1 month. Cheng Mo. Lin Jiashu was about to take the cub back, and Tian Kaio and the others were reluctant to see it go. Zhou Min said eagerly, Jiashu, can you really take care of the cub all by yourself? Tian Kaio's eyes couldn't leave the cub. Yeah, this little guy needs to eat meat. If you can't manage, why don't we help you take care of it for a few days? Help pet it for a few days, hee. Lin Jiashu hugged the cub tighter and decisively refused. Haha, no need. The little guy doesn't eat much. I can still provide that much meat. Seeing her about to leave with the cub, Tian Kaio was heartbroken. Can't you just let me pet it for a couple of days? This is a tiger, not some kitten or puppy. Tiger cubs are rare. However, after he said that, he seemed to realize something. He turned to look at Cheng Mo and quickly added, Brother Hai, I didn't mean that dogs are bad. Dogs are great too, haha. Cheng Mo was speechless. Why are you explaining to him? I am not a dog. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help it. Cheng Mo was extremely aggrieved. Zhiyu, you're still laughing at me. Cheng Zhiyu quickly said, I am not laughing at you. I just thought of something happy. Cheng Mo. You think I believe you? Ever since Tian Kaio found out his childhood friend was with Cheng Mo, he was at a loss for words. Before, when Cheng Mo was always hugging Zhiyu, he hadn't thought much of it. After all, Brother Hai used to be a dog, so it was normal for his behavior to be different from a human's. Now, even though the two of them clearly weren't touching, he felt uncomfortable all over. It wasn't that he found anything wrong with it. He just felt like a third wheel. Thankfully, besides him, there were several other third wheels. Amid everyone's reluctant gazes, Lin Jiashu carried the little tiger away. Zhou Min sighed. Og, why isn't my ability communicating with mutated beasts so annoying? That was a tiger. She had only ever seen one in a zoo before, never even touched one. Everyone returned dejected. After getting home, Cheng Zhiyu entered the system space. He came here almost every day, picking the right plants and then loosening the soil and watering Xiao and the others. Cheng Zhiyu first checked on Xiao San. It had now entered its growth period and should mature before long. His other plants had also upgraded to varying degrees. He had fed them all the crystal cores the base had distributed to him earlier. Xiao Qiang had leveled up from level 2 to 3, Xiao Huan from level 3 to 4, and Kyukyu had also gone from level 2 to 3. As for Xiao Tai, it was already level 4, so leveling up further was quite difficult unless, like Xiao it could get its hands on a level 5 zombie crystal core. And for Xiao who was already level 5, leveling up was even more of a long shot. The fire element crystal cores he gave it didn't produce much of a change after being absorbed. However, what surprised Cheng Zhiyu the most was that Xiao Huang had finally advanced from level 3 to level 4. This meant that after eating Xiao Huang's fruit, one could remain undetected by level 4 and below zombies for 5 minutes. This was simply amazing. Level 4 zombies were already very difficult to deal with, and having Xiao Huang's fruit could truly turn the tide of a battle. However, Xiao Huang hadn't produced any level 4 fruit yet, only the previous level 3 ones. Cheng Zhiyu had given some to his parents and uncle and Auntie Tian, just in case they ran into danger. But what made Cheng Zhiyu happiest was that because of these plant upgrades, the system space had expanded from 16x16 to 20x20, an increase of over 100 square meters at once. It was delightful. Cheng Zhiyu had wanted to plant other things before, and now he finally could. The beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes had just passed their fruiting period, so Cheng Zhiyu took the opportunity to pull them all out. This freed up a large patch of land where he could plant something else. Right now, what Cheng Zhiyu wanted to plant most were soybeans. Soybeans were an incredibly useful crop. They could be made into tofu, dried tofu skin, and all sorts of delicious foods. They could also be pressed for oil, and the dregs could be used to feed pigs and so on. He always had the idea of raising livestock, but the Base's current situation wasn't suitable. People barely had enough to eat as it was. However, once everyone's food problem was solved, it was something to consider. It would be too late to plant soybeans then, so he could start preparing now. Besides, Cheng Zhiyu himself was craving tofu. He hadn't particularly liked it before, but now that it was gone, he found himself missing it terribly. In addition to soybeans, Cheng Zhiyu also wanted to plant cotton. He had a feeling this winter wouldn't be very warm, so he needed to get the cotton planted as soon as possible. He estimated that trying to plant and harvest it on a large scale within the base before winter arrived was probably impossible. He had to hurry even more. For the cotton, he first chose the areas around Xiaohe and Xiaohuang. Xiaohe could provide heat to the plants around it, so the cotton grown there would likely be self-heating, making it even warmer. As for the plants next to Xiaohuang, they could produce several more harvests, greatly increasing the yield while saving arable land and manpower. He would plant the soybeans next to Xiaoqiang. Food that grew several times its normal size was just too appealing. Plants next to Xiaohuan would grow longer. That had its benefits, he supposed. He decided to plant sweet potatoes there. As for Kyukyu, any plant next to it, no matter what it was, would grow thorns. Cheng Zhiyu really didn't know what to plant, so he just planted more sweet potatoes there as well. Actually, Cheng Zhiyu had originally planned to plant rice next to Xiaoqiang, but he also wanted to plant soybeans. After careful consideration, he decided on the soybeans. The main reason was that they now had wheat, and it was already being cultivated on a large scale. Wheat could completely substitute for rice, so there was no rush to plant it. Finally, after planting everything, Cheng Zhiyu decided to plant fruit trees. That's right, he wanted to eat other kinds of fruit. Right now, he was craving peaches and cherries the most. Coincidentally, both types of fruit trees existed in their area. It was just that now, the trees were all withered, barely bearing any fruit. Even if they did, the fruit was small and sour, a world of difference from how it used to be. Cheng Zhiyu was really craving fruit, so he decided to go dig up a couple of fruit trees to bring back and plant. After finishing his work in the system space, Cheng Zhiyu came out and told Cheng Mo about his plan. Cheng Mo naturally wanted to accompany him. So the two set out the next day. There were no fruit trees inside the base, but Cheng Mo remembered that their village used to have an orchard. Some families would plant a few acres of fruit trees, and among them, cherries and peaches were the most common. They decided to just go look for them directly in the orchard. Cheng Zhiyu planned to dig up the trees and put them directly into his space. It was a simple task, so only he and Cheng Mo went. Cheng Mo was in a good mood. They didn't take a car. Cheng Zhiyu said the orchard wasn't too far from the village, so they would walk. Cheng Mo proactively asked, "Zhiyu, are you tired? You can ride me if you are." Before, Cheng Zhiyu wouldn't have thought anything of it. Now, he let out a light cough. What kind of suggestive words are these? No need, Cheng Zhiyu said. It's not far. We can just walk there slowly. In the past, he was always in a hurry to do everything, but now he had slowed down. All right. Although Cheng Mo was a little disappointed, he quickly cheered up. It was just the two of them, so a slow walk was nice too. By the way, are there any fruits you like to eat? Cheng Zhiyu asked him. If they came across any, he could dig them up and plant them. Cheng Mo looked a little lost. I don't know. He had only ever eaten watermelon, the kind Cheng Zhiyu grew. Watermelon was delicious. Cheng Zhiyu paused for a moment, then looked at Cheng Mo. Huh? You've never had any before. What do you guys eat? It seemed like what people ate, where Cheng Mo was from, was quite different from here. He was curious what kind of novel things they had. Where I am from, we eat meat. Cheng Mo rubbed his nose, realizing his galaxy was a complete culinary desert. You ate meat. Cheng Zhiyu didn't think too much of it. He figured since Cheng Mo and his people were originally beasts, it was normal for them to love meat. Thinking about this place he had never been to, Cheng Zhiyu was filled with curiosity. Do you have any special ways of preparing food there? Cheng Mo lowered his head. What special preparation methods could they possibly have? They were lucky if it was cooked at all. Since many of them were beasts by nature, they retained their animalistic habits even after taking human form, and many ate raw meat. However, as royalty, Cheng Mo was more particular. This particular meant he would eat cooked food. Where he came from, anyone who could cook food without burning it was considered a master chef. After listening, Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He looked at Cheng Mo, his gaze filled with sympathy. No, logically speaking, Cheng Mo's galaxy should be an advanced civilization. How could they live like they were in a primitive society? But on second thought, they were originally fluffballs. How could you expect fluffballs to make delicious food? Fair enough. Wait, I remember you mentioning that your galaxy also has pure humans, Cheng Zhiyu said. Pure humans wouldn't be like that, would they? I mean, humans can't really digest raw meat, right? Cheng Mo nodded. There are. But they have their own planet, and there are very few of them. I don't know the exact number. These humans do farm and cook, but they are self-sufficient and rarely export to our worlds. Besides, the relationship between pure humans and the beast race isn't very good. Why? Cheng Zhi was curious. Is it something you can talk about? There was nothing he couldn't say. Seeing that he was interested, Cheng Mo explained earnestly. Because the beast race lives freely, they retain their animal habits even when they take human form. In the beginning, the relationship between the two races wasn't so strained. The beast race would visit the human planet as tourists, and humans would also come to the beast race's side. However, when members of the beast race on vacation got drunk, they would let themselves go, revert to their beast forms, and cause trouble everywhere, inciting great panic. And on the beast race's side, members would often run wild in their original forms. One physically weaker human was almost trampled to death. After several such incidents, the humans demanded that any members of the beast race visiting their planet were not allowed to revert to their original forms. As for the beast race running wild on their own planet, the humans couldn't control that. At worst, they could just restrain their own citizens and advise them not to travel to beast race territory. But the beast race felt this was too much to ask of them. Whenever they were happy, they liked to let loose. Seeing that they couldn't be controlled, the humans directly banned the beast race from their planet. Somehow, things escalated, and the two sides stopped interacting. Cheng Mo was still young back then and focused solely on improving his abilities, so he didn't know the specific details. When Cheng Zhiyu heard about the beast race reverting to their original forms and going wild, he was inexplicably reminded of a cat causing mischief. Maybe it really is just their beastly nature. Thankfully, his Dahai was relatively calm. Haha, but the dynamic between the humans and the beast race there was quite interesting. But no wonder Xiaohe had desperately jumped onto the coffee table at the beginning, and when he wasn't looking, eaten half of the beef. He probably really hadn't eaten anything good. How pitiful. Cheng Mo, whose dark past had just been brought up, said, "Can we not talk about this?" Cheng Zhiyu was about to pass out from laughter. It was just too funny. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now, looking at Cheng Mo's face, the more he thought about it, the funnier it got. Stop laughing. Cheng Mo's tanned face was turning a little red. He reached out and covered Cheng Zhiyu's mouth. MMPH. MMPH. Cheng Mo asked cautiously, "You won't say it anymore?" Cheng Zhiyu nodded obediently. Mem. Only then did Cheng Mo let him go, emphasizing again, "You're not allowed to talk about it." Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. "Actually, I think it's kind of cute." Cheng Mo gave him a dark look. "Say it again and I'll kiss you." Cheng Zhiyu's face grew a little hot, and he immediately shut his mouth. Not another word, not another word. Cheng Mo was a little disappointed. Bantering and teasing, the two finally arrived at the orchard. The trees were all wilted and listless, some without even a few leaves, and any that remained were withered and yellow. There weren't even many weeds around. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head and chose a honey peach tree. He loved honey peaches the most. He described them to Cheng Mo. They're super sweet, with a light, fresh scent of peach. Cheng Mo couldn't imagine it. Feeling a pang of pity for him, Cheng Zhiyu said, "It's okay. When I grow them, I'll give you the first one to eat." They're delicious. A smile bloomed on Cheng Mo's face. "Then I'll look forward to the first fruit you grow." See? That was his status in Zhiya's heart. Haha, Dahai is so silly, Cheng Zhiyu thought. Don't fruits ripen together? There's no first one, but there can be a first one picked. Next, they dug up a cherry tree. They didn't plant them right away, instead placing them in the system space to be planted when they got back. Ah, it's a shame there are no durians here. Cheng Zhiyu was suddenly craving durian. Cheng Mo asked curiously, "What's a durian?" "It's so fragrant and incredibly sweet," Cheng Zhiyu said. "If I get the chance in the future, I'll definitely have you try it." Completely unaware of his wicked intentions, Cheng Mo nodded, a little intrigued. Durian. The name alone sounded fragrant and delicious. In reality, Cheng Zhiyu didn't have high hopes for durian. Finding a tree was impossible, and while finding seeds was plausible, a durian tree takes 4 to 8 years to bear fruit. Even with the system space's acceleration, it would still take a long time. He sighed. He didn't know when he'd ever get to eat it again. The problem was, he couldn't even find seeds right now. No, I can't think about it anymore. He hadn't been craving it that much, but now the more he thought about it, the more his mouth watered. He was afraid if he kept dwelling on it, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head, forcing himself to stop thinking about durian. After digging up enough trees, they took a detour to see the elk and fed it some mutated Chinese cabbage before heading back to the base. Once they arrived, Cheng Zhiyu decided to check on the wheat in the fields. As he approached, however, he saw several people from the farming department gathered together, their expressions grim. He was too far away to hear what they were saying clearly. Cheng Zhiyu walked over and asked what had happened. Fang Yue sighed, his voice thick with anger. "We have a scoundrel in our base." Cheng Zhiyu was confused. Fang Yue's expression was no joke. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. "What's going on?" Grandpa Zhao looked pained as he sighed. Someone secretly dug up the mutated large wheat seeds. The mutated large wheat was a strain that had mutated to grow bigger, with each seed almost the size of a palm. They had checked and found that about 10 seeds had been dug up. It had been done covertly. Who would think to dig up seeds from the ground? If the seeds didn't grow, everyone would naturally assume they had failed to sprout. But the culprit probably hadn't counted on Grandpa Zhao's meticulous nature. He liked to wander the fields in his spare time and had keenly noticed that the color of the soil in some spots was different from the surrounding area, as if it had been disturbed. Then, he noticed footprints in the field that didn't look like they belonged to anyone from the farming department. They were always extremely careful when walking, afraid of stepping on the seeds and affecting their germination. Grandpa Zhao immediately dug into the discolored spots and sure enough found no seeds. The mutated large wheat seeds were so big, it was impossible to have missed them. He immediately reported the matter to Fang Yue. Fang Yue rushed over with his men and discovered that more than one seed was missing. There were signs of disturbed soil in other places as well. They were certain it was the work of a person, not a gopher or something similar. For one, there were human footprints. For another, the culprit seemed to be trying to fake a germination failure, digging up seeds at spaced intervals. If Grandpa Xiao hadn't noticed, they really might have thought the seeds had simply failed to sprout. Meanwhile, the mutated multi-harvest wheat had been left untouched. The thief clearly knew what kind of wheat was planted where. They knew that even if they dug up the multi-harvest wheat, it wouldn't yield much flour. The culprit was obviously planning to take the seeds home to eat. Fang Yue was furious. They had worked so hard planting the fields, not even willing to touch a single seed themselves, all with the hope that each seed would grow into more grain and bring food security to everyone in the base. They had taken precautions against pests and other things, but they never imagined they'd have to guard against people from their own base. Grandpa Xiao sighed. He was also upset, but having lived a long life, he recovered quickly. Yue, there's no need to get so angry over this. The people in the base are our fellow villagers. We're all human. It's normal for there to be good and bad ones. Fang Yue knew that, but he just couldn't stomach it. The thief was so short-sighted, stealing the seeds directly. He looked at Cheng Zhiyu, his face burning with shame. After all, Cheng Zhiyu had provided these mutated seeds. And he had failed to look after them properly. Seeing his expression, Cheng Zhiyu knew what he was thinking and immediately said, "Uncle Fang, I am not just trying to comfort you, but this really isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself for everything. The seeds are already in the ground. How could you possibly watch them every second of the day? The only one to blame is the person who stole them. They shouldn't have, under any circumstances, dug up seeds from the field for their own gain. If the base had no food and people were starving, it would be one thing. But rice had just been distributed not long ago. It shouldn't have come to this." Fang Yue sighed again. "From now on, I'll stand guard over the fields myself. I'd like to see who dares to steal then." Cheng Zhiyu frowned. "We can't just let this go. Otherwise, there's no consequence for wrongdoing. Today it's seeds, tomorrow it'll be the nearly ripe grain." Grandpa Xiao sighed. "Even if we don't let it go, there's nothing we can do. There are so many people in the base, how can we find out who did it?" That was true. If the thief only struck once, they were indeed helpless. "Let's take turns standing guard," Cheng Zhiyu suggested. "If the culprit dares to come back, they'll be caught red-handed. If they don't, we'll just have to be more vigilant when the crops mature." Fang Yue nodded. It was indeed the only way. The seeds will be sprouting in the next 2 days. If they want to steal more, they'll definitely do it now. Before Cheng Zhiyu could finish, Fang Yue immediately promised to have someone watching at all times. "Don't publicize this," Grandpa Xiao added. "If they caught the person, it wouldn't matter. But if word got out now, it would alert the thief. And if they ultimately failed to catch them, some of the more timid but tempted individuals might think that there was no price to pay for such a crime." Everyone agreed, and so the matter was quietly suppressed. On the way back, Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Zhiyu. "Zhiyu, are you in a bad mood?" Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. "Not really. I was just thinking, some people are really." He refused to let people like that ruin his mood. Normal people truly couldn't comprehend their way of thinking. "When we catch them, we'll give them a beating," Cheng Mo said, trying to cheer him up. Cheng Zhiyu actually laughed. "Are you planning on dishing out vigilante justice?" "So what if I do?" Cheng Mo didn't see anything wrong with it. Who told them to make Zhiyu unhappy? A warmth spread through Cheng Zhiyu's heart. "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's go back and get those trees planted. They've borne fruit before, so maybe we'll have honey peaches and cherries to eat soon after we plant them." "Are honey peaches and cherries both peaches?" Cheng Mo asked, a native of a culinary wasteland. That was the first time anyone had asked him that question. "I don't know," Cheng Zhiyu admitted. "They just have those names, but they're quite different." "Oh well, y'all know when the time comes." "Oh," Cheng Mo replied. As they walked back, they saw a middle-aged man and woman bickering up ahead. One of them was a familiar face. Xiang Kezheng. The other was his wife. The moment Xiang Kezheng saw Cheng Zhiyu, he glared at him, but then fear took over, and he quickly moved far away. The last time, Xiao Huan had thrown him so hard his back had nearly broken. Xiang Kezheng turned and walked away briskly, terrified of another beating. His wife remained behind, giving Cheng Zhiyu an awkward smile. "Little Cheng, don't mind your uncle. He's always had a bad temper, petty and holding grudges," Xiang Kezheng's wife said, looking embarrassed. Xiang Kezheng, who hadn't gone far and heard everything clearly, bellowed, "Why aren't you following me? All you do is run your mouth all day." His wife's face fell at his words. She forced another awkward smile. Well, I'll be going then. Don't take it to heart. You can't get angry at a smiling face." Xiang Kezheng and his wife were two different people, and Cheng Zhiyu wouldn't take his anger out on her. "Okay, you should head back, auntie." Xiang Kezheng's wife smiled, then turned and left, sighing inwardly. That old Xiang is such a fool. Honestly, Cheng Zhiyu is an ability user, and I heard he's the strongest one in the base now, even defeating Yang Kai. Old Xiang was still so smug about a man that powerful. It was a good thing the guy had a good temper. If it had been someone like Yang Kai, he'd have been taught a serious lesson. Then another thought surfaced, and a shadow of worry crossed Xiang Kezheng's wife's face. She let out a sigh. "What are you sighing for?" "That's bad luck." Xiang Kezheng was already feeling embarrassed about running away the moment he saw Cheng Zhiyu. Now his own wife wasn't even backing him up by cursing Cheng Zhiyu, but was instead muttering nice things about him. He considered himself Cheng Zhiyu's elder. Where was the sense in an elder praising a junior? There were no proper manners anymore. He felt that Cheng Zhiyu was ungrateful, that he was slapping him in the face. "Oh, for heaven's sake, just stop it." His wife slapped her thigh in frustration. "You really need to change that temper of yours. Before, we lived in a society with laws. If you said something unpleasant, the most people would do is talk back. It's different now. The world changed a long time ago." Xiang Kezheng knew the world was different, of course he did. But he couldn't control himself. It seemed the more he understood that, the more he wanted to prove he was special. "And that other thing from before," his wife whispered, "I get scared just thinking about it." "You should stop." Xiang Kezheng waved his hand dismissively. "You're just a woman. What's there to be afraid of? They'll never find out." His wife opened her mouth to say more, but then closed it again. In the end, she said nothing. Xiang Kezheng wouldn't listen even if she did, so she could only fret silently in her heart. Sigh, she thought. Why did life have to be so hard? Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo were oblivious to the conversation between Xiang Kezheng and his wife. When they got home, they didn't rush to plant the trees. It was just about time for dinner, so they decided to eat first. With so many people, they now used a large round table for meals. Originally, Mother Cheng and Mother Tian would go out to work, but after Cheng Zhiyu and the others returned, they stopped doing that for the most part, staying home to focus on cooking. Zhou Min and the others gave them a portion of their monthly earnings, something they had all agreed upon at the beginning. Otherwise, they would have felt too awkward to keep eating there. The smell of cooking inevitably wafted outside. The neighbors living nearby swallowed hard as they looked in their direction. Man, the Cheng and Tian families are really living the good life. How are they eating meat every day? Look at how capable their kids are. And their kids' friends are all powerful ability users. Of course they eat meat every day. That's true. The way they're living, it's almost like it was before the apocalypse. The person speaking couldn't help but swallow again. I know, right? I heard old Cheng's wife and old Tian's wife just cook at home all day now. They don't even have to go out for odd jobs anymore. There's no point being envious. Their family is full of ability users. I'd be satisfied if I could just eat meat once in a while. He didn't even dare to dream of eating it every meal. Someone else chimed in, Speaking of which, last night I smelled something fragrant like steamed buns, but it was faint. It made my mouth water. Their diet here consisted mainly of noodles and steamed buns. Who has flour nowadays? I think you were just so hungry you were imagining things. Hey, that's actually possible. I've been dreaming of big steamed buns. After dinner, Cheng Zhiyu got busy. He casually tossed the trees into his system space. He couldn't leave them out any longer. If they sat for too long and lost their viability, they'd be difficult to plant. He planted the cherry tree next to Xiaohe and the honey peach tree next to Xiao Tai. After planting the two trees, there was absolutely no space left in the system space. It was packed to the brim. Looking at the land utilized to its absolute limit, Cheng Zhiyu was in a great mood. He hummed a tune as he exited the system space. Cheng Mo sidled up to him plaintively. Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him. He was acting like a ghost. A month is so long, Cheng Mo whined. Cheng Zhiyu knew he was going to bring this up. But he was going to relent now, no matter what. It had only been 2 days, right? He had to hold out for at least a few more. He cleared his throat. We agreed on a month. Whose fault is it that you acted that way before? I don't know how to pursue someone, Cheng Mo said. His life before had been nothing but training. He had absolutely no interest in matters of love. Now he was filled with regret. If he had known more, if he had known how to properly court someone, would things have ended up like this? Now he was being punished by Zhiyu with a month of no physical contact. To him, it was no different from the sky falling. However, Cheng Zhiyu remained impartial and incorruptible, completely unmoved. So, Cheng Mo resorted to taking off his clothes, trying to seduce him. Cheng Zhiyu gulped and forced himself to look away. Let's just go to sleep. Cheng Mo pressed his lips together. Zhiyu, you like it, so why torture yourself? At worst, I'll stick to my promise. You can touch me, but I won't touch you. Tempted by the beautiful sight, Cheng Zhiyu's mind went completely blank. For a moment, he failed to realize what was wrong with that statement. You really don't want to touch me. Cheng Mo's handsome face seemed to glow even more radiantly. Cheng Zhiyu swallowed again, spinelessly giving in. He reached out to squeeze and feel, justifying it to himself. It's different now, he thought. This is my boyfriend I am touching. As he touched him, Cheng Mo started to get aroused. His voice was a little hoarse, his gaze so intense it felt like it could burn a hole through Cheng Zhiyu. Zhiyu, help me. Cheng Zhiyu's heart softened, and he was about to help, but a mischievous thought suddenly struck him. He dragged a chair from the room and sat down across from the bed, raising an eyebrow. Why don't you do it yourself? Aren't you good at it? Cheng Mo's lips thinned. He clearly knew how, but when it came to himself, he seemed to have lost all technique. After fumbling for a while, his eyes grew teary, and he sounded a little angry. Cheng Zhiyu, hurry up and help me. On a strange impulse, Cheng Zhiyu lifted his foot and pressed it against him. After struggling for so long on his own, Cheng Mo was hit by the sudden stimulation and let out a muffled groan as he came. Cheng Mo pressed his lips together, refusing to look at Cheng Zhiyu as he hastily cleaned himself up. A sense of guilt washed over Cheng Zhiyu. He had a feeling Cheng Mo was genuinely angry. He scooted closer. Are you mad? Cheng Mo didn't speak. Really mad? Cheng Zhiyu didn't know how to coax him. He felt guilty. Was it because I used my foot? Did it feel bad? No, it felt really good. Cheng Mo was honest about that, afraid that Cheng Zhiyu would never do it again. He was angry about something else. How could you not touch me for so long? Can you really stand it? Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss. There's something I never told you, Cheng Mo said suddenly. Cheng Zhiyu was puzzled. What is it? Once a member of the winged clan has a mate, they can't. Without their mate's help. Only after Cheng Mo explained did Cheng Zhiyu understand why he had struggled for so long just now, seeming to get more and more uncomfortable. That can't be right. How do you define a mate? Cheng Zhiyu didn't get it. To him, a mate was someone you married and had a certificate with. The winged clan only loves one person in their entire lifetime. The person they fall in love with is their mate, Cheng Mo explained. Cheng Zhiyu was inexplicably shaken, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. That's such a disadvantage for you. If they were betrayed by their mate, the consequences were truly unimaginable. That's why the winged clan usually only finds mates from among their own kind, though there are exceptions. One of Cheng Mo's elders had once fallen in love with someone from another race. They lived happily at first, but later, the partner betrayed the elder. Unable to find another mate, the elder was trapped in sorrow day after day, suffering immense physical and psychological torment. Many of the winged clan used that elder's story to teach their children to always choose a winged clan member as a mate. After hearing the story, Cheng Zhiyu felt not only pity for the elder, but also a pang of heartache for Cheng Mo. He muttered, "What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Can it be changed?" Was a winged clan member doomed to a life of celibacy if their mate betrayed them? "It can't," Cheng Mo said. "If there was a way, my father and mother wouldn't have just watched that elder suffer day after day." That's why, for the winged clan, not being loved by your mate is the most terrifying thing. A tear actually trickled from Cheng Mo's eye. "I was like that just now, and you wouldn't even help me." Cheng Zhiyu's heart nearly broke with sympathy. He quickly pulled him into a hug to comfort him. "I don't dislike you, really, I was just trying to tease you." "Then even if you tease me in the future, you can't tease me like that," Cheng Mo said. Okay, I'll listen to you." I could just slap myself right now." Cheng Zhiyu was filled with regret. Cheng Mo secretly curved his lips into a smile. He had said all of that on purpose, for Cheng Zhiyu to hear. He knew him. After hearing that, how could he not feel sorry for him? He trusted Zhiyu and knew he would never betray him. He said it all just to make Zhiyu soften up. "So that 1 month thing you said before." Cheng Mo seized the opportunity. "It doesn't count anymore," Cheng Zhiyu said, his heart now as soft as could be. Cheng Mo tried hard to suppress the smile threatening to break out. "Then, for what you did just now, shouldn't you compensate me?" Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. "How should I compensate you?" Cheng Mo thought for a moment. "I want to make an unreasonable request." Cheng Zhiyu's face flushed, and his heart began to pound a little faster. How unreasonable. They had known each other for so long and were boyfriends now. Taking the final step at this point seemed acceptable. It was just that. Cheng Mo's massive thing still made him a little apprehensive. He'd need to prepare at least. If he just went for it. Completely unaware of what was going through his partner's mind, Cheng Mo was still thinking about what unreasonable request to make. He couldn't come up with anything, so he just asked Cheng Zhiyu, "How do you think you should compensate me?" Cheng Zhiyu coughed, deciding it was better not to rush into the final step. He took the chance to suggest, "I'll use my legs to help you." Cheng Mo stared at him blankly. "What does that mean?" Cheng Zhiyu blinked. It seemed he didn't even know about that kind of thing with legs. Was he really that innocent? Don't you beast race people have sex education? Not that they really had it here either, but he was over 20. It was impossible for him to know nothing. Cheng Zhiyu figured they probably didn't, so he rephrased the question. "You must have had friends growing up, right? Did none of them ever talk to you about this stuff?" Cheng Zhiyu himself didn't particularly enjoy hearing about it, but he couldn't stop some people from telling dirty jokes. Even though he avoided them, he still overheard a few things. Cheng Mo's expression was filled with disdain. "Why would I listen to them talk about that? It's disgusting." Very well, Cheng Zhiyu understood. It wasn't that the beast race was ignorant about everything. It was that no beast dared to make crude jokes in front of Cheng Mo. Judging by his expression, anyone who tried would probably be beaten to death. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment, then asked, "Then do you know what else partners can do besides what we did before?" Cheng Mo suddenly felt the pressure of being put on the spot. He didn't know much. His life, from childhood to adulthood, had been consumed by training. He had few friends, and no one dared to bring up such matters in his presence. So he truly didn't know much. Just as I thought, Cheng Zhiyu mused. He had actually been worried about the size issue just a moment ago. Now, it seemed he had nothing to worry about. As long as he didn't bring it up, Cheng Mo would remain blissfully ignorant. For a moment, he didn't know whether to sigh in relief or brace himself. He was relieved that it wouldn't happen now, but he had to brace himself for the fact that it didn't mean he wouldn't want it in the future. In that case, he would have to be the one to teach Cheng Mo. Forget it, I'll let future me worry about future problems. The immediate issue was that he had just suggested using his legs. Cheng Mo, full of a spirit for exploration, kept pressing him, asking what he meant and how it was done. After Cheng Zhiyu finally explained, Cheng Mo was left speechless. If I'd known he was this clueless, I wouldn't have brought it up, Cheng Zhiyu thought, feeling a wave of second-hand embarrassment. Oh well, a gentleman's word is his bond. Besides, while Cheng Mo was usually a cool and aloof guy, in moments like this, whenever he felt pleasure, he would shed tears. Cheng Zhiyu's heart pounded, and he couldn't help but kiss the corner of Cheng Mo's eye. It was wet. After they finished, Cheng Zhiyu's legs were a little red and swollen. Cheng Mo earnestly applied ointment for him. Cheng Zhiyu blushed. You don't have to. It'll be fine soon. But Cheng Mo was insistent. We have to. Once the ointment was applied, Cheng Mo was in a good mood. He hugged Cheng Zhiyu like a big dog. Zhiyu, I never knew we could do that. Are there other ways? It had to be said, Cheng Mo was quite sharp in some respects. However, Zhiyu was already half dead from exhaustion without even doing the real thing. If they actually went all the way, wouldn't he be torn between life and death? Nope, absolutely not. He was determined not to say a word. No, I don't know anything. Go to sleep, Cheng Zhiyu said firmly. Cheng Mo looked at him, sensing keenly that Zhiyu was lying. But why? He couldn't figure it out. He was unwilling to ask anyone else about this kind of thing, so he could only find another opportunity to ask Zhiyu in the future. For today, Cheng Mo was more than satisfied. He broke into a smile. All right then. Good night. Cheng Zhiyu let out a huge sigh of relief. Good, he needed some time to recover before discussing it further. If he felt like it in the future, he'd bring it up with Cheng Mo then. He cleared his throat inwardly. This doesn't seem very fair of me, but who cares? I'll stick with this for now. I'll let future me worry about future problems. The next day, Cheng Zhiyu was preoccupied with matters at the farming department. After an early breakfast, he decided to go and check on things. He wondered if they had caught the thief. If the culprit wasn't greedy and knew when to quit, they might never be caught. Cheng Zhiyu almost hoped the person was a little greedier. When he arrived, Fang Yue walked out of a room, his expression grim. How did it go? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Fang Yue sighed. We caught him. He's inside. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. Who is it? Fang Yue didn't answer directly, only saying, go on in and see. AI, some people are just. Following Fang Yue inside, he saw the person tied up. To his surprise, it was a familiar face. Xiang Kejang, whom he had just seen yesterday. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Why him again? He was really starting to despise the man. Xiang Kejang struggled against his bonds. Let me go. Let me go. What right do you have to tie me up? Untie me. Fang Yue's face was dark. You know perfectly well why we tied you up. Harming the Base's interests. If anyone else finds out about this, Yao'll be drowned in spit. Xiang Kejang's confidence wavered for a second before he realized he absolutely could not admit to it. He immediately retorted, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just concerned about the Base's crops and wanted to take a look. Other people wander around there too, why didn't you catch them? You're just targeting me. I see you're just using your position to settle a personal grudge. Fang Yue sneered, not believing his nonsense for a second. Wandering around at 2 or 3 in the morning. Who do you think you're kidding? When other people check on the crops, they do it openly in broad daylight. Don't think we don't know what you were up to in the middle of the night. Xiang Kejang stubbornly refused to confess. I wasn't doing anything. Now let me go. He knew that if he admitted it, things would not end well for him. He refused to give in. You're only catching me because I have a grudge with Cheng Zhiyu. Sob. Pity me, I've lost my son, all alone in this apocalypse, just an ordinary person being bullied like this. Sob. Cheng Mo narrowed his eyes, and a ball of water materialized to block Xiang Kejang's mouth. Noisy. Xiang Kejang choked, his face turning red as he coughed, nearly passing out. It took him a long while to catch his breath. He didn't dare complain about Cheng Mo, who clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. He could only shrink back and fall silent. But he would never admit to stealing the mutated seeds. Cheng Mo sneered. He had plenty of ways to make Xiang Kejang talk, and suggested that Cheng Zhiyu hand the man over to him. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. Have someone search his house. And bring his wife here for questioning. Xiang Kejang, who had resolved to stay silent, grew frantic upon hearing this and struggled violently. You can't do this. What right do you have to search my house? This is unlivable. You've ruined my reputation. I can't live anymore. I'll hang myself at your front door and haunt you every day for revenge. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at him, his expression filled with disgust. You are truly annoying. Xiang Kejang was choked into silence. In the past, whenever he criticized Cheng Zhiyu, the younger man would at most ignore him. This was the first time he had spoken so bluntly. In truth, Cheng Zhiyu had wanted to say this for a long time, but felt it wasn't worth wasting his breath on such a person. But now, he couldn't hold back any longer. Who do you think you are, playing the elder all the time? Who owes you anything? You say that as an ability user, I throw my weight around and bully people. So what if I did? What could you possibly do about it? Xiang Kejang was speechless. You're always talking about dying. If you want to die so badly, then go ahead. We'll have some peace and quiet after we cremate you. It was clear that Cheng Zhiyu was thoroughly fed up with him. He normally wouldn't have spoken so harshly. Xiang Kejang was stunned for a moment, then began to wail. This is unlivable. He was hoping someone might show him some pity, but Fang Yue's face remained cold. The thought of the seeds they had worked so hard to plant being dug up filled him with rage. Pity? Pity for what? Showing pity to Xiang Kejang would be a cruel injustice to those who might starve to death in the future, because of that one missing mouthful of food. As for Cheng Mo, he didn't even need to be mentioned. He simply raised his hands and applauded. Well said, Zhiyu. That was perfectly said. Xiang Kejang wailed, sob. People these days are so hard-hearted. Sob. He cried until his voice was hoarse, but no one paid him any attention. After a while, Xiang Kejang's wife was finally brought over, along with a bag of flour. Take a look at this flour, the person who brought her said. You can tell they ground it themselves. And it's obviously not from ordinary wheat. I can feel energy flowing from it. It's mutated wheat. Xiang Kejang's wife kept her head down, her shoulders hunched as she nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. She trembled and stammered, sob. I told old Xiang not to do this, that it's a wicked thing to do, but he wouldn't listen. Xiang Kejang, who had been steadfastly denying everything, nearly coughed up blood in anger. He cursed, you stupid woman. Why did I ever marry a fool like you? Old Xiang, just admit it, his wife pleaded. They've already found the flour you ground. What's the difference whether you admit it or not? After saying her piece, she dropped to her knees with a thud. I am begging you, old Xiang was just confused for a moment. Please. Please give him another chance. Give him another chance. Cheng Zhiyu retorted. What about the people who might starve to death for a mouthful of grain? Who will give them another chance? Xiang Kezheng's wife was stunned. After a moment, she managed to say, "We will compensate you. Can't we just compensate you?" Fang Yue was practically apoplectic. Compensate? With what? Do you have any idea how valuable a single mutated seed is? Do you know how much grain it can grow? You're so ignorant. I am telling you, even your lives aren't worth as much as all those mutated seeds. Xiang Kezheng's wife froze, not realizing they were that valuable. She could only mumble, "Please, I am begging you, just let him go. Give him a chance." Xiang Kezheng, who had been trying to maintain his composure, finally broke. His demeanor shifted completely as he started to cry and plead, "Little Cheng, Uncle was just confused. This apocalypse has addled my brain. Please, for the sake of me watching you grow up, give Uncle another chance. Didn't you provide these mutated seeds? As long as you say the word, it'll be fine. Uncle is begging you, I am truly begging you." Cheng Zhiyu merely said, "Many elders in the village watched me grow up. If we were to line them up, you wouldn't even be near the front. Am I supposed to give every single one of them another chance?" Xiang Kezheng grew furious. "You black-hearted brat. How can you be so cruel?" Smack! A red handprint appeared on his face out of thin air. Cheng Mo's expression was dangerous. "Say that one more time." Xiang Kezheng trembled and didn't dare to speak again. Now that the culprit had been caught, in order to make an example of him, everyone in the base was summoned to hear about the incident. When they heard what had happened, they were all furious. Before the apocalypse, they were farmers. After the apocalypse, those mutated seeds were their hope for the future. And Xiang Kezheng had dug them up to grind into flour to eat. Puh! Shameless. The base is distributing rice now, so no one's going to starve. How dare he dig up the mutated seeds? Truly shameless. I knew he was no good from the start. Even before the apocalypse, he was a petty thief. He filched a shovel from my house once. When I saw it at his place later and said it looked just like mine, he had the gall to shamelessly claim he bought it on the street. As if I wouldn't recognize my own shovel. A leopard can't change its spots, I tell you. Everyone better keep a close eye on their things from now on. If he takes a liking to something, it might just end up his. If you ask me, people like him should be kicked out of the base. Kicking him out is too much. He'd die out there. It doesn't have to go that far. Lin Kang, as the base manager, had also come, but he stated that this was a matter for the farming department and he would not interfere. Cheng Zhiyu didn't consider himself part of the farming department either, and had no intention of getting involved. Finally, Fang Yue announced, "This is the first offense, but the act of stealing mutated seeds is absolutely heinous. A light punishment won't do. From now on, he will work in the fields without earning any contribution points, and he will not be provided with meals." Xiang Kezheng panicked. "Aren't you just sentencing me to starve to death?" He wouldn't actually starve. The base provided basic rations to everyone, like the rice from before, but as life improved, he would be excluded from any additional benefits. Not only would he have to do heavy manual labor, but he would also have to subsist on the bare minimum. Fang Yue continued, however, now that a precedent has been set, if anyone dares to do this again, including Xiang Kezheng, they will be expelled from the base immediately. Everyone keep an eye on each other. Report any problems, and if the report is true, there will be a reward. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Even without a reward, they would be watching closely. This was about the future of the base. Those who had been harboring similar ideas immediately abandoned them. If they were kicked out of the base, it would be a death sentence. Fang Yue turned to Xiang Kezheng. "If you're not satisfied, you can leave the base right now. No one will stop you." Xiang Kezheng looked as if he were being strangled, his face flushing crimson. He didn't dare say another word. He shot Fang Yue a resentful and venomous glare. He couldn't believe the man would be so ruthless. After all, they were from the same village, and Fang Yue had even eaten at his house before. What a thankless bastard. Xiang Kazheng cursed at him inwardly. As he left, the blatant stares of the other villagers made his face burn with shame. The nerve of these people, he thought. As if they didn't want to dig up the seeds themselves. What right do they have to judge me? Regardless of what Xiang Kazheng thought, he was woken up early the next morning and escorted to the fields to work under supervision. The person watching him was a particularly strict young man who made him work continuously. Aside from a short break for the thin gruel his wife brought him at noon, he was forced to labor without rest. As for that lunch, his wife was so frugal that she had cooked the porridge incredibly watery, and there were certainly no side dishes. Who had extra vegetables to eat these days? A single bowl of thin gruel would have been fine in the past, but after a full day of hard labor, he had expended too much energy. By the time he finished for the evening, Xiang Kazheng was utterly exhausted, so hungry his stomach felt glued to his spine. When he got home, he immediately laid into his wife. "Don't you know what I was doing? You gave me that watery crap. Are you trying to starve me to death?" "You know what our situation is," his wife said, feeling wronged. "The way you say that, it's like I'm deliberately mistreating you. The rice is almost gone. If we don't conserve it, are we supposed to live on air later? You don't earn a single contribution point for this family now. It's all on me. I work outside, I work at home, and I have to find time to bring you food. Do you think my life is easy?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. It was all her husband's fault for being so reckless. How could he think he could just dig up the seeds the base was planting? Now look what happened. What were they going to do in the future? And now you're blaming me. You should be blaming Fang Yue and Cheng Zhiyu. Xiang Kazheng snarled, though he barely had the strength to curse. All I did was take a few seeds. Deep down, a sliver of regret had begun to form, but he would never admit it aloud. His wife sobbed beside him, and Xiang Kazheng's own heart was filled with dread. What were they going to do? Were they doomed to live this hard life forever? When Cheng Zhiyu and the others had some free time, they went to Lin Jiashu's house to see the little tiger cub. Lin Jiashu wasn't originally from the village. She had married into a family here and lived with her husband and his parents. Her husband was a simple, honest man, and her father-in-law was taciturn. It was her mother-in-law who was much more talkative and came to greet them. The moment Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law saw them, she was incredibly enthusiastic. "Oh dear, it's a shame we don't have anything nice to offer you guests." "It's fine, you're too kind," Cheng Zhiyu said with a smile. Zhou Min and the others had already gathered around to pet the tiger cub. Since Cheng Mo got jealous, Cheng Zhiyu had to regretfully refrain. It's no big deal, he thought. When we get back, I'll just have Cheng Mo turn into his big black form, and I can pet him all I want. The other day, when Jiashu brought home a tiger, it gave me such a fright, Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law said. Who would have thought our family would end up raising a tiger? Mom, Xiao, who is very well behaved. You don't need to be afraid, Lin Jiashu said. After raising the cub for a few days, she had already grown attached to it. I know that. Otherwise, would I have let you keep it? Her mother-in-law retorted. It's just that this tiger eats so much, and it has to have meat at every meal. Tell me, do even we humans get to eat meat every meal? Lin Jiashu stiffened, a flicker of displeasure on her face. She had promised to take good care of the cub, and her mother-in-law's words made her feel embarrassed. Mom, she said, her voice tinged with resentment, I feed Xiao Hu with what I earn myself. You child, what's yours isn't the family's. Her mother-in-law felt her words were disrespectful. I just say a couple of things to you, and look at you. Zhou Min and Tian Kaio, who were petting the cub, exchanged an awkward glance. Well, Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law was certainly something else, but it wasn't their place to say anything. They thought about making an excuse to leave and coming back another day when the mother-in-law wasn't around. Unexpectedly, the mother-in-law launched into a litany of complaints. She dabbed at her eyes and looked at Cheng Zhiyu. You tell me, what kind of daughter-in-law talks to her mother-in-law like that? All I did was say a few words. Lin Jiashu was mortified. Mom, can you please not do this? What did I do? Am I not even allowed to cry? Her mother-in-law wiped her tears, her tone righteous. I haven't even gotten to the part about you being a barren hen. You've been married into our family for so long without giving us a single child. It's only because I am a kind person. Who else would want a daughter-in-law like you? Cheng Zhiyu and the others were speechless. You call yourself kind. You're a shameless. But it was someone else's family matter, so they couldn't interfere. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat, about to say his goodbyes. But Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law wouldn't let it go. Young Cheng, you be the judge here. Look at her, what kind of attitude is this? She's out all day, and when she comes back, I have to have a meal ready for her, have to wait on her. And that's fine, but now I'm getting criticized for it. Heavens, how heartless. Cheng Zhiya's mouth twitched. Lin Jiashu had tried not to argue, feeling too embarrassed, but seeing her mother-in-law blocking their guests from leaving, her anger boiled over. Which bit of food in this house wasn't earned through my hard work? When you're eating it, you don't complain about me not being home. I'd love to switch with you. Why don't you go out and fight zombies, and I'll stay home and cook? Her mother-in-law slapped her own thigh in fury. Waya. Look, everyone. This wife is pointing at her own mother-in-law and cursing her. Just because she became an ability user and our whole family depends on her, she thinks she's hot stuff. She's a hen that can't even lay eggs, and our family is kind enough not to hold it against her. How dare she speak to me like that? Lin Jiashu remembered how her mother-in-law had been very kind at first. But after several years passed without her getting pregnant, her attitude had changed drastically, and she brought it up constantly. Before the apocalypse, the family had argued about it endlessly, and Lin Jiashu had nearly gotten a divorce. But before she could, the apocalypse arrived. Back then, they were just trying to survive, so such quarrels were naturally put aside. She never expected her mother-in-law to suddenly bring it up again. It was the apocalypse. Was having children still that important? Not to mention that bringing a child into this world would be making them suffer. And given the family's situation, with her being the only ability user and the main provider, how could they manage if she got pregnant? That would be 10 whole months. But for some reason, her mother-in-law just couldn't see reason and was throwing another one of her fits today. We only have one son. If you don't give birth, you're trying to end our family line. The mother-in-law shrieked, slapping her thigh repeatedly. The wailing gave Cheng Zhiyu and the others a headache. Honestly, if it wasn't a family dispute they couldn't meddle in, they really wanted to curse the woman out. That's enough. Will you ever stop? Lin Jiashu finally snapped. She took the tiger cub back to her room first, then came out, unable to bear it any longer. Crying? What the hell are you crying for? You think crying makes people feel sorry for you? That's hilarious. Everyone just thinks you're annoying. You're an annoying old hag, so just shut up. Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law stared in disbelief. She never thought Lin Jiashu would dare to point at her nose and curse her. She was stunned for a moment, then began to wail even louder. This is rebellion. It's utter rebellion. Lin Jiashu, when my son gets back, I am going to make him divorce you. I'll make you a widow. Lin Jiashu almost laughed. It was the apocalypse, and her mother-in-law was still using that threat. It was ridiculous. Not wanting to argue anymore, it was too humiliating. She pushed past her mother-in-law, who was blocking the way, and escorted Cheng Zhiyu and the others out. I am sorry you had to see that, Lin Jiashu said, her expression bitter. Cheng Zhiyu didn't dwell on it, not wanting to embarrass her further. He just said, if you need any help, you can find us. Lin Jiashu's eyes blinked. Thank you. She used to feel she couldn't bear to abandon this family, thinking they were relatives after all. But they were truly becoming more and more outrageous. Before, it was just a few comments at the dinner table. Today was just too much. After composing herself, Lin Jiashu went back inside. Her mother-in-law had stopped crying and was now muttering curses. so you know how to come back. When my son returns, I'll make him divorce you. Pointing at my nose and cursing me, your own mother. I think you've truly lost your mind. Lin Jiashu took a deep breath. You're not my mother. My mother would never talk to me like that. Her mother-in-law froze for a moment. Well, aren't you something? Refusing to even acknowledge your elders. Your real mother died a long time ago. Lin Jiashu's expression instantly turned grim. Her parents had been separated from her when the apocalypse began, and she had no idea what had become of them. But she had always held onto the belief that they would one day be reunited. She never expected her mother-in-law to say something so cruel. After the words left her mouth, Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law realized she'd gone too far. Her confidence wavered, but she refused to back down. What did I say that was wrong? It's the truth. With a pained look, Lin Jiashu returned to her room. A moment later, she emerged holding the little tiger, a suitcase in her other hand. Her mother-in-law, who had been plotting how to complain to her son when he got home, was stunned by the sight. What do you think you're doing? Didn't you tell me to get a divorce? Lin Jiashu said. We can't do that right now, so I'll just move out. We can consider it a divorce. She had been planning to file for divorce before the apocalypse anyway. The chaos of recent times had almost made her forget how this family had tormented her. You think I'm afraid of you? Her mother-in-law puffed out her chest, convinced Lin Jiashu was trying to threaten her. Lin Jiashu ignored her and walked straight out the door. The base had dormitories for ability users. Since everyone had found their own houses, the dorms were empty, and she could stay there for the time being. Elsewhere, Jo-min was still in disbelief. Is Sister Lin's mother-in-law out of her mind? I almost couldn't stop myself from cursing her out several times, Tian Kaio said. He had held back, afraid the old woman would latch onto him and cause trouble. Tian Manman clutched her chest. That was terrifying. Cheng Zhiyu's fists were clenched as well. He'd only ever seen people like Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law in melodramatic soap operas. It was just too bizarre. It wasn't long before they heard that Lin Jiashu had moved out of her house. Her husband had tried to talk to her. When he came home that afternoon and heard his mother's side of the story, he went to the ability user dorms to find Lin Jiashu, hoping to persuade her to come back. You know what my mom's temper is like, the simple-looking man said, his face etched with exhaustion and helplessness. Just bear with it. The most she'll do is nag you a bit. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Why should I have to bear it? Your mother says such horrible things. Why don't you talk to her? Lin Jiashu was sick and tired of hearing this from him. It was always endure, endure, endure. She had finally had enough. The man was taken aback. Jiashu, how can you say that? She's my mother. What do you mean, why? She's our elder. Besides, you know her temper. How could I dare say anything to her? You know it too. She's your mother, not mine, Lin Jiashu said, looking at the man with growing disappointment. If you're willing to be berated by your mother, then listen to her. It has nothing to do with me. I am not going back, and it's useless for you to try and persuade me. In fact, since you're such a good son, and she wants me to divorce you, let's do it. Don't come looking for me again. How can you be so heartless? He asked in disbelief. I get it. Now that it's the apocalypse, our whole family is just ordinary people, so we're a burden to you, right? Fine. You can go. Our family won't drag you down anymore. I'll take care of my parents. You go live your good life. With that, the man stopped trying to persuade her and turned to leave. Watching his retreating back, Lin Jiashu gave a self-deprecating laugh. See? After all this time she had spent propping up this family, in his eyes, she was just a selfish person. It was true what they said. No matter how good you are to some people, the moment you do one thing they don't like, they'll erase all the good you've ever done. Seeing the man's exhausted face had initially softened her resolve, but now she was firm again. She didn't want to go back. She had given that family chance after chance, only for them to think she was the one who couldn't leave. Her decision not to return was the right one. Back at the house, her mother-in-law waited for her son to bring Lin Jiashu back, thinking she would hold her tongue for a while this time and find another opportunity to criticize her later. But she waited and waited, only for her son to return alone. She peeked outside the door. "Where's your wife?" "She's not coming back, Mom." "From now on, just pretend you never had this daughter-in-law," the man said, his face dark. "What? What do you mean?" His mother stammered. "She's not coming back, and she doesn't consider you her mother," he said. "Her heart isn't here anymore. Even if we begged her, she wouldn't return." The man continued, "I'll take care of you from now on, so don't worry. There won't be anyone to scold you or make you angry anymore." Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law was stunned. She had never imagined that Lin Jiashu really wouldn't come back. For some reason, the calm she had felt before was replaced by a surge of panic. This shouldn't be happening. No matter how bad their fights had been in the past, after her son went to coax her, Lin Jiashu would always get over it as if nothing had happened. Why didn't it work this time? Why don't you go ask her again? The thought that Lin Jiashu was the only ability user in the family crossed her mind. Even though her ability wasn't very powerful, it was still better than being an ordinary person. Why would I go? She's an ability user now, she's not the same as before. The man stubbornly refused to lose face and beg her to come back again. Besides, Mom, didn't you say you couldn't stand her? Isn't this for the best? Best for what? Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law was filled with unspoken bitterness. She watched her son retreat into his room, not knowing what else to say. How could that Lin Jiashu be so ruthless? After leaving that house, Lin Jiashu's mood seemed to improve considerably. The perpetual worry in her brow was gone, replaced by a much brighter demeanor. Of course it was, she no longer had to deal with all that nonsense. Recently, Cheng Zhiyu had harvested the alfalfa he had planted in his system space for the little elk, which left him with a supply of alfalfa seeds. He discussed with Fang Yuwei and the others the possibility of planting a field of it. Normal alfalfa already grew incredibly fast, usually ready for harvest in 25 to 30 days. The mutated version grew even faster, ready in less than 20 days. Plant alfalfa. Are you planning to raise livestock? Fang Yuwei immediately understood its purpose. Now that the grain problem is being addressed, we need to solve the meat problem too, Cheng Zhiyu said with a smile. Fang Yuwei also grinned. Of course, that's no problem. In the past, even if our base's ability users hunted ordinary animals, they wouldn't dare bring them back to raise. There wasn't even enough food for people, let alone animals. If we want to start raising livestock, we'll need to prepare in advance. Once we establish a livestock department, our base might even achieve the freedom to eat meat whenever we want. That was exactly what Cheng Zhiyu was thinking. They had to prepare things bit by bit to avoid being overwhelmed later. He also mentioned it to Lin Kang. Since it concerned the livelihood of the base, Lin Kang naturally had no objections. Besides planting alfalfa, don't we also need to build some pig pens and things like that? Cheng Zhiyu was about to bring that up. Building pens would definitely require labor, but ordinary people could handle it, which would also be a good way for them to earn contribution points. With the plan settled, Lin Kang arranged for people to start recruiting workers. He then turned to Cheng Zhiyu. What have you decided about my previous offer? The base has entered a stable period. Taking over now would be much easier than when I started. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. You worked so hard to get through that difficult time. Wouldn't it be a shame to quit now? Lin Kang thought about it and realized he was right. The main thing is I just don't feel suited for management. Maybe I am better suited for a technical role. He said, think about it some more. I am serious. This time, Cheng Zhiyu finally gave it some serious thought. I will think about it, he said. Good. Think it over carefully. Lin Kang felt it was better that Cheng Zhiyu was willing to consider it slowly. If he had impulsively agreed, Lin Kang would have been more worried. After all, managing a base was no small matter. He used to think that since this was just a village, managing it would be simple. But once he took over, he realized there were endless things to do, constantly worrying about this and that. However, since Cheng Zhiyu's group had returned, his own burden had lightened considerably, as Cheng Zhiyu was also the type to worry about things, what the base members would eat, what crops to plant. Now that the food problem was being solved and the wheat was growing well, Cheng Zhiyu was already starting to address the meat supply. It was wonderful. With Cheng Zhiyu being so thorough, he didn't have to worry about these things anymore. Yes, I will, Cheng Zhiyu said. He was actually a bit uncertain about managing the base. He never imagined himself in that position, but to be honest, the idea was tempting. Although Lin Kang trusted him now and rarely opposed his suggestions, he was still the highest authority in the base. Anything Cheng Zhiyu wanted to do, he had to report it to him first. But if he were the one in charge, would things be less troublesome? Cheng Zhiyu was only now realizing the scope of his own ambition. He wasn't satisfied with just a small base. He had seen too much on his journey back. He wanted to build an absolutely safe utopia. In the apocalypse, as long as a base was strong enough, the people inside could live in peace, free from the threat of zombies, just like before the end of the world. But he knew this would be incredibly difficult. Their settlement was called a base, but it wasn't even large enough to be considered a small-scale one. Furthermore, the grain hadn't ripened yet, and with so few people, they hadn't even reached the point of having enough to eat. They were still a long way from his ideal. Zhiyu. Cheng Mo's voice beside him brought him back to his senses. Cheng Zhiyu blinked. What is it? Zhiyu, I'll support you, Cheng Mo said earnestly, no matter what you decide to do. Cheng Zhiyu paused for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. Okay. Then shouldn't you praise me? Cheng Mo took the opportunity to add. Or maybe give me a little reward. How can you be like this? Cheng Zhiyu crossed his arms. You offer a little support and immediately ask for a reward. Cheng Mo cleared his throat. Hey, can't you be a little more generous? Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tian Kaio, standing off to the side, felt his teeth ache from the cringe. He needed to get away from this little couple. Who would have thought that Orange, in a relationship, would be like this? Zhou Min's face screamed. I am so shipping this. Tian Manman asked, what are we eating today? At his words, the group burst into laughter. Truly, only Tian Manman's persona, as a foodie, remained unshakable. Tian Manman scratched his head, confused, but joined in with a silly grin anyway. Cheng Mo thought to himself, this group of third wheels is a real eyesore. Not long after, the base posted a notice announcing they were recruiting a group of people to build some livestock pens. A large crowd gathered around to read the announcement. Is the base planning to raise livestock again? That's great. Does that mean we'll be able to eat meat in the future? What are you talking about? We can barely feed ourselves, and now they want to raise those animals. Isn't the base being a bit too hasty? What do you know? This is just the preparation phase. I heard the farming department has started planting alfalfa again. That must be to prepare for raising livestock. Haha, now you can relax. No animals will be competing with you for food. You're quite protective of your meals, aren't you? Get lost, stop teasing me. I am just worried about the base. But since they're already planting alfalfa, I guess we don't need to worry. They have a plan. Do they need us to worry about this? I am a member of this base, after all. What's with that tone? Some were already discussing going to work. 10 contribution points a day, and 1 meal included. It'd go just for that meal. Isn't it just building pens for animals? Who can't do that? It's simple. I am going to apply. Are you going? Of course. Only a fool wouldn't go. A group of them exchanged glances, each seeing through the other's little scheme. They coughed awkwardly. I think this job will be really hard. Yeah, pretty tiring. I don't want to go. I am not planning on it either, haha. Though they said this, they were inwardly cursing the others for being so cunning. Who would believe they weren't going? It was obviously a trick to make others let their guard down so they could secretly run off and apply, reducing the competition. But no one was stupid. Who could really fool whom? In the end, when they arrived at the recruitment site, the few who had claimed they weren't going caught each other's eyes and shared a hearty laugh, pretending those words had never been said. The base was bustling with a festive atmosphere, and Cheng Zhiyu had his own reason to be happy. Xiao San had reached its first level of maturity. He opened Xiao San's details and learned it was a defensive-type plant. The system space had successfully upgraded from 20x20 to 21x21, and his storage space had doubled to 80 cubic meters. Cheng Zhiyu was thrilled. He could finally store more things. On future excursions, they could even put the car into the space. There was plenty of room now. He happily got busy planting new seeds. The base was in full swing. Because the pay for building the livestock pens was so good, many ordinary people were scrambling to sign up. It didn't matter if there were too many people building them. More hands meant faster work. So, during recruitment, anyone with a skill or a bit of strength was hired. With so many people, the progress was swift. A week later, the pens were finished. Cheng Zhiyu went to take a look. The workers had been very conscientious. The pens were sturdily built. Since they would likely be raising pigs and cattle in the future, the location had been carefully chosen. Cattle were fine, but the smell from pigs was overwhelming. If the pens were too close to the residential area, it would easily affect daily life. Therefore, the site was far from the residential area, right next to the base's farmland, which was an exceptionally suitable location. First, it was far from where people lived, so the smell wouldn't drift over. Second, being close to the farmland meant feed could be delivered directly. Over there, the alfalfa had already grown into short sprouts. It wouldn't be long before they grew tall. The wheat was the same. From a distance, it was a stretch of lush green, a stark contrast to the withered yellow of the surrounding landscape. Anyone who glanced at it couldn't help but smile. It felt so full of life. It seemed that going out to find suitable animals for breeding needed to be put on the agenda. Coincidentally, he heard that an ability user, while out on a mission, had spotted a pig from a distance. When he went over to catch it, the pig had already vanished, so he had to leave. Now, hearing that the base wanted to raise livestock, the man reported the incident. Cheng Zhiyu figured he was bored at the base anyway, so he might as well go check it out. However, he needed to confirm the man hadn't been mistaken. So he summoned the man. Where did you see the pig? Was it a domestic pig or a wild boar? Cheng Zhiyu asked. The ability user scratched his head. It was plump and white, definitely a domestic pig. The location is a bit far, about 1 kilometer from here. You know that dilapidated house? I saw it right there. I was going to go in for a look, but it was pitch black inside, so I got scared and didn't dare. At this, the ability user looked a little embarrassed. He was rather timid by nature. He had ventured that far only because the recent zombie horde had cleared out most of the nearby zombies. He hadn't seen many on his way there. But he didn't dare go any further, and that pitch-black, dilapidated house was a villa. It was originally built by a wealthy city dweller who had planned to move back to the countryside. The man had applied for a plot of land for his house. Liking peace and quiet, he chose a spot away from the village. Their own village wasn't close, but such a novelty still became local gossip. At the time, everyone said, that rich guy must have a screw loose. I mean, giving up a perfectly good life in the city to live in the countryside. What do you know? He's earned enough money and is coming back to enjoy his retirement. Think about it, the city sounds nice, but they live in places no bigger than a birdcage. My relative is from the city, right? I've been to his place a few times, and it's tiny. And that costs over 10,000 a square meter. You work for decades just to live in a birdcage. I still think the village is better. You don't get it. The educational resources in the city are better. Can our kids get into good schools here? It's not comparable to the town or county. That's true. But even if he built the villa closer to the village, that would be one thing. But it's so far away, just his family alone. Can they really live there comfortably? Maybe he just likes the quiet. Don't even talk about it. I passed by that place the other day. It's truly in the middle of nowhere. No matter how well you build it, I wouldn't want to live there. You wouldn't even dare to step out at night. It's just creepy. You guys think that rich man got scammed? Who knows? It turned out the villager's prediction was right. For whatever reason, maybe he decided the location wasn't suitable. The man suddenly stopped construction when the house was almost finished. The house was simply abandoned. Occasionally, passers-by would look at the house, isolated in the middle of nowhere, and find it eerie. No wonder the rich man had given up right before it was completed. What a waste of money. The matter had been a popular topic of gossip in the village back then. Cheng Zhiyu had overheard some of it and had passed by the place, so he knew where it was. Are you sure you weren't mistaken? Zhou Min asked. Don't make us go on a wild goose chase. The ability user nodded affirmatively. I am not mistaken. That pig was fat, plump, and white. How could I mistake such a big pig? I reckon it's living in that villa. AI. It's a shame I didn't go in to check back then. The more I thought about it after I got back, the more I regretted it. Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Zhiyu. Zhiyu, do you want to go take a look? Cheng Zhiyu nodded. Let's go. We can clear out some of the zombies outside while we're at it. When ability users went on missions, it wasn't just about the mission itself. They were also expected to clear out nearby zombies. Otherwise, over time, the zombie population would grow and could easily form another horde. Cheng Mo, of course, would go along with whatever he said. Tian Kaio and the others rubbed their hands together. Hee, here we come, piggy. Zhou Min swallowed. I want to eat pig's trotters. Tian Manmin said, I want pork knuckle. Tian Kaio declared, braised pork belly. Cheng Zhi was speechless. We're catching that pig to raise it, not for you to eat. Tian Kaio replied, it's fine. Once the pig has piglets, we'll get to eat it sooner or later. These guys hadn't even set off yet, and they had already planned out how to eat the pork. The ability user who had given them, the information didn't leave after he finished talking. Instead, he stood there, hesitating to speak. Cheng Zhiyu was puzzled. Is there something else? The moment he asked, the man suddenly bowed to him, his voice firm. I am sorry. Cheng Zhiyu was confused. Cheng Mo narrowed his eyes from the side. The ability user explained with a blush, I used to follow Yang Kai, and I badmouthed you many times behind your back. Back then, I really admired Yang Kai. He was the most powerful ability user in the base, so I just followed him. Cheng Zhiyu was exasperated. Shouldn't a person's character be the most important thing? The ability user looked awkward. I was blinded back then. I thought that as long as someone was strong, everything they said was right. I've only recently figured things out. I am really sorry. Cheng Zhiyu didn't say much, only, it's good that you've figured it out. Yang Kai's character is questionable. Following him won't necessarily do you any good. The ability user scratched his head. The main reason he had stopped following Yang Kai was that his idolization of the man's strength had been shattered. He hadn't thought much beyond that. After confirming the location, Cheng Zhiyu drove the car, taking Cheng Mo and the others with him. Tian Kaio leaned against the window, looking outside. Hey, this road looks different from before. Previously, this road was flanked by green farmland. Now, the land was completely barren. Whenever they encountered a zombie, they would casually take care of it. The journey was exceptionally smooth. Out of caution, they stopped the car about 100 meters from the villa. Cheng Zhiyu looked around. There were trees behind the villa, but they were already dehydrated, and their bark had been gnawed off. Cheng Mo took a look. This must have been gnawed by that pig. Does that mean the pig is inside the villa? Zhou Min's eyes lit up. Possibly. It could be living in the villa to shelter from the wind and rain, and there's tree bark behind it to chew on, Tian Kaio said, rubbing his chin. The pig! Tian Manman suddenly exclaimed. The group looked over and, sure enough, saw a pig at the entrance. The moment it saw them, it panicked and ran off. They exchanged a glance and hurried over. When they reached the spot where the pig had appeared, they saw it had already run into the villa. Should we go in and take a look? Zhou Min suggested. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. I have a strange feeling about this. Logically, we made a fair bit of noise coming over. Why would that pig dare to come out? Cheng Mo sneered. It's probably bait. Bait? Tian Kaio was surprised. Thinking about it, that really was a possibility. It's just like that ability user said before. He saw a pig from a distance and watched it go into the villa. Cheng Zhiyu continued. It felt like it was luring him in, and it's the same for us. That pig seemed afraid we wouldn't see it go inside. My God, is this pig really that smart? It's a little scary. Zhou Min rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. So should we still go in? Tian Kaio asked. Cheng Zhiyu hesitated. He didn't really want to go in. They didn't know the situation inside the villa, and there was no need to risk their lives for a single pig. Well, this was a wasted trip. Let's head back and tell the people at the base so they don't get burned, Zhou Min sighed. He didn't object to Cheng Zhiyu's decision. After all, they had no idea what was inside. Right. Who knows what's in there? It's too cunning. Tian Kaio said indignantly, annoyed they had made the trip for nothing. Hey Zio Huan, stop messing around, Zhou Min mumbled, patting the vine around his waist. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the quiet Zio Huan on his wrist, then frowned and quickly turned to look. He saw Zhou Min's waist being wrapped by a vine, and the other end of that vine was inside the villa. Several more vines shot out, trying to drag them in as well. Cheng Mo had also assumed it was Zio Huan just now, so he hadn't paid it any mind. Watch out! Cheng Zhiyu swiftly dodged a vine aiming for him and tried to slash the one coiling around Zhou Min. However, the vine was incredibly fast, and it yanked Zhou Min into the villa. Oza! Shit! Zhou Min yelled. He tried to use his knife to cut the vine, but the moment he raised his arm, it was ensnared along with the rest of him. Watching Zhou Min get dragged into the villa, the expressions on Cheng Zhiyu's and the others' faces turned grim. They had planned to leave, but now that Zhou Min had been taken, they couldn't possibly go. Damn it! What the hell is in there? It's so cunning. Tian Kaio gritted his teeth. With a dark expression, Cheng Zhiyu said, let's go in and see. The group entered the villa. It was only half-built. The windows hadn't been installed yet and were sealed with bricks. Only slivers of light filtered through the cracks, leaving the interior exceptionally dim. Tian Kaio felt himself step on something round. He looked down and jumped in fright. It was a human skull. The place suddenly felt even more unnerving. To guard against another surprise attack from the vines, they were on high alert. But now that they were prepared, a sneak attack wouldn't be so easy. That thing is on the second floor, Cheng Mo said, looking up. Shit, it didn't eat Zhou Min, did it? Tian Kaio was extremely anxious. Suddenly, they heard a sound. Cheng Zhiyu pulled a high-powered flashlight from his space, switched it on immediately, and got a clear view of what was nearby. There were about 10 wolves. This place was basically a wolf's den. How are these wolves so smart? They even know how to use bait. Tian Kaio felt a chill run down his spine. Wolves are naturally intelligent animals, Cheng Zhiyu frowned. What's more, these are mutated. They probably won't be easy to deal with. Wolves were pack animals. They followed the alpha's commands completely and knew how to coordinate their attacks. The wolves didn't rush forward immediately, seeming to observe them instead. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. The wolves themselves might not be that powerful. They were just clever enough to know how to lure in the unwary. Most of the bleached bones on the ground here were likely from their victims. Cheng Zhiyu and the others exchanged a look and were the first to attack. One of the wolves was struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl and collapsed, unable to get up. The other wolves roared in fury and immediately charged at them. Individually, the wolves weren't that strong, but they coordinated with each other, and their numbers made them difficult to deal with quickly. Upstairs, Zhou Min was bound by vines, but was still in the mood to observe his surroundings. A massive wolf stood at the top of the stairs, seemingly watching the battle below. He pulled his gaze away and looked to the side. To his surprise, he wasn't alone. 2 men and a woman were also tied up, their faces pale and their eyes closed. Zhou Min glanced at the giant wolf, then shuffled his butt over and nudged the man closest to him with his elbow. The man slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the dim surroundings and the giant wolf, he pressed his lips together. "Hey buddy, what's your situation?" "Got tricked into coming here." For some reason, Zhou Min felt certain that Cheng Zhiyu and the others could rescue him, so his mood was relatively stable. The man gave a bitter smile. "We didn't want to waste time here either, but 2 of our companions were drawn in by that pig and wanted to take a look. We never expected." "Are they these 2? Zhou Min glanced at the 2 unconscious people beside them. The man shook his head. "No, those 2 have already been eaten." The man continued, "We are probably considered reserve food." Zhou Min, now part of the larder, asked, "Huh?" The man was still in the mood to joke. "Just like that pig. Except the pig is valuable, so it might live a little longer than us." Zhou Min remained optimistic. "It's fine. My companions are here too. They'll definitely rescue me." The man asked, "Are you ability users?" "Why do you ask?" "The reason we haven't been eaten is because we're either ordinary people or our abilities are too weak," the man explained. The 2 companions who were eaten both had strong abilities. These wolves like to eat the powerful ones. Zhou Min was speechless. "Shit, that's terrifying." He turned his head to look at the pig in the corner. The pig was being particularly well behaved, not moving around, which was why it wasn't tied up with vines. The man was right. They were all reserve food. It was just that the pig could be used to lure people in, so it hadn't been eaten yet. Zhou Min sensed that the giant wolf could definitely hear them talking, so he kept his words trivial. He secretly pulled a dagger from the small of his back, preparing to cut the vines. But it wasn't going to be easy. That wolf was clearly a plant-type ability user. He didn't know if the wolf would sense it if he cut the vines. But he couldn't just sit here and wait. Just as Zhou Min was hesitating, he saw the giant wolf suddenly move and walk towards him. Was it going to eat him first? Although his ability wasn't offensive, it was quite strong. The wolf bared its sharp teeth. A cold sweat broke out over Zhou Min's body. Just as he was about to cut the vines, the wolf didn't bite him. It bit through the vines instead. "Zhou Min." The person next to him. Zhou Min reacted quickly. "Brother Hai." He remembered, Brother Hai could control animals for a short period. Sure enough, the wolf gave a slight nod, signaling for Zhou Min to hurry and leave. It couldn't maintain control for long. Zhou Min quickly made to run, but the person beside him cried out, "Little brother, take me with you." Zhou Min hesitated for a moment before cutting their vines. The conscious man hurriedly woke his companions, and the group staggered downstairs. However, Zhou Min suddenly sensed something. He whirled around, his dagger blocking an attacking vine. The alpha wolf's eyes were completely different now. It looked like a pure beast, its gaze terrifying, as if it was about to devour them at any moment. Zhou Min swallowed hard and glanced at the 3 others who were trembling in fear. While fending off the attacks, his arms sustaining several injuries, Zhou Min shouted at them, "Hurry up and run." The group didn't move. Zhou Min frowned. "Why aren't you running?" One of them said helplessly, We can't escape." The landing was blocked by other wolves, which were currently in a fierce battle with Cheng Zhiyu's group. If they went down there, they would probably be torn apart by those wolves first. Fuck. Zhou Min was sweating profusely from exhaustion, looking utterly disheveled. Just then, thorn-like plants suddenly erupted from the flat ground. The plants moved as if they were alive, lunging at them. Shit, don't let them touch you, or they'll suck you dry, the woman among the 3 survivors said. But in the next moment, the woman's arm was pierced. Her arm visibly withered, becoming like a mummy's, and she let out a painful scream. Her companion immediately used a knife he had just picked up from the floor to sever the thorn, and the mummification of the woman's arm finally stopped. But before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, more vines shot toward them. The group dodged in a panic. Just then, dozens of small lightning bolts struck the thorns. They were instantly charred black, momentarily stunned. Seeing this, the 3 survivors breathed a sigh of relief. They were already drenched in sweat, feeling on the verge of collapse. Zhou Min's eyes lit up as he saw the tall figure that had suddenly appeared. Brother Hai. Is the fight downstairs over? He glanced downstairs. The wolves hadn't all been killed yet. Zhou Min. Cheng Mo frowned. It's not over. Zhiyu told me to come up and check. He had awakened a new ability. Teleportation. Although he had just awakened it and could only teleport short distances, it was enough to get upstairs. Zhou Min didn't know how he had gotten upstairs, but Brother Hai was so powerful, he must have had his ways. Besides, the moment Cheng Mo arrived, Zhou Min instantly relaxed, as if he had found his backbone. Cheng Mo glanced at Zhou Min. Useless. Zhou Min rubbed his nose, feeling utterly wronged. He wasn't a combat-type ability user to begin with. The 3 people beside them supported one another as they shuffled closer. The alpha wolf seemed to have been enraged. Vines as thick as a man's wrist whipped toward them, kicking up dust. Compounded by the dim light, they were momentarily blinded. Cheng Mo narrowed his eyes, looked at the 3 survivors, and said to Zhou Min, "Take them downstairs." Down below, Cheng Zhiyu had already directed Xiao Huan to weave a cage of vines, trapping all the wolves inside. The wolves desperately tore at the vines, quickly ripping an opening. However, the gap was instantly repaired, making it impossible for them to break out of the vine cage for the time being. Cheng Zhiyu knew that Xiao could have incinerated all these wolves with a single blast of fire, but the dilapidated building was like a condemned house. He was afraid it would collapse. With the pack contained, Tian Kaio's ice arrows immediately shot into the cage. Within moments, all the wolves were dealt with. Tian Manman, holding his large blade, went around and delivered a finishing blow to each one. Cheng Zhiyu collected the wolves' corpses into his space. Seeing Zhou Min coming downstairs with 3 strangers, he didn't ask any questions and prepared to go up to help Cheng Mo. However, Cheng Mo's voice echoed from the floor above, "Leave this place." Cheng Zhiyu's pupils constricted. He still wanted to go up, but a sphere of water enveloped him and his companions, tossing them directly out of the villa. A tremendous crash followed from within the building. Cheng Mo had shamelessly reverted to his beast form. The alpha wolf was baffled as to how a perfectly normal human could suddenly transform into a beast even larger than itself. Over this period, Cheng Mo's beast form had grown significantly, now towering over the alpha wolf. The alpha was stunned for a second before immediately launching an attack. After being thrown out, Cheng Zhiyu's expression was grim. He stood up, intending to go back in, but before he could, the building collapsed with a deafening roar. A cloud of dust billowed up. When it settled, only a pile of ruins remained. Cheng Zhiyu's face turned pale. Cheng Mo. He ran over heedlessly and began digging through the rubble with his bare hands. Tian Kaio and the others rushed to help. Suddenly, the debris shifted, and Cheng Mo emerged from beneath a block of reinforced concrete. "I am fine," Cheng Mo said. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu's state, his heart filled with a sweet warmth, yet he also felt a pang of heartache. Cheng Zhiyu immediately ran over and threw his arms around him, saying through gritted teeth, "You scared me to death." Cheng Mo rubbed his nose. I am so powerful, how could I be crushed to death? You still dare to say that? Cheng Zhiyu was practically bursting with anger. Cheng Mo cleared his throat. I am filthy. I haven't had a chance to clean up yet. Without a hint of disgust, Cheng Zhiyu pulled him around, inspecting him from top to bottom. Seeing that he was only dirty and had no injuries, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Kaio and the others offered awkward smiles. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Cheng Mo smiled placatingly and pulled on Cheng Zhiyu's arm. Look, I got the pig out for you too. The pig had been thrown out along with them in the water sphere. For a moment, Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss for words. Cheng Mo was really. Cheng Mo gently shook his hand. You're not angry anymore, right? Cheng Zhiyu glared at him. I am. You scared me half to death. Then what will it take for you to not be angry? Cheng Mo pressed, following closely behind him. Cheng Zhiyu pursed his lips. We'll talk when we get back. Hearing this, Cheng Mo let out a sigh of relief. Good, it seemed he wasn't too angry. It's a boar, Zhou Min said, walking over to check the pig's gender. Tian Kaio was disappointed. A boar can't have piglets. Should we just eat it? The pig began to tremble violently. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment and decided to keep it for now. It could be used as a breeding boar. Perhaps hearing that it was going to be eaten, the pig shrieked and tried to run, but Xiao Huan wrapped a vine around its neck, and it didn't dare struggle anymore. Let's take it back for now, Cheng Zhiyu said. The three survivors hurried over. They all looked to be on the older side. The youngest was the woman, who appeared to be in her 40s, while the other two men looked to be in their 50s. Thank you, young brothers, the woman said with a smile. You're welcome. It was nothing, Cheng Zhiyu replied. We should be heading back. You all should leave soon, too. Seeing that they were about to leave, the woman quickly said, Wait, do you mind if I ask where you're going? We're trying to get to Xiaohe Base. Are you headed that way? As she spoke, she seemed a bit embarrassed and awkward. The other two men nodded eagerly. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Xiaohe Base their base? Their village used to be called Xiaohe Village, and they had later renamed it Xiaohe Base. Cheng Zhiyu and his group exchanged subtle glances before he asked, What are you going to Xiaohe Base for? The woman explained, We're from Cheng Base. Xiaohe Base sent a message saying they had acquired something of great research value, so the base sent us over. Zhou Min's eyes lit up. You're researchers sent by Cheng Base. Wow, Cheng Base is so righteous. They actually sent researchers over. The woman understood. So you're from Xiaohe Base. When they nodded, a genuine smile finally appeared on her face. What a coincidence. Could you possibly give us a ride? The two ability users who had been with them had already been eaten by the wolves. For the three of them, all researchers, to travel to Xiaohe Base on their own would be dangerous, even if it wasn't far. It was much better to go with this group. She had been hesitant to ask, but now that she knew they were from Xiaohe Base, it felt much more natural to do so. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Of course we can. After all, they were researchers sent over specifically for this. He had previously thought it would be good enough if Cheng Base simply sent someone to pick up the tube of blood for research. He felt he had done all he could. He never expected them to dispatch researchers all the way here. When Cheng Zhiyu had sent someone to deliver the message, he had been a little worried that they would dismiss Xiaohe Base as just a village and disregard the information. He hadn't expected to have been judging a gentleman by his own petty standards. However, what he didn't know was that the message he sent had, in fact, been largely ignored. The reason these three researchers were sent over was because they had been ostracized at the Research Institute. Even though the Research Institute was filled with scholars and experts, it didn't mean everyone was solely focused on research, oblivious to the world outside. The institute had been hastily assembled after the apocalypse and naturally lacked the established operational standards of its pre-apocalypse counterparts. The post-apocalypse Research Institute was chaotic. No one deferred to anyone else. The educated were haughty, looking down on this person and that, forming cliques and fighting amongst themselves all day long, with no real mind for research. These three were the honest folk of the institute. They weren't adept at socializing, disliked participating in the struggles, weren't scheming, and had no desire to pick a side. But not picking a side didn't mean others would leave you alone. Sometimes, when factions were fighting tooth and nail, a neutral party like them, if they couldn't be won over, became a thorn in both sides. Even if they were slow, the three of them could feel that the atmosphere in the institute was wrong. It was a strange feeling. A place that should have been for quiet research was filled with people whose minds were only on conflict. Their hearts weren't pure, and their focus wasn't on research. Under such circumstances, how long would it take to achieve any results? It was the apocalypse. As researchers, they wished for nothing more than to quickly develop a vaccine to benefit humanity, rather than bickering over these things. The three buried themselves in their work. Perhaps because others couldn't find fault with them, their days were relatively peaceful. That was until the base officials received the message from Xiaohe Base. The official plan was to send people to collect whatever Xiaohe Base had. They didn't know the specifics. When Cheng Zhiyu sent the message, he hadn't specified it was blood, fearing it would bring trouble for the elk. He figured that even if he handed over the blood later, he wouldn't reveal its origin. In any case, when the news reached the research institute, it didn't cause much of a stir. Xiaohe Base? Never heard of it. Where is that base from? I heard it's a village. Calling it a base is just a nice way of putting it. HMPH, a mere village. What could they possibly have that's of research value? Don't tell me they're just saying that to try and latch onto our base. The self-important researchers chatted casually, their words dismissive. Those fools in the administration actually took it seriously. I suppose we can't just do nothing. Let's send a few people over. Who should we send? Unsurprisingly, the three researchers who never participated in the infighting and were dedicated to their work were pushed forward. It wasn't that the three of them weren't angry, but they didn't refuse. In truth, refusing would have been useless anyway. However, they did have their own thoughts about going to Xiaohe Base. The research institute at Xiaohe Base was completely rotten. Unless the officials took control, it would continue this way, with no one taking research seriously. What results could possibly be achieved? The three of them weren't good at socializing and had to deal with pressure from this side and that every day. It was mentally and physically exhausting. Therefore, they were more willing to go to Xiaohe Base than stay at Xiaohe. No matter what, since that base had gone to the trouble of sending a message, they must be serious about research, right? And so, they set off from Xiaohe Base for Xiaohe Base. Two of them were ordinary people, and the third only had a level 1 water ability. Sending them on their own would have been a death sentence. Fortunately, Xiaohe Base assigned 2 powerful ability users to escort them. The journey was perilous but manageable until they ultimately fell prey to the wolves. They thought they were done for, but as luck would have it, they ran into Cheng Zhiyu and his group. We also brought some small pieces of equipment with us. We hid them somewhere. Let us go and find them, the woman said. In truth, this equipment was all stuff the Research Institute looked down on. They considered it outdated, so they might as well give it to the three of them. It was also a perfect excuse to report to the base officials and have the ability users go out and find better equipment for them. However, even if the equipment was a bit outdated, it was better than nothing. At least it would be somewhat useful. Before entering the dilapidated villa, they had cautiously hidden their vehicle. Now, they found it again and drove it over. On the way back, the researchers didn't ride in Cheng Zhiyu's car, but drove their own. To protect them, Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo rode with them in their vehicle. Cheng Zhiyu's space contained food Mother Cheng had prepared before they left. She had specially packed it for them so they could take it out and eat whenever they got hungry. Seeing how gaunt they all were, he figured they must be starving. After all, they had been tied up by the wolves and surely hadn't eaten. Cheng Zhiyu took out the home-cooked meal from his space and offered it to them. The woman swallowed, looking a bit embarrassed, but she was indeed hungry. After thanking him, she accepted the food. Seeing this, the other two men didn't refuse either. How could they refuse? It smelled too good. After eating, the three of them became much warmer. The woman introduced them, and Cheng Zhiyu learned their names. The woman's name was Kai Hongyi. Of the other two men, the younger one was Feng Wentao, and the older one was Chu Mingde. Cheng Zhiyu also told them his and Cheng Mo's names. As they drove, the boar followed behind the car, encircled by a sphere of water created by Cheng Mo. Kai Hongyi watched in amazement. She was the only one of the three with a water ability, but hers was too weak. She could only summon enough water to fill a cup, and no more. Seeing Cheng Mo use his ability like this, she couldn't help but marvel. I never imagined a water ability could be used this way. Mr. Cheng is truly ingenious. Cheng Zhiyu was in a good mood hearing this. Even though the praise was for Cheng Mo, he felt a sense of shared honor. Cheng Mo truly was amazing. The group returned to the base in a grand procession. The moment the guards saw the fat pig encircled by the water sphere, they broke into smiles. It had been a long time since they had seen an adorable domestic pig. In the apocalypse, many animals had mutated. It was quite difficult to encounter a normal, non-mutated animal. After all, without mutating, it was probably hard for them to survive. Cheng Zhiyu took the three researchers to Lin Kang, then went with Cheng Mo to the pig pen to put the pig inside. The alfalfa was basically ready to be eaten. He had someone cut some and feed it to the pig. He had worried that it might not eat due to being in a new environment, but unexpectedly, the pig wasn't shy at all. Its mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, and it immediately started snorting and chomping on the alfalfa. Some people also caught chickens, ducks, and some rabbits, said the person in charge of animal husbandry. The people in charge of husbandry were mostly ordinary people. It was a job ordinary people could do, which not only provided them with an income, but also freed up the ability users, especially since the base didn't have many of them. Those chickens, ducks, and rabbits haven't mutated, but they look much bigger than before the apocalypse. As an ordinary person who hadn't left the base much since it was established, the animal caretaker found such animals to be a rare sight. Cheng Zhiyu had noticed this before. It wasn't just the mutated beasts that were different from their pre-apocalypse counterparts. Other animals were too. They didn't awaken abilities, but they grew larger and their hides and flesh became tougher, making them better adapted to the apocalyptic environment. Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo went to take a look and indeed saw larger chickens and ducks. They were clearly much bigger than before the apocalypse, looking to be about twice the size of a pre-apocalypse chicken. These chickens and ducks looked delicious. People used to love free-range chickens, and just look at these. They lived outside the base before, so they look very robust. The caretaker was clearly passionate about animal husbandry. He couldn't hide the smile on his face as he looked at the birds. The eggs laid by these chickens and ducks were also naturally much larger than ordinary eggs. Once they were fertilized and hatched, there would be more and more of them. The very thought of it was delightful. Next, they went to see the rabbits. Having been caught and brought back, they had already started digging burrows. The rabbits were much cuter than the chickens and ducks. It's said that rabbits are timid, but these were unusually bold. One of them even hopped to Cheng Zhiyu's feet and tried to bite him with its two big buck teeth, attempting to drive this human out of its new territory. This rabbit doesn't have any abilities, but we have to be really careful when we feed it. It's very fierce. It'll bite at the drop of a hat. A caretaker was bitten before, and it bled a lot. The caretaker quickly warned Cheng Zhiyu to be careful and not let his guard down just because it was a rabbit. Even before the apocalypse, rabbits' teeth were formidable. It was just that pre-apocalypse rabbits were timid and rarely attacked humans unless they were touched or provoked. But these post-apocalypse rabbits weren't timid at all. Maybe their buck teeth had gotten stronger. According to the ability users who caught this warren of rabbits, They only encountered them because a snake had been trying to prey on them, but the rabbits spotted it. The rabbits swarmed and bit the snake, unafraid of its venom. In the end, they actually managed to bite the snake to death. The rabbits were quick and avoided the snake's fangs. After winning their battle, they ignored the dead snake and happily went off to find grass to eat. The ability users took the opportunity to catch them, but it was no easy task. This warren of rabbits was ferocious, and it took a great deal of effort to capture them. After hearing the story, Cheng Zhiyu moved his foot away. The rabbit, thinking he had been scared off by its large teeth, looked smug and prepared to chase and bite him again. But the next second, it was picked up by the scruff of its neck. Besides its buck teeth, a rabbit has another powerful weapon: its hind legs. Those hind legs were packed with muscle and incredibly strong. It bent its legs and kicked forcefully at Cheng Mo, who was holding it. Unfortunately, while the force would have been significant for an ordinary person, to Cheng Mo, it was like a tickle. Cheng Mo held the rabbit up. This rabbit is so active, its meat must be delicious. Zhiyu, can I have spicy diced rabbit? Oh, please don't. The caretaker kept his distance, not daring to get closer. Because Cheng Mo had grabbed that one rabbit, the others weren't scared and were running over to get revenge. As an ordinary person, he couldn't withstand their biting and kicking, so he had to stay far away. That one's pregnant with baby rabbits, please don't. Let it go quickly. The caretaker's heart ached for it. Although the rabbit was a bit fierce, rabbits could breed. They have several litters a year, multiplying very quickly. That was a lot of potential meat, he said, swallowing hard. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu quickly told Cheng Mo to let it go. She's pregnant. You should be more considerate. Cheng Mo had no choice but to toss the rabbit aside. But this rabbit really held a grudge. Instead of running away, it bit Cheng Mo on the leg. Cheng Zhiyu quickly picked up the rabbit, tossed it far away, and crouched down worriedly to check on Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo hissed. Ouch, that hurts. Let me see. I hope it didn't draw blood. Cheng Zhiyu quickly pulled up his pant leg to look. In the end, after examining it for a while, he found not only was there no blood, but there wasn't even a tooth mark. If that bite had been on an ordinary person, it would have definitely drawn blood. Cheng Zhiyu angrily pulled the pant leg back down. Seeing Cheng Mo still sucking in a breath, he said irritably, "Stop pretending. There isn't even a mark." Cheng Mo frowned. I blame my body for being too tough. He had been hoping to get a little sympathy from Zhiyu. The caretaker exclaimed in shock, my God, a piece of the rabbit's tooth chipped off. It was probably in pain because it became much more docile. It didn't even bite when the caretaker pried its mouth open to check its teeth. The caretaker took the opportunity to stroke its fur. No matter what, bunnies were still cute. Having seen enough, Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo left. You have the nerve. Cheng Zhiyu said. Do you have any idea how dangerous today was? Despite being scolded, Cheng Mo was in a good mood, sensing Cheng Zhiyu's concern for him. I wouldn't have done that if I wasn't absolutely confident. You were terrified, weren't you? Cheng Mo looked quite pleased with himself as he said this. Cheng Zhiyu was so angry he pinched him. Be serious. Cheng Mo felt wronged. I am being serious. Cheng Zhiyu said earnestly, don't you ever do that again, you hear me? God knows, when he saw that villa collapse, it felt like his heart had been seized in a tight grip. He forgot to breathe, his mind went blank, and he couldn't calm down at all. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. Cheng Mo took Cheng Zhiyu's hand and frowned. When did you get this cut on your hand? It was a very shallow wound that hadn't even bled. Cheng Zhiyu hadn't noticed it before. Cheng Mo's brow furrowed tightly. I won't do it again. Zhiyu must have been so scared for him that he tried to dig through the rubble with his bare hands, and that's how he got hurt. Lin Kang was especially delighted by the arrival of Kai Hongyi and her two colleagues, and he personally went to welcome them. After their quarantine period outside the base, the three of them made their way inside. Seeing that the base didn't look much different from a village, they took it in stride. They already knew, before they came, that the base had formerly been a village. I never expected Xiaohe Base to be willing to send several researchers over. Lin Kang shook their hands excitedly. I am truly surprised and delighted. And I am very grateful that all of you were willing to come to our small base. Kai Hongyi and the others looked a bit embarrassed. Although they had come here willingly, it was also because they had no other choice. Even if they had been unwilling, they would have had to come. Who told them not to pick a side, making them a thorn in the side of both factions? But no matter how foolish they were, they would never say that out loud. Kai Hongyi said, as researchers, we are very interested in the things you mentioned. If we can contribute to all of humankind, we are willing to go anywhere. That at least was the truth. Lin Kang's smile widened. He liked this kind of pure intellectual. Your dedication puts me to shame, Lin Kang said. But as you can see, we are just a small base, incomparable to a large one like Xiaohe Base. However, please rest assured, if you have any problems, just let us know. We will do everything in our power to accommodate your needs. Kai Hongyi nodded and smiled. Thank you very much. She felt this was quite good. Back at Xiaohe Base, they weren't skilled in office politics, making them insignificant figures at the research institute. But here at Xiaohe Base, they were able to meet the highest leader right away. One could tell from the way Feng Wentao and Chu Mingde barely spoke that Kai Hongyi was the most talkative among them. I'll have someone arrange accommodations for you right away, Lin Kang said. You've just arrived, and the journey must have been unsettling. Please rest for now. We can discuss everything else once you've recovered. There's no rush. Kai Hongyi and the others were indeed exhausted, both physically and mentally. Especially after being treated as a food reserve by the wolf pack, that day had been truly terrifying. They had even witnessed the wolves tearing apart the flesh of the two ability users. The sight had made all three of them vomit. It was a testament to their mental fortitude that they hadn't gone mad. Although they appeared fine on the surface now, a string of tension had been pulled taut in their minds. They hadn't dared to relax it until they reached a safe place. Now that they could finally let go, a profound weariness washed over their entire bodies. Lin Kang noticed this, so he didn't say much more and quickly had someone show them to their rooms to rest. He arranged a courtyard house for them. The rooms were already tidied, with soft bedding on the beds. As soon as they lay down, Kai Hongyi and the others fell asleep within moments. When they woke up, someone had brought them water. After thanking the person, they washed up. Food was also delivered, and they didn't stand on ceremony, finishing every last bite. Feng Wentao wiped his mouth. You know, even though Xiaohe Base isn't as large or well-developed as Xiaohe Base, I feel so much more comfortable here. The respect they show us is because of our status as researchers, Chu Mingde said, taking a sip of water that soothed his throat, which had been dry for days. Since we're here, we should focus on our research and make ourselves worthy of their regard. Kai Hongyi nodded and sighed. I find it comfortable here too. On our way, we saw villagers who, despite being thin, had smiles on their faces. It's unlike the previous base, where everyone had grim expressions and hurried about. They were all just struggling to survive. Kai Hongyi continued, since we're here, we should just settle in. Going back is impossible. Besides, given the situation at the research institute, I really don't want to go back. The three of them were by no means lacking in ability. Before the apocalypse, they were all pillars of their respective projects. Logically, they shouldn't have ended up in such a state. But the current research institute was no longer a place of pure science. If you didn't curry favor and play the game, you were pushed to the margins. I don't want to go back either, Sai. Chu Mingde was the oldest of the group, nearly 60. It's not that I believe researchers must be absolutely pure, but how many of them are truly focused on research anymore? I see no future for humanity in them. If they continue like this, when will humanity ever defeat the zombies? Hey, old Chu, don't get so worked up. Feng Wentao patted Chu Mingde's shoulder, understanding his feelings. But no matter how much they said, they had no control over the institute back there anymore. They could only hope to do their own work well. Lin Kang sent someone over to show them around the base. Kai Hongyi and the others didn't refuse, as it seemed they would be staying here for the long term. As they walked, they noticed that while the ordinary people here didn't live as well as the ability users, the gap wasn't nearly as large as it was in Xiaohe Base. Moreover, it seemed Xiaohe Base paid considerable attention to ordinary people, doing its best to provide them with jobs. The common folk here weren't anxious and numb like those at Xiaohe Base. When they had free time, they would gather to chat and laugh. This greatly increased Feng Wentao and Chu Mingda's favorable impression of Xiaohe Base. They were ordinary people themselves. Although their knowledge prevented them from struggling as much as the average person, the two factions at the Research Institute were both led by ability users. It wasn't that they hated ability users, but to some extent, they felt that life was hard for ordinary people. They weren't at the bottom of Xiaohe Base, but they were certainly at the bottom of the Research Institute. Sai. Yurei growing crops. Kai Hongyi overheard a few villagers discussing this and asked their guide in surprise. The guide smiled at the mention of it. Yes, the crops look different every day. We're all eagerly waiting for them to ripen. Kai Hongyi hadn't expected this small base to be so advanced in this area. Xiaohe Base had recruited hundreds of plant ability users to work day and night cultivating mutated seeds, and only recently had they managed to grow a few types and plant a field. It was about dozens of acres, and while large, it was still far from achieving food self-sufficiency, especially with Xiaohe Base's large population. They asked the guide how much Xiaohe Base had planted. The guide replied, "We have 2 types of mutated wheat, 15 acres in total. We also planted lettuce, Chinese cabbage, and alfalfa. We've started raising livestock, so it probably won't be long before the base has a steady supply of meat. Our main focus is the mutated wheat. A dozen or so acres is enough for us since we don't have many people, and we're short on manpower. For now, this is all we can plant." Kai Hongyi was a bit surprised. The guide had said they were short on manpower, not mutated seeds. Could this small base be hiding some incredible talents? When they reached the fields and saw the vast expanse of green, they were momentarily speechless. The crops were growing remarkably well, even better than those at Xiaohe Base. This wheat is huge. The ears are massive too. How did they get so big? The researchers from the major base suddenly felt as if they were the ones who had never seen the world. Look at it, this wheat is almost as tall as a person, isn't it? Oh, this is our giant mutated wheat. It'll grow even taller. When it ripens, a single grain will be as big as your palm. Hearing their amazement, the guide proudly began to explain. Really? Even the usually quiet Chu Mingda couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. A superior strain. This is a superior strain. If we can popularize this wheat, how could we ever worry about not having enough food? As he spoke, Chu Mingda was moved to tears. Although their field of research wasn't agriculture, they were all researchers dedicated to serving the people. How could they not be excited to hear of such an incredible seed? Xiaohe Base had mutated seeds too, but their mutations weren't nearly as thrilling. A single grain as large as one's palm. The guide rubbed his nose. Seeing how emotional they were, he couldn't help but clarify, well, not quite as big as a palm, but a little smaller. That's still huge. Feng Wentao stared at the wheat field, his eyes unblinking. Will we be able to eat this too? He wasn't just thinking about eating it. He was wondering if he could get a seed or two. Even though it wasn't their field of study, seeing something new always made them itch to research it. Of course. Everyone in the base can eat it, the guide said calmly, but his words sent waves crashing through the minds of Kai Hongyi and the others. At a large base like Xiaohe, all resources were skewed toward ability users. This approach allowed the base to develop at the fastest possible rate, but life for the common people at the bottom was incredibly difficult, and they made up the vast majority of the population. Kai Hongyi didn't believe ordinary people were useless. On the contrary, the construction of a base depended on them. But the ability users were too powerful, and those in charge had unconsciously begun to ignore ordinary people and their needs. This development path was undoubtedly pathological, but what could be done? Kai Hongyi herself had no answer. She never expected to come to such an obscure little base and see a completely different model of development. Here, ordinary people were also taken into consideration. They weren't a segment of the population meant to be abandoned. Suddenly, Kai Hongyi felt they had made the right choice. Xiaohe Base might be small, but it was different. Very different. This wheat looks rather ordinary, Feng Wentao and Chu Mingde, now more talkative, remarked as they walked over to a field of unremarkable-looking wheat. Hearing this, the guide from Xiaohe Base immediately set the record straight. No, this one isn't ordinary either. This is multi-harvest mutated wheat. After you cut one harvest, another one will grow. Kai Hongyi's eyes widened. She stared at the wheat until she could almost see flowers blooming on it, finally noticing a slight difference. With a complex mix of emotions, she said, "So it's like chives." The guide from Xiaohe Base replied, "It's not quite that amazing. I heard it can only be harvested 5 times. Doesn't that mean the yield is 5 times the original?" Feng Wentao was in a bit of a daze. He couldn't believe that in the eyes of the people of Xiaohe Base, such an incredible type of wheat was considered so ordinary. This might be a small base, but in many aspects, it was not inferior to a large base. No, it had even surpassed them. The guide didn't know what grand ideas were running through his head. In truth, the reason everyone was so calm about it was simply because they had heard about it so often. They heard it from family at home and from others around the base. When you hear something every day, the initial excitement naturally fades. The 3 researchers stood by the fields for a long time, unable to calm their turbulent emotions. Then, they heard that Xiaohe Base had also started raising livestock. "We planted alfalfa over there to feed them. Unfortunately, the base doesn't have many animals yet, but I believe it won't be long before we're self-sufficient in meat." As he spoke about this, his eyes filled with a longing for meat. He was really craving it. Xiaohe Base was also raising livestock. After all, if a base wanted to be self-sufficient, it couldn't do without it. They couldn't just keep sending ability users out to hunt, could they? Not only was it dangerous, but the game would eventually run out. Fortunately, although there were mutated animals, they had discovered that most of the ones with abilities were wild. Domesticated pigs and poultry, while changed, had only grown larger and hadn't developed abilities. Otherwise, it would have been a real problem. So Xiaohe Base had also started its own breeding program. They had no shortage of manpower, and ordinary people were perfectly capable of raising animals. Those who had been imprisoned in the base's jail for committing crimes were put to work as part of their labor reform. However, since Xiaohe Base had yet to achieve food self-sufficiency, its animal husbandry was still a small-scale endeavor. After all, animals needed to eat. Even if they didn't consume as much grain as humans, they still required sustenance. They never imagined that Xiaohe Base had already planted such a vast field of alfalfa. Kai Hongyi and the others wanted to see the livestock farm, and their guide readily agreed. It wasn't a secret, and besides, the farm was quite a distance away. Just as they were about to head over, a scrawny man suddenly lunged toward them. Startled, Kai Hongyi and her colleagues quickly stepped back. "Xiang Zhang, what are you doing? These are researchers from a major base. If you scare them, Yao'll be in for it." The guide recognized the man and immediately started yelling. Xiang Zhang looked particularly wretched, even thinner than before. He was never full and had to work constantly. How could he endure it? While working earlier, he had spotted Kai Hongyi's group from a distance. He overheard yesterday that some researchers were visiting their base. As a resident of Xiaohe village, even if he didn't know everyone personally, he recognized most faces. Kai Hongyi and the others, however, were complete strangers. He instantly concluded they must be the researchers. An idea formed in his mind, and he rushed over. Confirming their identities, he felt not fear but a surge of excitement. He had long grown tired of this life of endless labor. He appeared obedient on the surface, but it was only because he was too exhausted to cause any other trouble. In his heart, however, he was restless, always scheming for a way to end this kind of life. And now he had his chance. These educated people were the easiest to soften up. Plus, they were researchers, so their status was surely high. If he played the part of a pitiful old man and begged them, couldn't he be saved? At this thought, he seethed with hatred for the people of Xiao village. They were once from the same village, sharing some small bond, yet not a single person had pleaded on his behalf. He had truly misjudged them. Now, looking at the alarmed expressions of Kai Hongyi and the others, Xiang Qizheng let out a loud wail. He was in his 50s, but looked over 60. Crying so unabashedly did make him seem somewhat pitiable. Is something the matter? Why are you crying like this? Kai Hongyi felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but ask. The guide, who knew the inside story, felt his stomach drop. So that's why Xiang Qizheng had suddenly rushed over. He was up to something else, the sly old fox. He grew anxious. If this old trickster started spouting nonsense, wouldn't it tarnish the Base's reputation? What would these researchers, who had come all this way, think? But stopping him now would make them look guilty, even though Xiang Qizheng was clearly in the wrong. He glared fiercely at the man. As expected, Xiang Qizheng began to twist the truth. Kind sirs, please, I beg you, save me. I can't live like this anymore. Just because I offended someone, they sent me here to work. Day and night without rest. I am just an old man, how can my old bones take this? If this continues, they'll work me to death. My life is so miserable. My son is missing, I don't even know if he's dead or alive, and it's just me and my old wife left. I don't even earn contribution points for my labor. My wife has to work herself to the bone every day to earn points, but how can one person support the two of us? These people are too cruel. I've become a burden to my wife. I'd rather just die than let this go on. Kai Hongyi and her colleagues were taken aback. They hadn't expected such things to happen at Xiaohe Base. But they weren't fools. They wouldn't believe Xiang Qizheng's one-sided story. Their guide sneered. Xiang Qizheng, you really know how to spin a tale. Who was it that dug up the mutated seeds planted in the fields? Originally, if you had just worked hard and reformed yourself, you might have been able to return to your old life after some time. But now you're trying to ruin the Base's reputation. Just you wait, I'll have a good talk with Director Fang about this. Aren't you all being too cruel? I was just too hungry. I came to dig up a few seeds to eat. I didn't even dig up that many. Xiang Qizheng cried, tears streaming down his face. Are you just going to watch me starve to death? I already know I was wrong, so why do you keep tormenting me? Nonsense. The Base clearly distributed 2 kilograms of rice to every single person. The guide retorted, furious. If you truly had nothing to eat and were starving, that would be one thing. But you had food. You did it on purpose. Xiang Qizheng flinched. He had, in fact, dug up the mutated seeds deliberately. He had applied to join the farming department, but Fang Yue had rejected him outright, leaving him resentful. But he would never admit it. So that's how it is. And here I was, feeling sorry for you, Kai Hongyi said, her voice devoid of the sympathy he had imagined. Mutated seeds are the hope of a Base. You had food to eat, yet you secretly dug them up. You are a traitor to this Base. Her colleagues were also quite angry. A single mutated seed was a rare treasure even at Kayang Base. It could grow into a new plant, which would then produce more seeds, continuing the cycle. This old man had dug up something so important and eaten it. It was infuriating. Xiang Qizheng had cried for so long only to receive this outcome. He was so angry he could have ground his teeth to dust. Because of his latest stunt, he was assigned even more work. Before, he had at least had moments to catch his breath. Now, he was forced to labor without pause. Kai Hongyi and the others shook their heads. They realized that Xiaohe Base was actually quite merciful. Mutated seeds were so vital, yet the punishment for eating them was merely forced labor. At Xiaohe Base, he would have likely lost his life. Soon, Kai Hongyi and her team were engrossed in their research. They were housed in a small building within the base, and to ensure their safety, ability users were assigned to patrol the area regularly. Cheng Zhiyu handed them the blood he had previously stored and explained the situation. Is that true? You're saying the animal was bitten, but didn't mutate. Only one of its legs turned into a zombie's. Kai Hongyi was incredibly excited after hearing his account. She stared at the vial of blood in front of her, as if it were the very flame of humanity's future. If Xiaohe Base had sent someone to explain the situation clearly from the start, she believed the three of them wouldn't have even gotten the chance to come. Who would have thought that such a thing existed in a small, remote base? If Cheng Zhiyu knew what she was thinking, he would have felt relieved. He had no desire to attract a horde of research fanatics. If they knew the little deer possessed the ability to resist the zombie virus, some of them might want to dissect it. Of course, Cheng Zhiyu would never allow that. While he hoped a vaccine could be developed quickly, he didn't want it to come at the cost of any life. If the subject were a willing volunteer, that would be one thing. But the subject was the little deer. As intelligent as it was, what could it possibly understand? Could it comprehend what being a research subject would entail? Therefore, Cheng Zhiyu was intentionally protective of the deer. For now, one vial of blood was enough. Kai Hongyi and her team were thrilled and, importantly, didn't ask to see the donor of the blood sample. The moment they received it, they immediately began their research, too preoccupied to even speak with Cheng Zhiyu. He didn't mind. It was a good thing. So far, Kai Hongyi and the others appeared to be purely dedicated researchers. To facilitate their work, the base assigned several assistants to them, all of whom were university graduates with relevant academic backgrounds. As time went on, Cheng Zhiyu would occasionally pass by the fields and notice the wheat was slowly beginning to turn yellow. Before long, it would be time for a bountiful harvest. Then one day, he heard a commotion coming from the fields. He saw a flock of birds pecking at the crops. These birds were incredibly bold. Fang Yue and the others were desperately trying to drive them away. Some birds were killed, but the rest remained unafraid, continuing to eat. It seemed the birds were starving as well. Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo quickly joined in to help drive them off. Finally, after half the flock was dead, the other half flew away. Of course, it was also possible they had simply eaten their fill. Ugh! These damn birds. Grandpa Zhao looked at the many empty wheat stalks, his heart aching. Fang Yue had a headache. It looks like we'll need someone watching the fields at all times. These birds have no fear of death. They came once before, and we barely managed to chase them away. Now they ray back, and there are even more of them. They were just ordinary birds, though they appeared much larger than before the apocalypse. They were quite beautiful, with colorful feathers, but when they ate the wheat, they were relentless. Cheng Zhiyu frowned, concerned about one thing. Is the meat from these birds edible? Fang Yue shook his head and sighed. It would be great if it were. We killed so many, it might have compensated for the loss of wheat. But the meat is bitter and poisonous. It's completely inedible. Evidently, Fang Yue had already tried eating the birds after their first attack, only to find the meat was no good. It was infuriating. What are we going to do? Grandpa Zhao was so upset that tears welled in his eyes. Before the apocalypse, birds also ate crops, but they were afraid of people. A scarecrow was enough to keep them away. Now, after the apocalypse, the birds had become detestable creatures that couldn't be driven off and didn't fear humans. They were only holding back because there were so many people here. With fewer people around, they would even peck at them. If these birds keep coming back, it'll be like a plague of locusts. All the crops we've worked so hard to grow will be eaten clean. Grandpa Zhao's face was etched with worry. The initial joy of a looming harvest was now shrouded in a dark cloud. The wheat is almost mature anyway. Why don't we just harvest it early? Fang Yue said, his face filled with pain as he looked at the ravaged stalks. These were the fruits of their hard labor. Damn those birds. If we harvest early, the yield might be much lower. Grandpa Zhao hesitated, wondering if there was a better solution. A reduced yield is better than having it all eaten by these birds, Fang Yue sighed, looking up at a nearby tree. Look at them. The birds are just sitting there, waiting for us to leave. Furious, Fang Yue grabbed a clod of dirt from the ground and hurled it at them. The birds dodged the projectile, but showed no intention of leaving, simply resettling on the branches. Just looking at them was infuriating. Sigh. Since taking charge of the agriculture department, this was the most worried Fang Yue had ever been. If this doesn't work, we'll just have to send more people over. We'll set up shifts to watch the crops and keep an eye on these birds. Fang Yue gritted his teeth again. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Cheng Mo raised a hand and sent dozens of lightning bolts flying. Seeing their companions getting scorched, the other birds were finally scared and hastily flapped their wings to escape. Sigh, it's no use. They'll be back, Fang Yue said, having dealt with these birds before and knowing their habits. You drove them away this time, but it won't be long before they return with even more of their kind. And these birds are extremely vindictive. Even after they've had their fill, they'll deliberately peck the wheat ears to pieces, scattering them all over the ground. Listening to this, Cheng Zhiyu agreed that the birds were truly detestable. Coming to eat was one thing, that could barely be excused as survival. But deliberately destroying the wheat was just too much. If only we had something to cover the wheat and block the birds, someone remarked. We should have built a greenhouse from the start. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu grew thoughtful. Xiao San seemed to have a function like that. However, he wasn't sure if it could be used on crops, so he didn't say anything. He planned to go back and check first to avoid getting everyone's hopes up for nothing. With that in mind, Cheng Zhiyu headed back. He eagerly entered the system space. Xiao San had already reached level 2 after he fed it some crystal cores. He opened Xiao San's information panel and carefully examined its functions. A smile spread across his face. It seemed worth a try. He returned to the fields and spoke with Fang Yue and Grandpa Zhao. Fang Yue and Grandpa Zhao had been planning to take turns guarding the crops. As the backbones of the agriculture department, one of them needed to be present in case anything happened. Fang Yue had just been suggesting that Grandpa Zhao take the day shift while he took the night shift. He couldn't let an old man go without sleep all night. But then they heard Cheng Zhiyu say he had an idea. Both men instantly grew excited. Really? Xiao Cheng, you really have a solution. Cheng Zhiyu didn't make any firm promises. I am not certain, but we can give it a try. As he spoke, he summoned Xiao San. Having leveled up to 2, Xiao San now had a new ability in addition to its basic defense. Division. It could split itself into 3. The crop that needed protection was the nearly ripe wheat, so the 3 Xiao Sans rooted themselves in different parts of the wheat field. Xiao San looked like an ordinary plant, except for its umbrella-like shape. It didn't look very big either. It was about the size of a regular umbrella. Fang Yue was worried. Can this really protect such a large area? Cheng Zhiyu wasn't entirely sure himself, but there was only one way to find out. The group didn't leave, instead heading into the small building the agriculture department had built near the fields. Ordinary plants can't adapt to the current environment, and unmanaged crops have no chance at all. I think those birds have set their sights on our base, Fang Yue said, shaking his head. I hope that umbrella-like thing works. It was no wonder he was anxious. This wheat was the base's staple food. Lin Kang had mentioned before that their current food reserves would only last a few more months at most. If something happened to this harvest, what would everyone eat? The pressure on him was immense. Cheng Zhiyu took a sip of tea. Don't worry too much. If it really comes to it, well, just wait a little longer and harvest the wheat early. Once it's in the warehouse, I doubt the birds can get to it. You're right, that's our only option, Grandpa Xiao nodded. It couldn't be helped. Compared to having the entire crop eaten, an early harvest with a slightly lower yield was acceptable. Cheng Zhiyu finished his tea, and Cheng Mo immediately refilled his cup. He smiled, drank it again, and Cheng Mo poured him another. After finishing it once more, Cheng Zhiyu covered his cup. No more. He had a belly full of tea. Cheng Mo looked slightly disappointed. He took the cup, poured some for himself, and said, "Ill drink." Fang Yue glanced at the untouched cup in front of Cheng Mo. It was as if his place was so poor they didn't have enough cups, and two people had to share one. He really didn't understand the younger generation anymore. As they were talking, Cheng Zhiyu's keen senses picked up the sound of flapping wings. He immediately announced they're here. The others knew exactly what was coming. Forgetting their tea, they rushed out the door. Sure enough, another flock of birds had landed on the tree. This time there were even more of them, hundreds at a glance. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Aren't these birds supposed to be short on food? How can there be so many? They had already killed so many, yet more kept coming. The others couldn't figure it out either. Logically, without food, they should have starved to death. How could there be so many? But now wasn't the time to ponder that. Before, they wanted nothing more than for the birds to stay away from the crops. Now, hoping to test Xiao San's effectiveness, they actually wanted them to come. Fortunately, the birds were incredibly bold. Even with the men standing right there, they showed no fear. After a brief rustle of feathers, one bird charged forward, quickly followed by a second and a third. They flew over, casting a dark, ominous shadow that was unsettling to watch. Seeing the delicious wheat so close, the flock sped up, each bird scrambling to get ahead of the others, like a volley of small cannonballs. However, what happened next confused them. As the first bird neared the wheat, it seemed to hit a transparent barrier. With a loud thud, it was sent reeling, dizzy from the impact. The birds behind it couldn't stop in time, and slammed into it one after another with a series of thuds. The flock looked bewildered, flapping their wings and circling above the wheat. There was clearly nothing there, so why did they feel like they were being blocked? Watching the birds' anxious yet helpless display, the men's faces lit up with joy. Fang Yue exclaimed, "This is fantastic. Xiao Cheng, your thing really works." Grandpa Zhao was so moved, he wiped tears from his eyes. Wonderful, just wonderful. The crops are saved. Perhaps the birds weren't very intelligent. Though they didn't understand what had just blocked them, they confirmed there was nothing in their way and charged forward again, jostling for position. A series of thuds rang out again. Seemingly impervious to pain, they furiously rammed into whatever was between them and the food, trying to shatter it. Unfortunately, the barrier was incredibly sturdy. Not only did it not break, but a few of the birds seemed to have crashed themselves to death, their bodies thudding onto the ground. After several repeated attempts, the number of dead birds on the ground grew. The remaining live ones finally seemed to accept reality. They had hit a wall. There would be no food for them today. They should leave now, right? Fang Yue watched, his heart pounding. He had been terrified that if the birds kept ramming themselves so recklessly, Cheng Zhiyu's defense might not hold. Luckily, it held. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the flock give up on the food. Instead, they landed in twos and threes, near the bodies of their fallen companions. What are they doing now? Are they going to take their comrades back? Fang Yue muttered. They didn't seem so sentimental before. Cheng Zhiyu glanced over and frowned instantly. They're eating the corpses. What? Both Fang Yue and Grandpa Zhao stared wide-eyed, their faces turning pale. They clearly couldn't accept the idea of cannibalism. Looking closer, the birds seemed to know nothing but eating. Completely ignoring the people nearby, they scrambled to snatch the corpses of their own kind. 2 or 3 would grab a single body, tear it to shreds, and devour it with relish. Cheng Zhiyu finally understood. No wonder there were so many of these birds, and all of them plump, even when there was supposedly no food elsewhere. This was why. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't bear to watch any longer and looked at Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo raised his hand, and dozens of lightning bolts rained down on the birds. A few were hit, and the rest finally felt fear. They flapped their wings frantically, gave the corpses on the ground a reluctant look, and flew away. We never had birds like this around here before. They'll really do anything for food, Grandpa Xiao said, still feeling sick from the scene he'd just witnessed. Those birds were beautiful on the outside, but their behavior was terrifyingly cruel. They were carnivores. At least the wheat is safe, Fang Yue said, a smile returning to his face. After a few more attempts, the birds will learn they can't get to the wheat and give up. It won't be long before we can harvest it anyway. He finished and looked at Cheng Zhiyu. It's all thanks to Xiao Cheng. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. I was just trying it out. I didn't expect it to actually work. Since it worked, Xiao San would stay here, and the problem of the wheat being eaten was solved. Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo left. The moment they started walking, Cheng Mo took his hand. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly and tried to shake it off, but couldn't. Cheng Mo was displeased. Cheng Zhiyu, I'm your boyfriend. What's wrong with holding hands? He had just seen a young couple holding hands and immediately wanted to hold Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu quickly placated him. All right. If you want to hold my hand, then hold it. Only then did Cheng Mo smile. It was getting late, so the two headed home. Tian Kaio excitedly ran over with some people. Cheng Zi, look what we got. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the bottle in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Alcohol. That's right. I haven't had a drink since the apocalypse started. I traded a lot of meat for this. Tian Kaio hugged the bottle tightly. There's only this one. Let's savor it later. Why didn't you say you wanted to drink? Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. I have plenty in my space. I even have maodai. He had come across some on his travels and stored it in his space. He wasn't much of a drinker, but figured it might come in handy someday. Drinking on the road was too risky, so he had never taken it out, and after returning to the base, he had completely forgotten about it. There were so many things in his space that he wouldn't have remembered if Tian Kaio hadn't brought it up. You have maodai. Tian Kaio instantly stopped clutching his bottle. Who cared about this stuff when maodai was an option? Zhou Min had been planning to pester Tian Kaio for a taste of his bottle, but hearing Cheng Zhiyu mention maodai, he immediately lost all interest in Tian Kaio's booze. Brother Cheng, hurry up and bring it out. Mao. I've never had it in my life. Tian Manman's mouth watered at the mention of it. He didn't know what maodai was. Is Mao delicious? Ilha. Tian Kaio clapped Tian Manman on the shoulder. It's not for eating, it's liquor. Who knows if it tastes good? But it was super expensive before the apocalypse, several thousand for a single bottle. We could never afford it back then. It must be good, right? Otherwise, why would it sell for so much? Cheng Zhiyu smiled and pulled out a case of maodai, declaring with a grand wave of his hand, drink as much as you want. But this was Beijio, who could really drink as much as they wanted. Just having a few ounces was a sign of a decent tolerance. When Father Tian and Father Cheng heard there was maodai, they were ecstatic. They put their heads together and decided to whip up some snacks to go with the drinks that evening. It had been a while since they'd had a reason to be this happy. They fried some peanuts and made a few cold dishes. Mother Cheng was an expert at braising, so she also prepared some braised meat that paired perfectly with the alcohol. Although no one present was a heavy drinker, the allure of maodai was strong. Everyone wanted a taste. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't particularly interested in alcohol. He watched them exchange toasts and simply ate the food. This braised meat was delicious. Cheng Mo didn't seem interested either, occasionally tossing a peanut into his mouth. The freshly fried peanuts were fragrant and crunchy, perfectly seasoned with a sprinkle of salt. You're not drinking? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Cheng Mo poured a glass, brought it to his nose for a sniff, and then frowned. It smells awful. He truly couldn't understand why Tian Kaio and the others were so excited about liquor. Hey, don't waste it if you poured it. Tian Kaio, perhaps a little drunk already, was bold enough to lecture Cheng Mo. He reached for the glass. Give it to me, I'll drink it. Cheng Mo slapped his hand away. You can't have it. You're not drinking it, but you won't let me drink it either. Tian Kaio was fuming, thinking the man was being utterly unreasonable. Cheng Zhi, you tell me, have you ever met anyone like this? Cheng Zhiyu sighed and said to Cheng Mo, don't argue with a drunk. Of course, Cheng Mo wasn't going to actually get into it with Tian Kaio. He was just a bit disgusted by the reek of alcohol on him. It was unpleasant. He leaned against Cheng Zhiyu and took a sniff, feeling as though his sense of smell had been saved. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly, glanced awkwardly at his mother, who was pretending to be busy, and rubbed his nose. Tian Kaio was still eyeing the glass in front of Cheng Mo, but Cheng Mo was incredibly possessive. He didn't like others touching things that were his. Seeing Tian Kaio pushing his luck, Cheng Zhiyu had no choice but to pick up the glass himself. I'll drink it, he said. With that, he downed the glass. He felt his face flush, but his mind was still relatively clear. Seeing the liquor gone, Tian Kaio stopped fussing over the waste and went back to challenging the others. Cheng Zhiyu let out a breath and quickly popped a peanut into his mouth. It burned. He really couldn't stand the taste. No wonder people always paired alcohol with snacks. The liquor itself must be terrible. Cheng Mo picked up a piece of braised meat and fed it to him. Cheng Zhiyu opened his mouth and ate it. How is it? Cheng Mo asked. Zhiya's face had scrunched up just now, making him want to laugh. The unpleasant taste in his mouth subsided, and Cheng Zhiyu nodded. But for some reason, his head was starting to feel dizzy. Is Zhiyu drunk? Mother Cheng looked at her son's flushed face with concern. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. How could I be? I only had one glass. You're definitely drunk, Mother Cheng confirmed. Xiaomo, hurry and take him back to rest. Don't let him stay here with these drunks. Cheng Mo nodded and prompted Cheng Zhiyu to get up. Cheng Zhiyu shook off his hand. I am not going. Cheng Mo didn't get angry. In fact, he found it novel. He had rarely seen Cheng Zhiyu throw a tantrum. He coaxed him gently, be good. It's time to go back. Cheng Zhiyu ate another peanut, completely ignoring him, and even scoffed, who are you to tell me what to do? The next moment, Cheng Mo hoisted him onto his shoulder and carried him upstairs. Cheng Zhiyu was so angry he started biting. Hai, are you rebelling? Instead of getting angry, Cheng Mo felt a flicker of desire. He pressed the man onto the bed, looked at the fierce-looking Cheng Zhiyu, and gently bit his lip. A faint scent of alcohol lingered between their lips, but Cheng Mo no longer found it unpleasant. Instead, it was strangely intoxicating. The temperature in the room gradually rose as Cheng Mo pressed his legs together. When they were done, Cheng Zhiyu looked a little dazed as he watched Cheng Mo clean up. Cheng Mo, looking utterly satisfied, planted a kiss on his cheek. To his surprise, Cheng Zhiyu gave him a look of disdain. Cheng Mo was in disbelief. Why are you looking at me like that? Was his performance that bad? Ha ha ha. Cheng Zhiyu laughed so hard he slapped the bed. Hai, you're so silly. After all this time, you still only know how to do this much. Cheng Mo stared at him. What do you mean? Cheng Zhiyu blinked. Even drunk, he still had some wits about him and played dumb, refusing to tell him. But Cheng Mo wouldn't let it go. There's more we can do. Cheng Zhiyu, you lied to me before and said this was all there was. Haha, of course I lied to you, the drunken Cheng Zhiyu said with a sly, foxy smile. That thing of yours is so big. Wouldn't it hurt like hell if it went in? Went in where? Cheng Mo seized the key phrase. Realizing he said too much, Cheng Zhiyu immediately clamped his mouth shut, refusing to say another word. Zhiyu, just tell me, Cheng Mo switched tactics. He tried to use his partner's drunken state to his advantage, attempting to soften him up with a bit of coquetry. Cheng Zhiyu's expression seemed to waver. Seeing his chance, Cheng Mo instantly sprouted a pair of fluffy ears, trying to seduce him. Cheng Zhiyu stroked the fluffy ears and beckoned for Cheng Mo to come closer. When he did, Cheng Zhiyu burst out laughing. "I am not telling you. I am not that stupid, haha." Cheng Mo was speechless. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu was completely unafraid. He closed his eyes. "I am tired. I am going to sleep. Good night." "No sleeping. You have to tell me." Cheng Mo pried his eyes open, refusing to let him sleep. Annoyed, Cheng Zhiyu slapped his hands away. "I am tired, I want to sleep. Duhai, retract your claws, or I'll get angry." "Then tell me," Cheng Mo insisted. Cheng Zhiyu pulled the blanket over his head. "I want." Cheng Mo was fuming. He shook him through the blanket. "Don't sleep. I'll let you sleep after you tell me." Cheng Zhiyu wasn't falling for that. He gave no reaction. A moment later, Cheng Mo pulled back the blanket to find that his breathing had already evened out. He was clearly fast asleep. Cheng Mo was speechless and very, very angry. The next morning, Cheng Zhiyu opened his eyes and stretched, only to see Cheng Mo sitting beside him with faint dark circles under his eyes. Cheng Zhiyu blinked. "What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well?" Cheng Mo's gaze was heavy. "What do you think? Don't you remember what happened last night?" Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. He only recalled drinking 1 glass of liquor. The rest was a blur. He asked, puzzled, "Did something happen last night?" Cheng Mo smiled faintly. "Nothing." Cheng Zhiyu was confused. Since Cheng Mo wouldn't say, Cheng Zhiyu didn't press the issue. He yawned and went to the bathroom to wash up. Cheng Mo frowned. This was something he couldn't just ask someone else about. What was he going to do? Completely oblivious to his thoughts, Cheng Zhiyu washed his face and brushed his teeth, feeling instantly refreshed. When he went downstairs for breakfast, his father, Tian Kaio, and the others were still asleep. Every single one of them drank themselves into a stupor, vomiting until the world spun. "There ain't nothing but trouble," Mother Cheng complained. "Let's just eat our own food and ignore them." Despite her words, there was food kept warm in a pot in the kitchen. Cheng Zhiyu peeked inside and smiled, not exposing his mother's bluff. Yesterday, an ability user had caught a sow and brought it to the farm, where it was put in the same pen as the boar they had brought back. "Maybe it won't be long before we have piglets," the breeder said with a smile, watching the 2 pigs, which seemed to be getting along well. Perhaps because it was hard for pigs to find their own kind these days, the 2 of them didn't fight upon meeting a creature that looked so similar. In fact, they seemed to hit it off. When he checked this morning, they were still huddled together. "How do you get piglets?" Cheng Mo suddenly asked. The breeder scratched his head. "Well, after the 2 pigs mate, you get them." "Mate?" Cheng Mo asked humbly. "How do they mate?" The breeder was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to explain that? Fortunately, Cheng Mo didn't ask him. Instead, he turned to Cheng Zhiyu. "Do you know?" The breeder's ears perked up. A deep blush spread across Cheng Zhiyu's face. "How would I know?" "I have a feeling you know," Cheng Mo pressed. "Tell me." Cheng Zhiyu covered his mouth. "Just shut up, will you? Have you no shame?" Cheng Mo pulled his hand away and whispered, "Why should I be ashamed? Haven't we done everything? What's there that can't be said?" "Ola." Cheng Zhiyu's face turned an even deeper shade of red. It was broad daylight, and there were other people nearby. What on earth was Cheng Mo talking about? His face grew serious. "Be quiet. Not another word." Cheng Mo looked at him intently. "I feel like you're hiding something from me. Why can't you tell me?" Cheng Zhiyu felt a pang of guilt. Why couldn't he tell him? It was because that thing of Cheng Mo's was just too outrageous, and he wasn't mentally prepared yet. Besides, wasn't the way things were now perfectly fine? Cheng Mo seemed very satisfied every time. Yes, it was best to keep things as they were for now. He rubbed his nose, saying guiltily, "What could I possibly be hiding from you? Cheng Mo, you overthink things too much, always imagining things. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry." Cheng Zhiyu shot him a sidelong glance to make his point. Cheng Mo narrowed his eyes, now even more certain that what Cheng Zhiyu had said last night wasn't just drunken nonsense, but the truth spoken under the influence. However, it was clear he wouldn't get any answers right now. After some thought, Cheng Mo decided to play along. "As long as you're not hiding anything from me. I know Zhiyu would never lie to me." His words only made Cheng Zhiyu feel more guilty. He tried to comfort himself. "Well, you can't really call this a lie, can you? It's mainly for the sake of our harmony." "Ilha." Cheng Zhiyu gave a dry laugh. "Right. How could I possibly lie to you? And stop asking other people about this stuff. You're making them feel so awkward. Look, the breeder is already keeping his distance." With that, he took the opportunity to completely shut down any chance of Mo finding out from someone else. Mo lowered his gaze, concealing the glint in his eyes. "Okay, I won't ask." Cheng Zhiyu relaxed and gave him a kiss. "Such a good boy." Seeing Mo acting so obediently, Cheng Zhiyu thought he had successfully pulled one over on him. He couldn't help but sigh in relief, though it only made him feel guiltier, like he was deceiving his innocent boyfriend. It was fine. He'd just have to make it up to him. He had no idea that Mo was already mulling it over. "Let's go see the rabbits," Zhiyu said, changing the subject and taking Mo's hand. Mo glanced down at their hands and huffed internally. "This Cheng Zhiyu is definitely lying to me. When has he ever initiated holding my hand in public before? Trying to make it up to me. As if I care." Despite his thoughts, he tightened his grip on Zhiyu's hand. "Aren't you getting hot?" Zhiyu complained. "I am not hot," Mo replied. Whatever, I'll just let him be, Zhiyu thought. Now, whenever he looked at Mo, he felt a pang of guilt. But really, if anyone was to blame, it was Mo himself. How could someone his age still be so clueless? And Zhiyu was too embarrassed to be the one to teach him. What's so interesting about rabbits? Mo had no interest, but he still followed Zhiyu. Zhiyu smiled. "Do you remember that pregnant rabbit from a few days ago? I heard she had her litter. Let's go see the kids." Mo was still uninterested, but he supposed looking wouldn't hurt. The mother rabbit was even more aggressive now. She glared at them from a distance, looking as if she'd bite them if they dared to come any closer. Zhiyu and Mo didn't get any closer, just watching from a distance. They could see a wriggling pile of tiny, flesh-colored rabbits, none of which had grown any fur yet. "That doe is really fierce now that she's had her litter," the breeder said, sounding a little sad. "I used to feed her all the time and could get close. When she was in a good mood, she'd even let me pet her. But after the kits were born, I can't get near her. She almost drew blood last time. We were supposed to be close." He seemed to be thinking. It's normal for them to be fierce after giving birth. She's probably protecting her young, Zhiyu consoled him. The breeder nodded. "Sigh, now I only dare to toss the grass to her from a distance." Zhiyu looked at the hairless kits and said worriedly, "It's fine during the day, but what about at night? Won't they freeze to death?" The whole point of working so hard to raise rabbits was so they would breed and the base would have a source of meat. If the kits froze to death, that would be a problem. "They want." "The mother rabbit curls around them at night, and I also put a small stove nearby. She gave birth yesterday, and when I counted this morning, all 10 kits were doing just fine." As he said this, the breeder broke into a smile. She had a litter of 10. Before the apocalypse, when he raised rabbits at home, a few kits from every litter would always die. This does litter seemed fine for now, but he still needed to monitor them closely to prevent any accidental deaths. Zhiyu watched for a while. Seeing that the mother rabbit was getting agitated because they weren't leaving, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly pulled Mo away. "They're so ugly," Mo said once they were further away. Newborn rabbits were indeed ugly, with no fur at all, just like little mice. Weren't you the same when you were born? Zhiyu said deliberately, seeing his disgusted expression. Nonsense, I had fur when I was born. Mo refused to admit he could have been that ugly. Oh? How do you know? Zhiyu asked. You remember your own birth. Of course Mo didn't remember, but he said, I have photos. As the crown prince, his entire life from childhood had been documented, so naturally, he had seen what he looked like as a newborn. His father, the king, had held him in the palm of his hand. He was only that big, curled into a ball. He did have fur, but it was wet and matted flat against his body. Thinking about it now, he had to admit he wasn't very good-looking either. To protect his image, Mo silently decided that, when he took Zhiyu to his home galaxy in the future, he would definitely hide those ugly photos and not let him see them. Zhiyu, however, was quite interested. Then you have to let me see what you looked like as a newborn later. And when you were a child. Oh, and what did you look like when you first took human form? You weren't as big as you are now, were you? Of course not, Mo said. I was a child at first. I want to see that too. Zhiyu's curiosity grew. He wanted to see if Mo had worn that same cool, stony expression on his face since he was a child. Fine, you can look. But now that I think about it, I don't think there are any newborn photos. I must have remembered wrong, Mo said. Zhiyu didn't believe him. You're just lying to me. There must be one. They're not flattering, Mo mumbled. You'd better not look. Zhiyu held his hand. How could they not be flattering? Even if they aren't. Mo got worked up. Cheng Zhiyu, are you saying you think I'm ugly? Hey, why are you getting so worked up? Zhiyu said calmly. I was going to say, even if you weren't good-looking, you would still be handsome in my eyes. The corners of Mo's mouth immediately curved up. Since you're so good with words, I'll allow it. When I take you home, I'll have my mother the queen find them. By the way, what about your childhood photos? Mo asked. I'll go ask your mom for them. Zhiyu didn't mind. Let him ask. He'd seen all those photos. They were taken well. He had nothing to be ashamed of. After they returned, Mo really did ask Mother Cheng for the photos. Mother Cheng smiled and went to her room, returning shortly with a photo album. They were all in here. Photos of Zhiyu from when he was little until now. Both children in the family were good-looking. Mother Cheng would take them to get their pictures taken whenever she had time. Later, when they got a camera at home, they took plenty. Mo was incredibly intrigued and started flipping from the very beginning. Mother Cheng said with a smile that was when Zhiyu was just born. He was our first child, so we had no experience. When they brought him to me, I was startled. I thought they'd given me the wrong baby. He looked like a little monkey, so wrinkly and ugly. I almost fainted. Thankfully, the more I looked at him, the cuter he got. I heard that's how all newborns look. Zhiyu had been calm, but hearing this, he finally remembered that he did have an ugly photo. He now understood why Mo hadn't wanted him to see his earlier. He immediately lunged forward to cover the photo. Don't look. Mo had already seen it. His face lit up, and he didn't think it was ugly at all. How does that look like a monkey? It's very cute. His eyes are so big. You can tell it's Zhiyu at a glance. Zhiyu was so embarrassed by the praise his scalp tingled. It just goes to show that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. He glanced at the photo of himself. It was just as ugly as the hairless rabbits they'd seen today, but Mo thought it was adorable. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Fine, whatever. Thankfully, they quickly moved on to the next one. It was a photo taken at his 1-month celebration. In just a month, he had changed completely. His reddish skin had become fair and tender, and his features were much more defined. Anyone would find him cute. Mo found it just as cute as the previous one and earnestly declared, he looks exactly the same. You can tell it's the same person. Zhiyu looked at his earnest expression. Well, okay then. Next came a photo of Zhiyu grinning with a big, toothy smile, with a few teeth missing. Zhiyu began to question his entire existence. He didn't even remember having such an embarrassing photo. Thankfully, Mo's love filter was still working at full strength. He found it incredibly cute and looked like he wanted to tear the photos right out of the album. Unfortunately for him, Mother Cheng wouldn't allow it. When we have electricity again, you can charge a phone and take pictures of them. It's the same, Mother Cheng said, resolutely protecting each unique photograph. Mo replied reluctantly. All right. But I really want them, he thought. But this was Zhiyu's mother, and he couldn't just snatch them. He sighed. Mo looked disappointed. When will we have electricity? Currently, the base still had no power. The ability users on night patrol all carried torches. At first, everyone found it difficult, but after a while, they got used to life without power at night. Zhiyu did have a generator he had collected before, but unfortunately, it needed diesel, and he had already used up his entire supply. Who knows, Mother Cheng sighed. She wanted electricity too. After all, she had lived for decades and was long used to life with it. But this was the apocalypse. Having their current life was already good enough. She couldn't ask for more. But Mo wanted to ask for more. He wanted to take pictures of these photos with a phone so he could carry them with him at all times. He reached out and took Zhiyu's hand. Zhiyu, let's go out and find another generator, okay? Zhiyu felt a little embarrassed. Mo was being a bit too persistent about taking pictures of his childhood photos, wasn't he? He didn't know what was so great about them. He thought several of the photos were quite ugly. He cleared his throat and said, if we're going out, it would be a waste to just look for a generator. Why not look for solar panels? With solar power, we could supply electricity to the whole base. Currently, the most feasible options were solar and wind power. The former was more suitable. The sun was especially strong every day now. Wind power wasn't a good option, as there wasn't much wind in the area. Also, if we're going out, why go through so much trouble? We could see if we can find a photo printer and make copies of these photos. Wouldn't that be better than taking pictures with a phone? Mo thought about it and felt it made sense. He eagerly asked when they would set off. Zhiyu said helplessly, what's the rush? Let's wait until after the wheat harvest. The mutated wheat would be ready to harvest in the next couple of days. The multi-harvest mutated wheat would ripen a bit later, probably in about a week. We don't need to wait for the latter. We can leave after we harvest the first batch of mutated wheat. Mo nodded and said okay. With that settled, he went back to looking at the photos, pointing at each one and asking Mother Cheng about the occasion for this one and the story behind that one. That's Zhiyu's first day of kindergarten, Mother Cheng said, her face softening into a nostalgic smile. This child. We sent him off, worried sick that he would cry on his first time away from home. But he didn't shed a single tear. His dad and I thought, wow, that was easy. Then, as soon as we got home, we got a call from the teacher. She said our boy was crying his eyes out, that nothing could calm him down, and that he managed to get the entire class crying along with him. In the end, we had no choice but to go pick him up. Cheng Zhiyu's face flushed as he listened. How come I don't know about these things? He thought. Mother Cheng said, there's a lot you don't know. How old were you back then? Kids in the countryside were sent to kindergarten young, probably only 4. What would you remember? Oh, and this one was taken when he was in elementary school. Mother Cheng laughed as she spoke. Cheng Mo asked what was so funny. Mother Cheng glanced at Cheng Zhiyu, who suddenly had a bad feeling. Then they heard Mother Cheng say, Zhiyu was so popular back then. He came home and said he made 8 girlfriends, haha. Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Zhiyu with a dark expression. Oh, 8 girlfriends. How impressive. His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly and desperately tried to explain, we were just elementary school kids. What did we know? What 8 girlfriends? It was just that some girls thought he was good-looking and said, Cheng Zhiyu, let me be your girlfriend. As a little kid, he had no idea what a girlfriend meant, so he just said okay. In a single day, he ended up with 8 girlfriends, but he barely knew them and had hardly ever spoken to them. Caught up in her happy reminiscing, Mother Cheng had forgotten she was talking to her son's boyfriend. She quickly cleared her throat. Haha, what do kids know? They were just playing around. Cheng Zhiyu nodded fervently. Yes, just playing around. Don't be so petty. That night, the petty Cheng Mo whispered in his ear, 8 girlfriends. Am I enough to satisfy you all by myself? Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. I already said we were just playing around, he said, exasperated. Are you a child or what? Getting worked up over this. Oh, how can I possibly compare to 8 people by myself? Cheng Mo said, looking aggrieved. So you're going to play this game with me? Cheng Zhiyu huffed and retorted, you can't compare, all right. I'll go make another 7 girlfriends tomorrow. Cheng Mo's expression changed instantly. Realizing he'd taken the teasing too far, he said fiercely, you're not allowed. I was just joking with you. Cheng Zhiyu thought, HMPH. Trying to mess with me. This time, Cheng Mo completely settled down, though he still looked rather wronged. Cheng Zhiyu decided to offer a carrot after the stick. I was kidding. How could I? There's only you. Cheng Mo was successfully placated. He hugged him and mumbled, that's more like it. The base had been bustling for the past 2 days because the first batch of giant mutated wheat was ready for harvest. Xiaohe Base was originally a village, and who among the villagers didn't know how to farm? One look at the mutated wheat fields was enough to tell them it was almost time to harvest. Still, every time they saw the wheat stalks, which were more than half a person's height, and the enormous grains, they couldn't help but marvel. It was simply incredible. Their old wheat was so small in comparison. This was just massive. But they were also thrilled. It was obvious the yield would be high, so how could they not be happy? I wonder when they'll harvest this wheat. Over the past couple of days, even those who didn't need to pass by would make a special detour just to take a look. I'd say in the next day or 2. An experienced farmer could tell just by feeling the ears of wheat. That's great. The base won't have to worry about running out of food now. The person's voice was filled with excitement. Yeah, it's wonderful. I was worried sick every day, afraid we'd have nothing to eat once the rice ran out. I couldn't even enjoy my meals. Seeing this wheat finally puts my mind at ease. You couldn't eat. Stop bluffing. I saw you eating just fine. Hey, why are you calling me out like that? Look, isn't that Xiang Zhang? He's so thin I almost didn't recognize him. At a glance, he actually looks kinda pathetic. If you pity him so much, why don't you eat less and give him your share? Pity him. He doesn't deserve it. He stole all those seeds just to feed himself. Do you know how much wheat could have grown from those seeds? Bah. I say he got what he deserved. Exactly. What's there to pity? I heard mutated seeds are incredibly precious. If he'd stolen that many seeds in another base, they would've kicked him out long ago. Our base is already being merciful, all because we used to be neighbors from the same village. No, I just feel sorry for his wife, suffering because of him. I heard that when Xiang Zhang doesn't get enough to eat, he takes it out on her. She has no choice but to give him some of her own food, and now she's gotten a lot thinner too. She cries every time she sees me. Sigh, it breaks my heart. But crying was useless. Who had a full stomach these days? When you could barely feed your own family, you'd have to be crazy to share with others. The most anyone could offer was a few words of pity. Not far away, Xiang Zhang listened to the chatter, his eyes flickering as he stared at the nearly ripe mutated wheat. These people are ruthless, he thought. I can't stay here any longer, or they'll torture me to death. No, I have to think of a way. Finally, amidst great anticipation, it was time to harvest the mutated wheat. The mutated wheat was completely different from the old kind, so traditional harvesters were useless. Fortunately, the agriculture department had recruited people with mechanical skills beforehand. After a long period of research, they had finally built a new harvester. They took it for a test run. It worked, though it was a bit slow. But it was acceptable, given that it was a modified old machine. In any case, it was still much faster than harvesting by hand. Truckload after truckload of mutated wheat was brought to the village's large drying ground, filling the air with the fresh scent of wheat. Everyone's face was filled with joy. A bountiful harvest meant they had the ability to grow their own food. As long as they had land and seeds, they wouldn't starve. How could they not be happy? Then, the base announced the good news. Once the mutated wheat was dried, everyone would receive an initial ration of 50 caddies. 50 caddies? That's so much. Someone exclaimed. The yield of this wheat is incredibly high. Our old wheat produced about 1,000 caddies per mu at most, but this stuff yields over 5,000 caddies. Holy cow! By that calculation, our base has enough grain to last a whole year. And don't forget, we still have the multi-harvest mutated wheat, plus the potatoes and sweet potatoes. As everyone did the math, the smiles on their faces became unstoppable. This was fantastic. Now they wouldn't have to worry about starving. With grain secured and the base starting to raise livestock, maybe it wouldn't be long before they could eat meat whenever they wanted. Hadn't they seen that the hens they caught before were now laying eggs? There weren't many, so only those who made contributions could get a share of the eggs. But instead of feeling unhappy, everyone was filled with hope and motivation. Is that mutated cots they're growing over there? Someone asked, pointing into the distance. Yeah. I heard the cotton grows out red. Isn't that strange? They say the red cotton can generate heat. It's supposed to be really warm. Haha, it's so hot during the day, who needs heating? It does get cold at night, but you can just crawl under the covers with a hot water bottle or something, right? True. Logically, it should be almost winter, but the weather is still so hot. Compared to food, most people weren't very interested in the cot. They felt that while it might be useful, it wasn't a necessity right now. However, it wouldn't be long before they would be thankful that the base had planted mutated cots. Having been buried in their research ever since arriving at the base, Kai Hongyi and the others finally noticed that the place seemed to be bustling with activity. What's everyone so busy with? Kai Hongyi watched from a distance. All the people at the base, whether they were ability users or ordinary people, looked incredibly happy. They've harvested the mutated wheat, so everyone's busy collecting their grain rations, explained Xiao Wu, the assistant who worked with them. Xiao Wu couldn't hide the smile on his face. Professor Kai, your rations will be sent to the cafeteria. You can just go there to eat. They're serving oil-splashed noodles today. The cafeteria he mentioned was the one for the agriculture department. It had been promised before that the department would provide 1 meal a day. Now that the harvest was in, that grand promise could finally be realized. When Kai Hongyi heard this, she immediately smiled. In that case, I'll have to go get Lao Chu and Lao Feng to try it. When it was time to eat, Kai Hongyi went to get Feng Wentao and Chu Mingda as promised. The two were engrossed in their work and instinctively replied, "No thanks, we'll eat after we finish this." All of them were research fanatics who often got so busy they forgot to eat. Today, however, Kai Hongyi was unusually insistent. I heard from Xiao Wu that the cafeteria opened today. They have oil-splashed noodles. Are you sure you don't want to go? They might run out if you're late. The last sentence was a little white lie. Xiao Wu had actually said they could go anytime. But if she didn't say that, would these two ever look up from their work? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the two of them stopped what they were doing and prepared to go to the cafeteria. Kai Hongyi said, "I heard the noodles are made from the mutated wheat. We have to try them. I wonder how they differ from regular wheat." They'd never had the chance to eat mutated plants before. At Xiaohe Base, everything had to be saved for seeds. They never expected to be eating them so soon after arriving at Xiaohe Base. The cafeteria was lively on its first day of operation. Some people who weren't from the agriculture or livestock departments wanted to eat there, but they weren't disappointed when they learned they couldn't. They had received their own wheat rations anyway, so they could just go home and cook for themselves. It was just that the aroma was too tempting. The whole cafeteria smelled of oil-splashed noodles. It had been so long since they'd eat such a flavorful meal. Kai Hongyi and her colleagues went over, presented their ID cards, and each took a bowl of oil-splashed noodles before finding a place to sit. The oil-splashed noodles were hand-pulled and wide, served with crisp green lettuce on the side. Finely minced garlic was topped with chili powder, and sizzling hot oil had been poured over it, releasing a rich, spicy, and garlicky aroma. Though Kai Hongyi and the others usually spent their days cooped up doing research, mental exertion was still draining. The moment they saw the noodles, they felt ravenously hungry. Forgetting all about conversation, they quickly picked up their chopsticks and began mixing. They didn't even care if it was mixed evenly before eagerly taking their first bite. They all marveled at the taste. The noodles were fragrant and had a wonderful chewy texture. Kai Hongyi, being from the south, couldn't quite tell the difference between these and noodles made from regular wheat, but she knew one thing. They were delicious. Feng Wentao, however, being from the north, noticed a distinct difference. These noodles were much chewier than ordinary ones and had a richer wheat flavor. Most importantly, since they were made from mutated plants, eating them seemed to sweep away his earlier fatigue. Feng Wentao let out a sigh of admiration, unable to help but feel that his decision to come to Xiaohe Base had been the right one. As he ate, Chu Mingda glanced around at the others. He watched the people who couldn't get a seat in the cafeteria, noting they weren't the least bit angry and were happily discussing what to make with the wheat when they got back. He suddenly sighed with emotion. Xiaohe Base is different. It was very different from other bases. Compared to the people in other communities, who were always numb and apathetic, the people here seemed filled with hope. Just looking at them was enough to lift one's spirits. Nearby, Cheng Zhiyu reviewed the current yield figures. As everyone did the math, smiles spread across their faces. This was wonderful. Finally, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of food. Cheng Zhiyu informed Lin Kang that he was planning to go on a trip. I am going to look for some usable solar panels. Also, Professor Kai and the others mentioned seeing if we can find some research equipment. Lin Kang told him to be careful and take more people, then added, when you get back, let's handle the handover we talked about before. Lin Kang wanted Cheng Zhiyu to manage the base. The man had only been back for a short time, yet the base had already undergone a world-changing transformation under his guidance. As they were speaking, someone suddenly rushed over. Bad news. It looks like Xiang Kizheng took the opportunity to sneak out. Since everyone had been busy with the harvest, immersed in the joy of their accomplishment, no one had noticed a person was missing. It was only when they realized Xiang Kizheng was nowhere to be seen that they searched for him, but he was gone. I went and asked his wife. She said he left the base and took some of the mutated wheat and barley seeds with him, the messenger said, his face full of regret. If he hadn't been so preoccupied with fighting for a turn on the harvester, he would have noticed Xiang Kizheng slipping away. That guy really can't keep himself out of trouble. Lin Kang frowned. How many seeds did he take? Probably not many, just a few dozen, the man replied. The mutated wheat and barley are too big a target. If he'd taken too many, he would have inevitably aroused suspicion and wouldn't have gotten out of the base so easily. Xiaohe Base operated on a policy of lenient exits and strict entries. You could leave whenever you wanted, but coming in required identity checks, quarantine, and other procedures. This system hadn't posed a problem before. After all, with the world outside being so dangerous, who but a fool would want to leave? But now, it turned out a fool had indeed left. They had already shown him mercy by not kicking him out, but he had lost his mind and run off on his own. It seems we'll have to tell the guards to implement strict checks for those leaving as well, Lin Kang said with a frown, turning to Cheng Zhiyu. Xiao Cheng, is it a problem that he took the seeds? Should we send people after him? Xiang Kizheng probably hadn't gotten far. If they sent ability users with speed-based powers, they might still be able to catch him. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. Forget it. Chasing him would be a waste of manpower. He truly couldn't comprehend Xiang Kizheng's thought process. The man was an ordinary person with no ability to protect himself. How did he dare to run? After the apocalypse broke out, most people hid in their homes. Later, I led a team to clear out the zombies, established a safe zone, and built the walls. Only then did they gradually venture out, Lin Kang explained. You could say that most of them have never faced a zombie head-on. They've known hunger, but they've never been in real danger, let alone left the base. How could they possibly know how dangerous the outside world is? In truth, there were many people like Xiang Kizheng who were ignorant of the dangers beyond their walls. However, most of them knew enough to stay put. Xiang Kizheng, on the other hand, probably felt he had no other options. Rather than stay in the base and suffer, he thought it was better to run. He had even specifically taken mutated seeds because he had heard how precious they were. He probably thought he could take them to a large base, trade them for a wealth of supplies, and live there from now on, never to return. It had to be said, the idea was incredibly naive. Xiaohe Base was in a relatively remote location, and the nearest large base was quite a distance away. Xiang Kizheng didn't even have a car. To think he could make it there safely on foot was nothing short of a fantasy. Of course, if his luck was truly that good and he made it there safely, Cheng Zhiyu would have nothing more to say. But the probability of that happening was less than 1%. Besides, even if he gives the seeds to someone else, so be it, Cheng Zhiyu said, unconcerned. These seeds are beneficial to the development of humanity. Even if Xiang Kizheng hadn't stolen them, I would have eventually traded them with other bases for supplies. That Xiang Kizheng, really. Regardless of the reasoning, everyone gritted their teeth in anger at the thought of Xiang Kizheng leaving so recklessly with the seeds. Had he ever considered that his actions would harm the interests of the base? He probably hadn't thought about it at all, only about how he could improve his own life. For someone like him, it's better that he left early, Cheng Zhiyu said, seeing the bright side. It's better than keeping a hidden threat inside the base. Fang Yue nodded. That's true. It's good that he's gone. If he can actually survive out there, then I'll say he's a lucky man. What about Xiang Kizheng's wife then? Lin Kang thought for a moment. She's also a victim, dragged down by him. Go ask her. If Xiang Kizheng ever comes back, will she let him into the base? If she still wants to help him, then she can leave with him. If not, her punishment for covering up his escape will be to do some extra work. At his core, Lin Kang was soft-hearted and wanted to give her another chance, seeing as she had been implicated by her husband. No one else objected. Legally speaking, she was an accomplice, but this situation was more complicated than that. It was worth giving her one more chance. When someone was sent to ask her, the rural woman immediately burst into tears. They say you follow the man you marry, for better or for worse. I've suffered quite a bit with him my whole life. Xiang Kizheng was a troublemaker and had always loved to offend people. Back when society was governed by law and everyone was independent, it wasn't a huge deal, just frustrating. But in the apocalypse, the trouble he caused was much more serious. She had long been fed up, but she felt she had no choice. By keeping quiet for him, I consider our marital bond fulfilled. If he ever comes back, I won't recognize him. She knew the base would never accept someone like him again. This time, Xiang Kizheng had left on his own accord. He couldn't blame anyone else. She didn't want to deal with it anymore, nor did she have the ability to. She didn't want him to come back. She just hoped he would be all right out there. The matter of Xiang Kizheng didn't cause much of a stir. Occasionally, someone in the base would bring it up and curse his name a few times, but other than that, nobody paid it much mind. After getting everything in order, Cheng Zhiyu and his team drove out of the base. He wasn't familiar with the others and would need time to get used to them. Finding that too troublesome, Cheng Zhiyu asked Tian Kaio and the other two, but didn't bring anyone new along. It was still the same group of 5 setting out together. He also checked in with Sun Yu. She had previously said she would stay at Xiaohe Base for a while before moving on to a larger one. We might pass by a big base on this trip. Do you want to go? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Sun Yu declined. She had already moved out of Cheng Zhiyu's house, feeling it was an imposition to trouble them further. With her strong ability, she had quickly found a place of her own. She now felt that Xiaohe Base was a good place to be, had made some friends, and no longer planned to leave. Seeing this, Cheng Zhiyu didn't press the matter. Woohoo! It's been a while since we've been out. I have to say, I kind of missed it, Tian Kaio said, in high spirits as he looked at the passing scenery. Zhou Min yawned. Where are we going? Straight to the city. The things they were looking for, especially the research equipment, were unlikely to be found in a small county. It was best to head directly to the city. Yeah, Cheng Zhiyu said, driving. Let's go straight to the city. First, we'll look for usable solar panels and power generation equipment, then we'll head to the Municipal Research Institute. He had checked a map before they left and knew there was a research institute in the city. Everyone nodded in agreement with his plan. We also need to go to a print shop, Cheng Mo reminded him. He was still fixated on finding a photo printer to print out Cheng Zhiyu's pictures. Tian Kaio, unaware of their previous conversation, asked curiously what for. Why a print shop? Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. Nothing, just looking for something. He shot a look at Cheng Mo, who, upon receiving the warning, wore a disappointed expression, having failed in his attempt to brag about how cute Zhiyu was as a child. However, his gaze then fell on Tian Kaio. This guy seemed to have grown up with Zhiyu. Tian Kaio felt a chill. Why was he looking at him with such a weird expression? Fortunately, Cheng Mo quickly looked away. They planned to head straight for the city and not waste time elsewhere. Before the apocalypse, the drive would have taken about 2 hours, but now it was impossible to be that fast. Previously, they would have taken the highway, but that was no longer an option. The highway was undoubtedly clogged with abandoned cars and likely teeming with zombies. Although the route was shorter, taking the highway would probably take even longer. Cheng Zhiyu and the others decided to take the smaller roads. They inevitably encountered zombies along the way, but they didn't even need to get out of the car. Xiao Huan took care of everything. Stuck in the base recently, Xiao Huan had been incredibly bored. Cheng Zhiyu wouldn't let it toss people around for fun, so now that it was out, it could finally play freely. Whenever a zombie approached, Xiao Huan would snatch it up with a vine. It wouldn't kill it right away, but would play with it first, tossing it into the air and catching it, then tossing it again, just like a rubber ball. Unfortunately, zombies were generally slow to react. They weren't like people. If you tossed a person, they'd scream, which was much more fun. Zombies would have to do. It was all Cheng Zhiyu's fault for not letting it play with people. The zombies. FML. However, their journey wasn't entirely smooth. They sometimes encountered mutated beasts. These creatures were quite intelligent now. At one point, a plant elemental leopard extended thorny vines across the road, trying to puncture their tires and force them to stop. They also ran into powerful zombies that required them to get out of the car to deal with. These encounters inevitably delayed their progress. Cheng Zhiyu estimated they wouldn't reach the city until the next day. That evening, they decided to rest in the wild. The group wasn't the least bit concerned about spending the night outdoors. They had Xiaoqiang, after all. Xiaoqiang was now level 3. Since they hadn't needed to stay in the treehouse while at the base, they had yet to experience it since its upgrade. I am so curious what it's like inside now, Zhou Min said, rubbing his hands together. Cheng Zhi released Xiaoqiang. On the outside, it looked the same as before, but a step inside revealed that the changes weren't dramatic. Previously, the first floor had a living room and 2 bedrooms, while the second floor also had 2 bedrooms and a small storage room. At a glance, it didn't seem much different now. Zhou Min looked at Cheng Zhiyu in confusion. The latter smiled and said, "It doesn't need a generator anymore. Xiaoqiang has its own internal power." As he spoke, he reached out and flicked a light switch. The interior instantly brightened. Zhou Min was stunned. Their diesel generator was out of fuel and useless. He had thought they'd be spending the night in the dark, but he never expected Xiaoqiang to be self-sufficient. Tian Kaio and Tian Manman were being directed by Cheng Mo to prepare for dinner, which involved building an earthen stove and gathering firewood. Hearing Zhou Min's exclamation, Tian Kaio couldn't help but say to their supervisor, Mo, brother Mo, "Why don't we go take a look first?" Cheng Mo lifted his chin slightly and was the first to enter the treehouse. Tian Kaio glanced at Tian Manman, who was still diligently building the stove, and pulled him along. "Come on, let's go see." Inside, upon learning that Xiaoqiang could generate its own power, Tian Kaio was ecstatic. "That's great. I was just thinking we'd be in the dark tonight. Hey, what's the principle behind this? How does it generate its own power?" "Photosynthesis." Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. "Why don't you try to figure out the principle yourself?" This was the apocalypse. If they tried to find a scientific reason for everything, they'd probably work themselves to death. Tian Kaio waved his hand dismissively. "No need, I was just saying." Tian Manman looked around for a moment, but found it uninteresting since there weren't any major changes. "I am going back to work." With that, he went back outside to build the earthen stove. Tian Kaio asked Cheng Zhiyu, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the half-built stove. "Let's not go to the trouble. We're only here for one night, let's have hot pot. We have electricity, so we can just use an induction cooker." Hearing this, Tian Manman stopped his work. "What's hot pot?" He had never had it before. Indeed, Cheng Zhiyu hadn't thought to make it before. It was perfect. They had been on the road all day, and he was too lazy to cook, so hot pot was the ideal solution. He had hot pot base this time, so all they had to do was boil it and add the ingredients. Everyone busied themselves with washing vegetables. Cheng Mo, being skilled with a knife, was assigned the task of slicing the meat. "Slice it thinly," Cheng Zhiyu instructed. "The thinner, the better." He was craving thinly sliced meat rolls. Cheng Mo nodded, his expression serious and focused, while the others washed and chopped vegetables. "By the way, when we were gathering firewood just now, we saw some mushrooms over there," Tian Kaio said. "We didn't know if they were poisonous, so we didn't dare pick them." "If you can't identify them, it's better not to," Cheng Zhiyu said. Zhou Min immediately spoke up. "I can. Let me go take a look." Cheng Zhiyu was still worried. "Are you sure?" "It's fine. If the mushrooms are poisonous, you still have me right," Zhou Min pointed out, unafraid due to his healing ability. So Zhou Min dragged Tian Kaio along to show him the way, and they went off to gather mushrooms. A short while later, the two returned with a bag full of them. "You know, there were quite a lot," Zhou Min said. "These aren't poisonous. I remember them being king oyster mushrooms, just a bit smaller than usual." Still uneasy, Cheng Zhiyu took a look. He saw they were a normal white color, with no strange hues. Since Zhou Min was so certain he recognized them, he didn't press the matter. For hot pot, dipping sauces were a must. Otherwise, it would lose half its flavor. Fortunately, Cheng Zhiyu cooked often and had everything they needed. He prepared a bowl of sauce for everyone and saw that the ingredients were mostly ready. "Bring it over. Let's eat." The living room coffee table was completely covered. It hadn't seemed like much when they were preparing it, but now that it was all laid out, there was quite a spread. Cheng Mo didn't know how to eat it, so he just stared at Cheng Zhiyu without admitting his ignorance. "It's simple. You just put whatever you want to eat into the pot, and once it's cooked, you take it out, dip it in the sauce, and eat," Cheng Zhiyu explained. "It's fine if it's a little overcooked, it just won't taste as good. Let's cook things a bit longer today." Everyone eagerly began adding ingredients to the pot. Tian Kaio picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it in one bite. He sighed in bliss. Delicious. This is the taste. It's been so long, I really missed it. It was the first time Cheng Mo had eaten something prepared so simply at Cheng Zhiyu's place. He tried a bite tentatively, and then his eyes lit up. It was delicious. Cheng Zhiyu even had cola, and with a sip of that, their happiness doubled. The group ate with great enthusiasm, and it was no surprise that every last bit of food was finished. After eating, they rested for a while before showering and going to bed. The hot pot had been a blissful experience, but the lingering smell on their clothes afterward was less than pleasant. After a thorough wash, Cheng Zhiyu finally felt comfortable. He casually towel-dried his hair and lay down on the bed. A full day on the road, even in a car, was mentally exhausting. He fell asleep within moments. When Cheng Mo returned to the room, he saw Cheng Zhiyu sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed, having fallen asleep before even turning off the light. A smile touched his lips as he walked over and gently touched Cheng Zhiyu's hair. It was a little damp. He grabbed a dry towel and clumsily started drying it for him. In his sleep, Cheng Zhiyu must have found it annoying because he swatted a hand at him. In response, Cheng Mo playfully bit his finger. Whatever, he thought. Who can stay mad when he's this cute? After drying his hair, he turned off the light, wrapped his arms around Cheng Zhiyu, and closed his eyes in contentment. The next day, they continued their journey, finally arriving in the city by noon. They had a simple lunch and then began to search for supplies. It had been over half a year since the apocalypse began, and people were slowly starting to adapt. They either joined bases for protection or sought out resources to increase their strength. As a result, entering the city was no longer the desolate experience it once was, where you could go half a day without seeing a soul. They soon encountered a group that looked like ability users out on a supply run from a base. They kept a certain distance from Cheng Zhiyu's group, but kept casting glances their way, seemingly curious about them. Cheng Zhiyu guessed they were likely from a nearby base, but he had no interest in interacting with them and simply pretended not to see them. The other group observed them for a while, perhaps deciding they were outmatched or for some other reason, and didn't try to engage. They had originally planned to rest, but fearing Cheng Zhiyu's group might snatch up resources first, they abandoned the idea and immediately resumed their search. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't in a hurry. The things they were looking for probably held little interest for these people. The top priority for most scavengers now was food, but to say something that would surely make others jealous, they were not lacking in that department. After a short rest, they set out to look around the area for a print shop. Mo had been nagging about finding a photocopier for a while now. Such a machine could usually be found in photo studios or print shops. Unexpectedly, they ran into the same group of ability users again. The group had been thrilled to find a supermarket, thinking it would be full of supplies. But upon entering, they were met with the sight of about a dozen people huddled in small groups. As soon as they saw the ability users enter, the dozen or so people looked up with wary eyes. The leader of the ability users frowned but ignored them, heading deeper into the supermarket first. He found it completely empty and grew annoyed. They had searched so hard for so long, and when they finally found a supermarket, there was nothing left. Where are the supplies here? One of the ability users demanded of the huddled group. There are none. It was already empty when we got here, someone answered cautiously. Another ability user glanced at the group, figuring they wouldn't dare lie. Someone must have cleared this place out long ago. Supplies are getting harder and harder to find. It was nothing like the early days of the apocalypse, when you could find supplies everywhere as long as you were brave enough. As more and more people became conscious of scavenging, the finite resources naturally became scarcer. Just our bad luck. Let's move on to the next place, the second ability user said. Are you from Xiaohe Base? Someone asked timidly. That's right, the ability user replied arrogantly. What, are you looking to join the base? Yes. We finally made it. We heard Dingyang Base is still accepting people. Can you take us there? Another person asked excitedly. As they spoke, a young woman sitting in a corner looked at the group of ability users with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Although these dozen or so people were all staying in the supermarket and had traveled together with the goal of reaching Dingyang Base, they weren't on good terms. At most, they were fellow travelers. And with resources growing scarce, the lack of food and water made everyone exceptionally wary of those around them. The young woman touched the man beside her with a mixture of hope and fear. This was her older brother, an ability user, though not a very powerful one, only level 2. Their journey had been incredibly difficult. Her brother, soft-hearted, had seen how pitiful these ordinary people were and allowed them to follow him. Unfortunately, their luck had run out the day before when they encountered a level 3 mutated beast. Her brother had fought to the death to kill it, but was severely injured in the process. Normally, an ability user's wounds healed much faster than an ordinary person's, but his injuries were too grave. He had been slipping in and out of consciousness since last night, and when Shed touched him just now, she realized he had a fever. They had to get to Dingyang Base as soon as possible. She had heard that large bases usually had healing ability users. Only by getting into a base would they have a chance of being saved. With this thought, she stared intently at the group of ability users. A third ability user glanced at the group of ordinary people, his brow furrowed in disdain. You want to go to the base? We can take you, but there's an entrance fee. You can pay with food or crystal cores. His gaze swept over the group. Do you have any? Besides, you can't expect us to take you there for free, right? Ability user A chimed in. They were trying to test if these ordinary people had hidden any supplies from the supermarket. Hearing that there was an entrance fee, the group exchanged panicked glances. Sirs, it's been a hard journey for us. How could we possibly afford an entrance fee? That's right, please take us with you. For pity's sake, help us. I don't want to die out here. Some of them tried to act pitiful. But this trick clearly didn't work. The group of ability users saw that these people really had nothing and immediately lost interest. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a girl say anxiously, I have crystal cores. Seeing the ability users look over, she quickly swallowed. I have crystal cores. Can you take me with you? I can pay you. The ability users exchanged glances. The mention of payment piqued their interest. All right, we'll take you. 1 level 2 crystal core per person. Level 2 crystal cores weren't particularly rare anymore. They were afraid she wouldn't be able to afford much, so they didn't ask for a lot. Since they were heading back to the base anyway, they could take them along and get 2 crystal cores for free. The girl stammered then. How much is the entrance fee? Ability user A replied, 2 level 2 crystal cores for an ability user, 3 for an ordinary person. If you have a level 3 core, 1 is enough for 1 ordinary person and 1 ability user. She had 1 level 3 crystal core, which Shed gotten from killing that mutated beast yesterday. She also had exactly 2 level 2 cores she could use for payment. She made up her mind and said at once, okay, we'll trouble you to take us. As she spoke, she helped her brother up. Ability user B frowned. He has a fever. The ability users immediately became vigilant. We don't take anyone with a fever. What if he's infected with the zombie virus? The girl quickly explained, no, it's not the zombie virus. He was injured by a mutated beast yesterday. The others can prove it. The ability users were still keen on earning those 2 crystal cores, so they looked at the others. Is that true? The girl looked at the group expectantly. However, when one of them met her gaze, he lowered his head. I don't know. The girl's expression changed. She turned to a middle-aged woman beside her. Aunt Zhang, you know, don't you? My brother was injured by that beast yesterday. He was even protecting you. Aunt Zhang avoided the girl's gaze. I don't remember. The girl was in disbelief. Aunt Zhang, how could you do this? My brother is so badly hurt. If we don't find someone to treat him, he'll die. Please tell the truth. Aunt Zhang looked conflicted. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell the truth, but she didn't want the two of them to go to the base. If her group couldn't go, and these two left, the only ability user in their team would be gone. How would the rest of them survive? What about you? Can't any of you speak up for me? The girl was sobbing uncontrollably. She never expected these people to be like this. Her brother had fought desperately to protect them all this way, and in the end, not a single one would speak up. One man looked sympathetic and was about to speak, but the person next to him tugged on his sleeve. Think carefully. If they leave, we'll all die out here. The man opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head and said nothing more. The girl broke down completely, crying as she looked at the ability users. Please, I beg you, my brother really isn't infected. Look at him. If he had the virus, he would have turned into a zombie long ago. Please take us back to the base. We're supposed to believe you just because you say so. What if you're lying? No one is backing you up, ability user C said, shaking his head. It seemed they wouldn't be earning any crystal cores today. Forget it, let's go. Sigh, another wasted trip, ability user B sighed. The girl watched them leave, her expression filled with despair. She looked coldly at the people who had followed them all this way, feeling nothing but regret. If she and her brother hadn't been soft-hearted enough to bring this group along, if it had just been the two of them, maybe her brother wouldn't have been so severely injured. She touched her brother's burning forehead. Some of his wounds were even starting to fester. She sobbed inconsolably. Don't be too sad. Maybe your brother will pull through, Aunt Zhang mumbled. She didn't want him to die. If he pulled through, he could continue to protect them. At the entrance, the group of ability users ran into Cheng Zhiyu and his team again. Ability user C frowned. You again. Buddy, that's not right. This road belongs to everyone. We're not following you. If you can be here, why can't we? Tian Kaio said, crossing his arms. This was a supermarket. They hadn't planned on coming over, but they heard crying and decided to check it out. In the end, the ability users didn't want to cause trouble, so they ignored them and left. Cheng Zhiyu's group walked into the supermarket and took a look. Seeing more people arrive, the group of ordinary people began to wail and beg to be taken to Dingyang Base. Cheng Zhiyu said, We're not going to Dingyang Base. We can't help you. The despairing girl, who was holding her brother, suddenly heard a familiar voice. She thought she was hallucinating, but she still looked up. Seeing a familiar face, she was momentarily dazed, then quickly called out before he could leave, Cheng Zhiyu. Is that you? Cheng Zhiyu stopped and looked at the girl. He didn't recognize her at first. Her hair was a mess, her clothes were filthy, and her face was so grimy that her original features were unrecognizable. Seeing it really was him, the girl became excited. She staggered over, but seeing how clean he was, she didn't dare touch him. It's me. I am Han Tingting. Han Tingting. Tian Kaio glanced at her. Holy crap, it really is you. Han Tingting had been Cheng Zhiyu's deskmate in high school. They had a good relationship. Since Tian Kaio had always been in the same school as Cheng Zhiyu, he often went to his classroom to find him, and over time, he got to know Han Tingting as well. Han Tingting nodded quickly. Woo-woo, it's really me. Tian Kaio. I didn't expect you to be here too. Cheng Zhiyu finally recognized her. In his memory, Han Tingting was a cool, outgoing girl who got along well with everyone. Seeing her in such a wretched state was momentarily jarring. A moment later, they helped the unconscious Han Ping sit against a wall. Han Ping weakly opened his eyes, saw Han Tingting was still there, and closed them again. How did your brother get so badly injured? Cheng Zhiyu looked at Zhou Min. Can you see if you can treat him? He was injured by a mutated beast. Han Tingting wiped her tears and looked at Zhou Min with excitement. Could he be a healing ability user? Let me see. Seeing that this was a good friend of Cheng Zhiyu and Tian Kaio, Zhou Min's attitude was very friendly. He could tell the siblings weren't bad people. They had overheard outside that this whole group had made it this far thanks to this one ability user. These injuries are quite serious. Zhou Min sighed after his examination. Before Han Tingting could get anxious, he smiled. It's a good thing you ran into me. He wasted no more time and began the treatment. In just a few moments, the wounds were mostly healed. Zhou Min's face was a little pale. I'll treat the rest after I've recovered a bit. On the surface, Han Ping looked fine, no missing limbs, but his internal organs were all severely damaged. He was lucky to be an ability user. An ordinary person would have died on the spot. These injuries were harder to treat than missing limbs. One session definitely wouldn't be enough, but this first treatment had at least pulled him back from the brink of death. Han Tingting touched Han Ping's forehead. When she found it was no longer burning, she wiped her tears and finally relaxed. Thank you so much. Right now, no words seemed adequate. Han Ping slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "What are you crying for?" Then he saw Cheng Zhiyu, and his expression became complicated. It's you. Han Ping also knew Cheng Zhiyu. He used to visit his sister at school, often during his holidays. Haha, let me tell you, back then, Han Tingting and Cheng Zi were close, and her brother thought she was in a puppy-love relationship. He almost beat Cheng Zi up. Tian Kaio recalled the past and cackled. Suddenly, he felt a chill beside him. He glanced at Cheng Mo and quietly shut up. Seeing a certain someone getting jealous, Cheng Zhiyu quickly explained, it was all a misunderstanding. We're just friends. Cheng Mo grabbed Cheng Zhiyu's hand and looked at Han Tingting. I am his boyfriend. Han Tingting's mouth twitched, and then understanding dawned. No wonder you were so indifferent when all those girls confessed to you. So you like men? Cheng Mo frowned. A lot of girls confess to you. Cheng Zhiyu said wearily, that's not important. It's very important, Cheng Mo said sourly. You're quite the charmer. Han Tingting, standing to the side, realized Shed said the wrong thing. She quickly shut her mouth and quietly tended to her brother. Cheng Zhiyu pinched Cheng Mo's lips. Just be quiet, will you? You're the only one I've ever dated, all right. Cheng Mo was satisfied. I knew it. Only I can make your heart race. Cheng Zhiyu fell silent. So shameless. But he wasn't wrong. All right, we'll talk about this back home. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly, coaxing him in a low voice. He was really embarrassed, flirting like this in front of so many people. Cheng Mo's lips curled into a smile. He said no more. Zhiyu is shy. Han Tingting watched from the side, dumbfounded. Who would have thought Cheng Zhiyu had a side like this? If their high school classmates saw this, they'd be absolutely shocked. But then again, after looking at Cheng Mo's face, she found it understandable. A face that handsome could probably charm anyone, regardless of gender. Han Tingting knew Cheng Mo probably hadn't misunderstood, but she still explained, Cheng Zhiyu and I are just friends. It's my brother's fault for always overthinking things. Maybe it's because he was in a relationship when he was in school, so he assumed I would be too. Han Ping's wounds hadn't healed yet, and he hadn't eaten much, so he was low on energy. Hearing his sister, he shot her an exasperated look. In the end, though, he still earnestly thanked the group. I really didn't expect to run into you guys, Han Tingting said, both surprised and feeling that heaven had blessed her. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of despair. Given her brother's condition, it was clearly impossible for the two of them to make it to Xiaohe Base. Not only did they not know its exact location, but even if they did, with her brother in his current state, they'd both be done for if they encountered zombies. Thank goodness. She never imagined she would run into an acquaintance. Now that the tension had subsided, Han Tingting finally relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. She hadn't rested much at all since her brother was injured. Just then, a cautious voice piped up, Tingting, are these people your friends? Han Tingting shot a cold glare in the direction of the speaker, an Auntie Zhang. She despised the woman and had no desire to speak to her. Seeing Auntie Zhang break the ice, the others gathered their courage and began to chatter. "Miss Han, why didn't you tell us you had friends like these sooner? Could you put in a good word for us? They must be heading to Dingyang Base, right? Ask them to take us with them." "Yeah, it's not that far. Please take us. Ting Ting, please, just ask them for us. Once we get to the base, well, be sure to remember your kindness." Han Tingting found it laughable. Kindness? She had seen these people for what they truly were. Empty promises of remembering her kindness were just that, empty. She would be lucky if they didn't try to get revenge on her and her brother later. Although her brother had protected these people along the way out of sheer goodwill, never expecting anything in return, their recent actions had been utterly heart-chilling. Han Ping didn't know what had just happened, but he didn't want these people pestering his sister. He frowned and said, "They may be my sister's friends, but you can't just make demands of them. If you want to go to Dingyang Base, you can ask them yourselves." Han Tingting pressed her lips together. "That's right. If you want to go, ask them yourselves. I am not going to." Her tone was rather harsh. Han Ping glanced at her. Seeing this, the others turned their pitiful gazes toward Cheng Zhiyu and his group. "Esteemed sirs, please help us. Please take pity on us. We'll definitely repay you when we get to the base." "That's right, we'll repay you." Cheng Zhiyu's group had actually overheard parts of their conversation from a distance and had a very poor impression of them. Zhou Min knew they were lying. He leisurely asked, "And how will you repay us?" They clearly hadn't expected such a question. They froze, mouths agape, stammering for a long while without saying anything concrete. Finally, one of them mumbled, "I'll work myself to the bone for you." What was that if not an empty promise? "We don't need you to work for us," Cheng Zhiyu said. Before smiles could form on their faces, they heard him continue. What did that other group say again? "We can take you, sure. 1 level 2 crystal core per person." They were dumbfounded. This? Where would we get crystal cores? Exactly, we're just ordinary people. We can't fight zombies. We don't have any crystal cores. Aren't you just making things difficult for us? Someone began to complain. Tian Kaio chuckled. "So you have nothing to offer and just expect a free ride? Dream on. You? How can you say that? Yeah, aren't you Tingting's friends? What's the big deal about helping us out? Honestly, this must be the apocalypse. Everyone's hearts have turned to stone. I am probably going to die here today." Cheng Mo was getting annoyed by the noise. "Whoever wants to die, come over here. I'll help you." His words immediately scared them into silence. It had to be said, Cheng Mo's intimidating presence was second to none. Cheng Zhiyu said, "You said it yourselves. I am Han Tingting's friend, not yours. Besides, we really aren't going to Dingyang Base." After speaking, Cheng Zhiyu looked at Han Tingting. "What are your plans?" Han Tingting looked a little lost. "I was planning to take my brother to Dingyang Base, but it's not like we absolutely have to go. The main reason was to get his injuries treated. Some people went to specific bases to find relatives, but it was just the two of them now. They had no family left." At this thought, Han Tingting's nose began to sting. Cheng Zhiyu explained that they weren't from Dingyang Base, but from a smaller one. It probably doesn't have facilities as good as Dingyang's. "Do you want to come with us? If not, that's fine too. We can take you to Dingyang Base." Someone wanted to ask, "Didn't you just say you weren't going to Dingyang Base?" But they didn't dare speak up. There was a very fierce man in the group who seemed ready to kill at a moment's notice. They had never seen anything like it. Han Tingting glanced at her brother and made her decision without hesitation. "I am not going to Dingyang Base. It was never a must-go destination anyway." She'd rather follow Cheng Zhiyu's group to their base. It wasn't just about having someone to look out for them. At the very least, she would have a friend there, which was more reassuring. "All right," Cheng Zhiyu said. Then come with us. He looked at Han Ping. Can you walk? Han Ping nodded, his face pale. I can. As the group prepared to leave, the remaining people grew desperate. Mr. Han, take us with you. That's right, we won't go to Xiaohe Base anymore. Please, we beg you, take us with you. Mr. Han, you can't leave us behind. Well, die here. I don't want to die, Mr. Han. It seemed they had decided Han Tingting was too hard-hearted, and were now pleading with Han Ping instead. Han Ping, supported by his sister, flinched slightly, a hesitant look on his face. Han Tingting, standing beside him, was about to explode with anger. She practically screamed, "What gives you the right to beg my brother? We don't want to die. You don't want to die, but my brother does. Does he owe you anything?" Han Tingting wiped her tears, her voice seething with rage. You refused to confirm that he was injured by a mutated beast. You just wanted him to die, didn't you? You knew he was seriously hurt. He protected you all this way, and you're nothing but ungrateful wretches. And you, Auntie Shang. If it weren't for my brother, you would have died yesterday. We didn't want him to die. Why would we want him to die? Yeah, we just didn't want to be abandoned. He's an ability user, he can recover. If you leave, how are we supposed to survive? Han Tingting didn't want to talk anymore. Speaking to these people was a complete waste of saliva. From his sister's fragmented words, Han Ping finally understood what had happened earlier. No wonder her attitude towards these people had changed so drastically. It would be a lie to say Han Ping's heart didn't ache, but this time, he didn't soften. He only said, Xiaohe Base isn't far from here. You can make it on your own. If these people were determined to rely on others, they might as well wait for death. Otherwise, what would happen after someone helped them this time? What about the next? When they reached the base entrance and were asked for an entry fee, would they just beg them to pay it? Once inside, with no food or drink, would they beg for that too? If that was the case, it was better not to save them at all. Because no matter how many times you helped them, the one time you didn't, they would turn on you. They had relied on Han Ping all this way, and now, relying on others was all they knew. Sure enough, as soon as Han Ping said that, they panicked. We're just ordinary people, how are we supposed to get there? We're going to die. How can you be so cruel? Sob. How can you be so heartless? Even as Cheng Zhiyu and the others walked away, they could still hear the group's wailing cries. Annoyed, Cheng Mo covered Cheng Zhiyu's ears. If he weren't supposed to kill people indiscriminately, he really would have silenced them. Han Ping sighed. I was wrong. He had previously thought that helping one more person was one more life saved, that everyone was human, and that survival meant hope. But clearly, those people didn't see it that way. Brother, stop being such a saint in the future, Han Tingting said. Han Ping was speechless. What a way to put it. Seeing that both Han Tingting and Han Ping were in bad shape, Cheng Zhiyu said, let's find a place to rest for a bit. They found an apartment covered in dust. Cheng Mo used his water ability to clean out an area. You two sit down first, Cheng Zhiyu said. He and his team checked the kitchen. Unfortunately, the apartment didn't have natural gas, but luckily, he had a portable cassette stove in his space. He had collected plenty of fuel canisters, more than enough for their needs. Han Tingting wanted to help, but she was shooed away to rest. Tian Kaio said while cleaning, don't. You look like you're about to collapse. People will think we're abusing you. Han Tingting smiled. It's not that exaggerated. But she was indeed exhausted and hungry, so she didn't insist. She sat on the sofa, feeling a rare sense of security, and fell asleep moments later. In her sleep, she smelled a fragrant aroma that was so enticing it woke her up. She covered her rumbling stomach in embarrassment. Fortunately, her brother was with her, and his stomach wasn't exactly quiet either. Zhou Min brought over 2 bowls of minced meat congee. Hurry up and eat. He had cooked the congee himself. He had no problem making simple meals like this. Han Tingting swallowed, hesitating. Aren't you guys eating? Han Ping also said, everyone should have some. We feel bad eating by ourselves. Zhou Min smiled. It's fine. We're having something else later. Tian Manman chimed in, eat up, it'll get cold and won't taste as good. A true foodie was always concerned about food losing its flavor. Han Tingting was deeply moved. They were giving such precious food to her and her brother. She ate while tears streamed down her face, unsure if it was because the congee was so delicious or because she was so touched. This is so delicious. Sob. They really hadn't eaten a hot meal in a very long time, subsisting only on cold, hard bread. Sometimes they didn't even have that and had to endure the hunger. A single mouthful of hot porridge seemed to comfort their entire bodies. In no time, the two had eaten every last grain. Zhou Min asked warmly, want some more? There's still plenty left. Han Tingting was still a little hungry, but she shook her head. No, I'm good. Han Ping also said he was full. It wasn't that they were satisfied, but they were too embarrassed to eat more when the others hadn't had any yet. Just as they were thinking this, a new aroma wafted from the kitchen, different from the smell of porridge. Whoa, Brother Cheng is done cooking. Zhou Min exclaimed excitedly. He immediately went to the kitchen and brought out the remaining half of the clay pot of porridge for the siblings. Help yourselves if you want more. It's rare to find someone who doesn't complain about my cooking. Thanks for the support. The siblings were speechless. A moment later, a large pot of stewed meat was placed on the coffee table in front of them. The brother and sister, who had assumed the group was letting them eat their fill first, were once again at a loss for words. This wasn't what they'd expected at all. You probably haven't had a proper meal in a long time, so something this greasy isn't suitable, Cheng Zhiyu said with a smile. You should have some more hot porridge first. Cheng Mo furtively piled food onto Cheng Zhiyu's plate, trying to stop him from talking so much to other people. Han Tingting stared at the stewed meat and swallowed hard. Oh God, I want some so badly. With tears welling in her eyes, she asked, can I have just one bite? Seeing her pitiful state, Cheng Zhiyu said, all right, just a little. Don't eat too much, or your stomach won't be able to handle it. Han Tingting nodded vigorously. She put a piece of meat on her embarrassed brother's plate before taking a bite herself. A wave of emotion washed over her, and tears of gratitude streamed down her face. Deskmate, I knew a man like you would be reliable. Cheng Mo's gaze shot over. Startled, Han Tingting's mind went blank, and she blurted out, since you've found such a good man, you should just marry him. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Cheng Mo, however, smiled. Oh, I am willing. I just don't know if Zhiyu is willing to marry me. Cheng Zhiyu's face flushed red. He put a piece of meat in Cheng Mo's bowl. Just eat your food. Can all this meat shut you up? Han Tingting watched them, mentally shipping it. The siblings only ate a tiny bit of meat before obediently returning to their porridge. It had to be said that people's physical constitutions had indeed improved after the apocalypse. In the past, after starving for so long and getting so little rest, it would have taken a long time to recover. But after the meal, Han Tingting and Han Ping were already looking much better, and their voices sounded stronger. It wasn't practical to let Xiao Qiang out in the middle of the city, so they would be sleeping in the apartment tonight. We're heading out to look for supplies, Cheng Zhiyu said. Do you want to come with us? Han Tingting thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, my brother hasn't fully recovered yet. Well, just stay here and clean up the apartment, if that's okay. They had only cleaned the living room earlier. The bedrooms were still untouched. This was what Cheng Zhiyu had intended as well. The apartment had no running water, but with Cheng Mo around, that wasn't a problem. He had left them a large supply. You two can take the chance to wash up properly, Cheng Zhiyu added. Han Tingting nodded, a little embarrassed. She hadn't noticed it before, but now that she sniffed herself, she realized she stank. It couldn't be helped. On the road, they were lucky just to have water to drink. Bathing was a distant dream. Fortunately, her brother was just as smelly. Han Ping. After leaving the apartment, The group first looked for a print shop to find a printer. Cheng Zhiyu inspected the printer and, confirming it was fine, stored it in his space. As for the other things in the shop, like computers and such, he decided to take them all. What if the power came back on some day? They could be useful. If nothing else, they could at least be used to make spreadsheets. There was also some printing paper in the shop, which he took as well. He had cleared out some room in his space before they left, so there was plenty of room. Besides, a few small items like this barely took up any space at all. Next on the list were solar panels. Building materials markets usually have solar panels. Let's head that way and have a look, Tian Kaio suggested. Cheng Zhiyu nodded in agreement. There weren't many zombies here, probably because it was close to Xiaohe Base. Many people who came here on missions would clear out the zombies in the process. After all, zombie crystal cores could be exchanged for supplies and could also be used to upgrade one's abilities. So, they encountered very few zombies on their way. As for the group of ordinary people they had left behind, they were all still cowering in the apartment. Having relied on Han Ping and his sister for the entire journey, they had grown accustomed to being protected. Without someone to depend on, they didn't even have the courage to step outside the door. It never would have occurred to them that there were hardly any zombies outside. Although Cheng Zhiyu had a map, it was only a rough one and lacked detail. They didn't know where the building materials market was, so they could only head toward the outskirts of the city, where such markets were usually located. After wandering for over 2 hours, they finally found a large building materials market. Perhaps because there was no food or drink here, ability users didn't frequent the area. As soon as they entered the market, the number of zombies increased. The group cleared the area, burning the zombie corpses to make sure none were left, before they started searching for useful items. The first thing they looked for were solar panels. These were easy to find. The very first shop had them. After confirming they were new and functional, Cheng Zhiyu stored them directly in his space. The other items were things like cement, glass, and ceramic tiles. It wasn't that they didn't need them. They would certainly be useful for future base expansion, but Cheng Zhiyu was afraid he wouldn't have enough space. After all, they still had to go to the research institute to pick up experimental equipment. If they needed these materials later, they could just go to the county town to get them. There was no need to haul them all the way from the city. So, are we going to the research institute today or tomorrow? Zhou Min asked. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Let's go tomorrow. We'll get a good rest today and set out first thing in the morning. He estimated that the research institute would probably have more zombies, so it was best not to rush in. Everyone agreed that made sense, so they decided to head back to the apartment to rest. When they arrived, they found the place transformed. The Han siblings had cleaned everything thoroughly. Both of them had also bathed and changed into what were presumably clean clothes they had found. Now that their faces were no longer grimy, you could finally see what they really looked like. They were both rail-thin, a clear sign of the hardships they had endured on their journey. Han Tingting's hair looked like it had been chewed on by a dog. She explained, "Don't even ask. I was going to wash it out carefully, but my hair was so tangled it was impossible. I lost my patience and just had my brother cut it off. And this is the result. He cuts hair like a dog chews it." Han Ping rubbed his nose. "I told you I didn't know how. Even if you don't know how, you could have at least had some patience. I swear you just chopped randomly, a snip here, a snip there." Han Tingting was lucky that she didn't care about such things anymore, especially after being dirty and smelly for so long. Otherwise, a haircut this bad would have made her cry. Now that they had a moment to talk, they learned that Han Tingting was an ordinary person, while Han Ping's ability was teleportation. Teleportation? Isn't that similar to Manman's? Tian Kaio asked curiously. Manman has a speed ability. She's super fast. Han Ping shook his head. It's different. I am not just fast. You go from one place to another instantly. Cheng Zhiyu guessed. Han Ping nodded. Exactly. But I am only at level 2 right now, so the farthest I can teleport is about 200 meters. Zhou Min looked intrigued. I'd love to see that, but with your injuries. You probably can't use it, right? I can show you when I am healed, Han Ping replied with a nod. Zhou Min rubbed his hands together. Let me heal you again. Han Tingting peeked over. Didn't you use up all your energy? Maybe you should wait. It's fine, it's fine. The food I ate today replenished a lot of my energy, Zhou Min said, completely unfazed. He was far more interested in seeing teleportation. Without another word, he began healing Han Ping. He had already been healed once and was mostly recovered. After Zhou Min transferred his ability a second time, Han Ping was instantly cured, though Zhou Min's face turned a little pale. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Does your curiosity really have to be this intense? Willing to make himself suffer just to see someone teleport was pretty absurd. Zhou Min wiped the sweat from his brow. It's fine. I can handle it. Cheng Zhiyu pressed a hand to his forehead and tossed him a mutated tomato. Zhou Min took a bite and felt much better. Han Ping felt his body. All the aches were gone, and he felt so light he could probably run 1,000 meters. Thank you, he said earnestly. Zhou Min waved his hand. Don't mention it. Now show me. He was dying of curiosity. Han Ping smiled. All right. We should probably find an open space. It's a bit cramped in here. Okay. Let's go outside and try it, Tian Kaio agreed. And so, the group headed outside. Tusk. I wonder who's stronger, Han Ping or Brother Hai, Zhou Min mused. Teleportation was one of Cheng Mo's newly awakened abilities. But since no one dared to ask Cheng Mo for a demonstration, Han Ping would have to do. Zhou Min pointed to a large tree over 100 meters away. Manman, you and he go at the same time. Let's see who's faster. Tian Manman was also keen to compete, so she nodded. The two stood at the same starting point. Zhou Min shouted, go. And Tian Manman shot forward like a gust of wind. Her speed was already incredible, reaching the tree in what felt like an instant. But when she got there, Han Ping was already waiting. I lost, Tian Manman said, dejected. Han Ping looked conflicted. Your speed is already very fast. I can only teleport short distances. Zhou Min watched them return, thoroughly entertained. Feeling bold, he turned to Cheng Mo. Brother Hai, how far can you teleport? Cheng Mo's face remained impassive. I don't know. Damn, that was so half-assed. Zhou Min glanced at Cheng Zhiyu. Well, Brother Cheng seems very interested in teleportation. He's glanced at Han Ping several times now. Han Ping suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Zhou Min was really good at throwing his teammates under the bus. Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Zhiyu, aggrieved. What's so interesting about him? Look at me. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Everyone was looking at him, he thought. The next moment, Cheng Mo vanished. Everyone froze, instinctively looking around. Huh? Where did such a big person go? Where'd he run off to? Then, a voice came from the rooftop. Up here. Everyone looked up and saw Cheng Mo standing on the roof. Before they could say anything, he reappeared beside them. Like a proud peacock, Cheng Mo said, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to see me if I went too far. After speaking, he glanced at Cheng Zhiyu. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu's eyes shining as he looked at him, he was incredibly pleased with himself. Tusk, how can he even compare to me? Zhiyu still thinks I'm more amazing. But the roof isn't that many meters away, Zhou Min boldly pointed out. Cheng Mo shot him a dark look, but Zhou Min wasn't scared at all. Brother Hai only looked intimidating. He wouldn't actually do anything. Han Ping, who understood better, explained, it's different. To get to the roof directly, he had to pass through layers of walls. When I teleported just now, there were no obstructions, which is much easier than going straight to the roof. Even though I can teleport up to 200 meters, I can't do what he did and appear on the roof directly. Realization dawned on Zhou Min's face. Oh, I see. I didn't consider the obstacles in between. In that case, Brother Hai is definitely more impressive, haha. He grinned at Cheng Mo, only to be met with the other man's cold profile. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled. Cheng Mo shot him a disgruntled look, as if to say, "Why are you laughing at me?" Zhou Min eagerly sidled up to Han Ping again. So, can you teleport with people? Can you take me along to try it out? Hearing this, the others gathered around, their curiosity piqued. About that. Han Ping looked troubled. Han Tingting explained from the side, he can't take people. My brother tried before. When he teleported with an object, it just exploded upon arrival. Han Ping nodded, disappointed. I don't know why. Maybe my ability is too weak, or maybe it's just not possible to take people with me. He tried teleporting with objects because he wanted to be able to take his sister with him. That way, if they encountered danger, he could escape with her directly. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it yet, so every time they were in trouble, he had no choice but to fight head-on. What else could he do? He would never abandon his sister. You can't take people. Zhou Min was a bit disappointed. He wanted to experience what teleporting felt like. What a shame. With a serious expression, he encouraged Han Ping, keep working at it. Maybe you'll be able to take people once your level increases. Tian Kaio then looked at Cheng Mo. Can Brother Hai take people? Cheng Mo was about to call it childish, but when he turned his head, he saw Cheng Zhiyu also looking at him with curiosity. The words died on his lips. He gave a proud nod. We can try. Then he cleared his throat and shot a deliberately casual glance at Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu was silent. His intentions are written all over his face. Does he think I can't see them? Still, he really did want to experience it. So he reached out and grabbed Cheng Mo's arm, but Cheng Mo wasn't happy. That's not good enough. I might lose you. With that, he wrapped an arm tightly around Cheng Zhiyu's waist, the corners of his mouth lifting. This will work. The third wheels were speechless. Do you two have to be so shameless in public? The tips of Cheng Zhiyu's ears turned slightly red. He glared at Cheng Mo, who let out a delighted laugh. Hold on tight. We're teleporting. Cheng Zhiyu instinctively tightened his grip on Cheng Mo. The next instant, his vision blurred. When he focused again, the scenery had changed completely. He and Cheng Mo were back on the roof, with the others looking up at them from below. Zhou Min exclaimed, "Whoa, that's so cool. I want to try it too." Cheng Zhiyu also found it novel and interesting, but his head was a little dizzy. He shook it lightly. Tian Kaio raised his hand like a grade schooler. "Oh, Brother Hai, take me for a ride." Even the usually quiet Tian Manman spoke up, "I want to try too." Han Ping's face was full of envy. If only his ability were this powerful, he could escape with his sister in a flash. Han Tingting noticed Han Ping's mood and quickly said, "Brother, you're already amazing. You brought me all this way and protected so many people." Han Ping smiled. "It's nothing. I just wish I could level up my ability faster." He wasn't a warmonger, but in the apocalypse might made right. And he had people he wanted to protect. Cheng Zhiyu patted Cheng Mo. "It's too hard to talk from this far away. Hurry and take me back." Cheng Mo crossed his arms, looking exceptionally cool. Number Cheng Zhiyu couldn't believe it, his eyes widening. "Duh Hai, you've gotten bold, haven't you?" Cheng Mo grumbled, "Then give me a kiss." Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss for words. Cheng Mo said righteously, "There's no such thing as working for free." Cheng Zhiyu glanced down at the others, then shuffled back a little to make sure they couldn't be seen. He gave Cheng Mo a quick peck on the cheek, the tips of his ears flushing red. Is that good enough? Although the two of them had done everything, but the final step and theoretically shouldn't feel embarrassed, doing it in broad daylight and outside. Well, it was still a bit mortifying. But Cheng Mo pushed his luck. That's it. That's not the kind of kiss I wanted. Before he could finish, Cheng Zhiyu's expression turned fierce, as if to say, "You want to repeat that?" Cheng Mo fell silent. He rubbed his nose, reluctantly giving in. All right, that's fine. Cheng Zhiyu, why are you like this? You're so unwilling to even give me a kiss. Do you even like me? Cheng Zhiyu chuckled dryly. Number Cheng Mo retorted. Why do you always talk such nonsense? It's a bad habit. You need to change it. He said, displeased, hold me tight. Cheng Zhiyu held back a laugh and hugged Cheng Mo tightly. During the teleportation just now, he realized Cheng Mo hadn't been lying. There really was a force that felt like it was trying to tear them apart. It was a good thing he held on tight. Then, with another blur of vision, he was back on the ground. The others were dying of curiosity and crowded around eagerly. Zhou Min asked, Brother Cheng, quick, tell us what it felt like. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. A little dizzy. It was interesting, sure, but the dizziness needed a moment to pass. Brother Hai, let me try it too, Tian Kaio said, rubbing his hands together expectantly. Seeing this, Zhou Min also watched them quietly. If Cheng Mo agreed, he could try it too. No, Cheng Mo said flatly. Taking someone meant they had to hug him, and he wasn't having that. He only wanted Zhiyu to hug him. Tian Kaio looked disappointed. Zhou Min sidled closer, not giving up. Brother Hai, please take me. I'll do anything you ask. Go away, Cheng Mo said impatiently. He turned to look at Cheng Zhiyu, who was watching the fun from the side, very displeased. What's wrong with Cheng Zhiyu? He's not even helping me. Zhou Min was shameless. Brother Hai, think about it carefully. Maybe there's something you need my help with. Brother Hai. Cheng Mo was about to die from annoyance. How could someone be so thick-skinned? And he couldn't just hit him. He was about to shoo Zhou Min away when he looked at Cheng Zhiyu, and an idea struck him. He did have a question. With that thought, his attitude suddenly changed. Fine, he said. Zhou Min was stunned. He'd just been trying his luck, but he never expected Cheng Mo to actually agree. Cheng Mo glanced at him meaningfully. Remember what you said. Zhou Min scratched his head. Whatever, he thought. I'll try it first and worry about it later. Tian Kaio sighed, in frustration from the side. If I'd known, I would have said the same thing. Cheng Zhiyu, however, found it strange. He hadn't expected Cheng Mo to agree. What was that guy scheming now? He gave Cheng Mo a suspicious look. Cheng Mo returned it with a "Why are you looking at me like that?" expression. If Zhiyu is jealous, I can just say no to him. Cheng Zhiyu was instantly speechless. What would I be jealous of? Cheng Mo looked slightly disappointed, then turned to the expectant Zhou Min. Let's go. Zhou Min immediately ran over and threw his arms around Cheng Mo, whose face darkened instantly. The next moment, they appeared on the roof. Zhou Min was ecstatic. Whoa. So cool. He barely gotten the words out before they were back on the ground, and Cheng Mo shoved him away. Blarg. Zhou Min retched. The teleportation was too fast. He felt sick. Tian Kaio still hadn't given up. Brother Hai, you can't play favorites, can you? You already took Zhou Min, so take me too. Cheng Mo refused. He had barely tolerated Zhou Min hugging him just now. He really hated being touched by others. Of course, Cheng Zhiyu was the exception. Zhiyu wasn't others, and he was happy when Zhiyu hugged him. Seeing there was no hope, Tian Kaio sighed. All right. Brother Han Ping, you'd better hurry up and improve your ability, then you can take me. Han Ping smiled. I don't know when I'll be able to take people. He came closer to ask Cheng Mo a question. Can I ask, at what level was your ability able to carry people? Cheng Mo was polite enough to answer, right after I awakened it. Han Ping was incredulous. How could that be? He could take people at level 1. Zhou Min, having recovered, patted Han Ping's shoulder. Buddy, you're asking the wrong person. Brother Hai's ability is ridiculously overpowered. You can't use him as a reference. Han Ping didn't quite understand what Zhou Min meant, but he knew he really couldn't learn from the other's experience, so he just nodded in disappointment. Let's go, back inside. We still have to go to the research institute tomorrow. Having gotten his experience, Zhou Min was completely satisfied. He just didn't know what Brother Hai would make him do. Oh well, he'd worry about it later. The group returned to the apartment, and it was time for dinner. Han Tingting and Han Ping both knew how to cook. Cheng Zhiyu was overjoyed. He finally had teammates who could cook. The siblings cooked while the others helped out. It was their first time eating a meal prepared by the two, and the style was completely different. They simmered a pot of chicken soup and used a clay pot to make tomato beef brisket, minced pork with tofu, 3 delicacy meatballs, and 2 dishes with pickled cabbage, one with sliced pork and another with pork belly. The final spread was exceptionally lavish. Good thing I love figuring out new recipes, Han Tingting said proudly. Before the apocalypse, I almost never ordered takeout. She then praised her brother. My brother is so capable, hee. A classmate of mine tried his cooking once and said she wanted to marry him. Han Ping looked helpless and a little embarrassed. Tingting, that was just a joke. Don't bring it up. Han Tingting just hummed without another word. Her classmate hadn't been joking at all. Shed even asked for her brother's WeChat. Of course, Tingting had given it to her, only to get a lecture from her brother later. Han Ping was handsome, good-natured, rarely got angry, and emotionally stable. He knew how to do housework and was an excellent cook. Wasn't it perfectly normal for him to be popular? Then I'll have to try it, Cheng Zhiyu said, feeling completely relaxed. He popped a 3 delicacy meatball into his mouth and praised, delicious. I don't think Han Tingting was exaggerating at all. Right. My brother made the meatballs, Han Tingting said, her face beaming with pride. A sour feeling churned in Cheng Mo's heart. He didn't know how to cook. The others tried the food and immediately exclaimed how delicious it was, barely lifting their heads as they ate. As Han Tingting ate, she felt a wave of emotion. Even though they had cooked it themselves, how long had it been since Shed had such a sumptuous dinner? For a moment, she even felt as if she wasn't in the apocalypse, but had returned to the time before it all began. It's so good. Forget your classmate, I want to marry Brother Han too. Zhou Min said in a high-pitched, completely shameless voice. No one was surprised. After all, Zhou Min had originally left Xiaohe Base with them, just for a bite to eat. The guy's love for food knew no bounds. Han Ping, however, choked on his food. He coughed violently, his handsome face flushing bright red. Zhou Min was being mischievous. Brother Han, what's wrong? Here, let me pat your back. Watching from the side, Han Tingting couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Bro, am I getting a brother-in-law? She looked at Zhou Min. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhou Min smiled and nodded. Hello. Han Ping finally recovered, glanced at the two of them, and said nothing. Han Tingting was dying of laughter. She had never seen her brother like this before. The meal was incredibly lively. Afterward, everyone went to rest. Cheng Zhiyu took out quilts from his space for them, then went back to his own room to make the bed. Lying down, he realized Cheng Mo hadn't come in yet and wondered what he was doing. Outside, Zhou Min was asking Cheng Mo, Brother Hai, what did you need me for? It's not about doing anything. I have a question, Cheng Mo said. One look at his expression and Zhou Min guessed, is it about Brother Cheng? Cheng Mo nodded, but for a moment he didn't know how to phrase it. He disliked discussing this topic with others, but when he asked Cheng Zhiyu, he wouldn't say. He felt wronged. Seeing him hesitate as if struggling with an embarrassing question, Zhou Min stroked his chin and chuckled. I get it. Relationship problems. Cheng Mo thought for a moment. I suppose you could call it that. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Min sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss. It's not about that aspect, is it? Cheng Mo was confused. Are you two not getting along in your husbandly life? Zhou Min asked. That can't be right, he thought. Brother Hai doesn't look like he has any performance issues. What do you mean, not getting along? Cheng Mo frowned. We're great. Yeah, you don't get what I mean. Zhou Min was so flustered, he slapped his thigh. He didn't know how to put it. Cheng Mo clearly wasn't the type to discuss such things, and he couldn't be too direct. He scratched his head in frustration. It's, in bed. Not so harmonious. Cheng Mo's frown deepened. In bed. We're very harmonious. He and Zhiyu kissed and hugged all the time, and Zhiyu loved it. How could they not be harmonious? Nonsense. Zhou Min's heart grew weary just listening to him. Then what's the problem? Cheng Mo frowned. There's an issue. Zhou Min. What issue? Cheng Mo. I don't know how to say it. Zhou Min. Finally, Cheng Mo managed to say something useful. Zhiyu said we haven't gone all the way. How do you go all the way? What does he mean? Zhou Min's face was a mask of shock. Holy crap, you two have been together this long, and you haven't actually done it. My God, I never thought you two were so innocent. Cheng Mo just stared at him, frowning. What was he talking about? He had never been interested in these topics before, and no one had ever dared to bring them up in his presence. Now he had to ask someone else for advice. Regret. Zhou Min pondered for a moment and realized this was something you couldn't really explain with words. It was just too complicated. An idea struck him, and he grinned. Wait here. I'll get you some study materials. Thank goodness, he enjoyed reading erotic manga in his spare time. A moment later, Zhou Min returned with a comic book and stuffed it into Cheng Mo's hands, saying reluctantly, "This is from my private collection. Remember to give it back when you're done." What is this? Cheng Mo looked at the gaudy cover, perplexed. Yeah, y'all understand once you read it, hee. With that, Zhou Min flashed a mysterious smile and returned to his room. Cheng Mo stared at the book in his hand and subconsciously flipped it open. The main characters were two men. He didn't have the patience to read it properly and flipped further ahead. After just 2 pages, the two were already embracing. Wait, didn't they just meet? He forced himself to flip a few more pages. Then, he saw something that made his eyes go wide, and he instinctively slammed the book shut. In the bedroom, Cheng Zhiyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was strange. Where had that guy Cheng Mo run off to? He still wasn't back. Just as he was considering going out to look, he heard the doorknob turn. Cheng Zhiyu lay back down. He watched Cheng Mo walk in, close the door, and then stand there for a long time without moving. Cheng Zhiyu said, "What's with you? Are you just going to stand there and daze out by the door?" Cheng Mo's lips tightened. He felt his throat go a little dry. It's nothing. Oh. If it's nothing, then hurry up and come to bed, Cheng Zhiyu said casually before letting out a yawn. Traveling on the road was exhausting. Cheng Mo's Adam's apple bobbed. He walked over and lay down beside Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu closed his eyes and waited. After a while, he realized that the sun must have risen from the west today. Cheng Mo hadn't snuggled over to hug and kiss him. What's wrong with you? Cheng Zhiyu asked, puzzled. Cheng Mo mumbled nothing. Oh. Cheng Zhiyu waited another moment, then turned his head and squinted at him. Something's off about you. Really off. Cheng Mo's gaze darted around, unsure where to look. Is there? Cheng Zhiyu. Something is definitely wrong. What was that kid up to behind my back? He's acting so weird he won't even look at me. Meanwhile, Cheng Mo's mind was filled with what he had just seen. He couldn't help but replace the faces of the two little figures with his and Cheng Zhiyu's. And he felt his whole body heat up. He didn't dare touch Cheng Zhiyu anymore. His thoughts were no longer so pure. No, we're outside. We can't do anything else. Then he thought, what is? Anything else? Duh, you have a nosebleed. Cheng Zhiyu exclaimed, quickly grabbing a tissue to wipe it for him. Cheng Mo was stunned for a second, feeling a warmth under his nose. He reached up and touched it, his hand coming away covered in blood. Cheng Zhiyu quickly helped him up and had him wash his face with cold water. Fortunately, the bleeding stopped. He sighed in relief, frowning. Why did you suddenly get a nosebleed? Cheng Mo didn't know. He had been thinking about Cheng Zhiyu, and suddenly, Cheng Zhiyu ultimately blamed it on the hot weather causing internal heat. He rummaged through his space and found a packet of chrysanthemum tea, brewing a cup for Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo held the mug of chrysanthemum tea. This probably wasn't going to help. But he drank it anyway, down to the last drop. Cheng Zhiyu lay back on the bed and closed his eyes, yawning. Hurry up and sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Being out here was more interesting than staying at the base, but it didn't feel as safe. If possible, they should find what they were looking for as soon as they could and head back. As Cheng Zhiyu was drifting off, he felt Cheng Mo put the cup down, rinse his mouth, and then lie down beside him, wrapping an arm around him. Now that's more like it, he thought. But it seems the chrysanthemum tea didn't work. He's hard as a rock. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. He was too tired to move. You handle it yourself. He forgot Cheng Mo couldn't handle it himself. He offered his hand, but in the end, Cheng Mo didn't do anything. Cheng Zhiyu soon fell into a deep sleep, unaware of what happened afterward. The next day, Cheng Zhiyu woke up feeling refreshed. He pushed Cheng Mo's arm away and went to wash up. Cheng Mo was actually still asleep and didn't get up with him. Usually, the moment he moved, the other would follow right behind like a big shadow. But now he was still sleeping. Not wanting to disturb him, Cheng Zhiyu washed up and left the room. Han Ping was already awake, and the two of them got busy making breakfast. A little while later, Han Tingting also came into the kitchen. With so many people, they decided to make steamed soup dumplings. After they were wrapped and put in the steamer, Cheng Zhiyu went back to the room to wake Cheng Mo. Time to get up, you big lazybones, Cheng Zhiyu said, patting him. But Cheng Mo pulled him onto the bed, hugging him tightly and nuzzling him like a big dog. I don't want to get up. I am so sleepy. He had barely slept at all last night. Cheng Zhiyu pushed him away. Then you can sleep in. I'll wake you when we're about to leave. Hearing that, Cheng Mo didn't want to sleep anymore. He sat up, looking a little listless. After he washed up, he finally looked more awake. The aroma of steamed soup dumplings wafted from the kitchen. Zhou Min dashed in. It smells so good. Can we eat yet? Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the time. Just about. They were having a light breakfast. Steamed buns with two kinds of fillings. One was pickled cabbage and glass noodles, and the other was a three delicacies combination of ham, egg, and dried shrimp. Cheng Zhiyu loved both and alternated between them. The filling was prepared by Han Ping, Cheng Zhiyu praised. His cooking is really good. Han Ping smiled. It's nothing, really. The ingredients are what make it good. Suddenly, the bun in Cheng Mo's hand didn't seem quite as fragrant anymore. It seemed he would have to learn how to cook too. He needed to make Zhiyu like him even more. Cheng Zhiyu had no idea what was going through Mo's mind. He had just been casually complimenting Han Ping. The filling he made really was delicious. After eating their fill, they set off. The Han siblings came with them this time. Han Tingting didn't have an ability, but she could handle ordinary zombies without a problem. She was afraid of holding everyone back and had suggested staying behind in the apartment. No way, Cheng Zhiyu had said. What if you run into danger? You should stick with us. Han Ping was also worried about his sister, so he agreed. Cheng Zhiyu could always summon Xiao Huan to protect her if needed. In the end, Han Tingting joined them. If she stayed in the apartment alone, the others would just worry about her. It was better for everyone's peace of mind to go together. She just felt a little embarrassed, like she was dead weight. On the way, Cheng Zhiyu suddenly asked, I remember you studied veterinary medicine in college, right? Han Tingting nodded. Yeah, I was planning to open a pet shop. So, can you treat livestock? Cheng Zhiyu didn't really understand the difference between treating pets and farm animals, but he felt there had to be one. Han Tingting scratched her head. I am not entirely sure, but I can give it a try. After all, the two fields were quite related. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Then you'd better protect yourself. The base is in desperate need of a vet right now. Hearing this, Han Tingting realized Cheng Zhiyu was trying to comfort her. She was touched and nodded quickly, a smile spreading across her face. Now that you mention it, I'll have to be extra careful. Cheng Zhiyu wasn't lying. As the base's livestock population grew, some of the smaller animals were prone to getting sick. They really did need a veterinarian. He hadn't even begun to think about where to find one, and now Han Tingting had just fallen into his lap. This was perfect. He didn't need to search anymore. Once they returned to the base, she could start her new job immediately. Learning that there was a place where she could be useful, Han Tingting finally stopped feeling like a burden. Right. I have to protect myself so I can do my job properly at the base. The group had originally planned to go straight to the city's research institute, but they passed a seed shop, and Cheng Zhiyu said he wanted to stop and take a look. No one objected. They got out of the car, cleared the zombies near the shop, and went inside. The shop's decor was quite interesting, with an eco-friendly forest theme. There was even a rockery with a water feature in the middle, though the water had long since dried up from neglect. The place was filthy. The shop must have been open when the apocalypse hit, as everything inside had been knocked over, either by people or zombies. The floor was stained with dried, unidentifiable liquid. It was impossible to tell what the shop had originally looked like, but Cheng Zhiyu thought it must have been quite beautiful. The shop was small, only about 5 or 6 square meters. One wall was covered with a large cabinet resembling the medicine drawers in a traditional Chinese pharmacy. It was divided into small compartments, each with a sticker on the front indicating the type of seed inside. So many flower seeds, Zhou Min said after a quick glance, shaking his head. Flower seeds are useless, aren't they? You can't eat or drink them. Let's collect them anyway, Cheng Zhiyu said. To get mutated seeds, one had to start by planting normal ones. Right now, all the major bases were short on seeds for grains and vegetables, so everyone was focused on planting those, while flower seeds were being ignored. Cheng Zhiyu worried that, over time, these flower seeds might be lost completely. On a personal level, he wanted to collect them. He didn't want them to disappear. Since Cheng Zhiyu had spoken, the others began helping him pack up the flower seeds. They didn't take up much space anyway. Besides flower seeds, the shop also had some vegetable and fruit seeds. It went without saying that they had to collect those. Hey, there are durian seeds here. Tian Kaio exclaimed in surprise, clearly not expecting to find them. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu immediately walked over. Let me see. I was just saying what a shame it was that I couldn't find any. Although durians grew in tropical climates, and this area was obviously unsuitable, Cheng Zhiyu had his system space. He could plant them there and achieve true durian freedom. Fantasizing about this wonderful future, Cheng Zhiyu carefully collected the precious durian seeds, planning to sprout them and plant them in his space as soon as they returned. By the time they were done, the seed shop was nearly empty. The group got back in the car and headed for the research institute. They weren't sure of the exact location, so they drove around for a long time before finally finding it. Cheng Zhiyu stored the SUV in his storage space, and the group looked at the institute in the distance. Let's go. The number of zombies around the research institute seemed unusually high. As soon as they entered, they encountered a level 3 zombie lurking in the darkness, preparing to ambush them. But the moment it showed its head, Cheng Mo blew it apart with his water element ability. The crystal core was even washed clean by the water. Han Ping, standing nearby, was stunned. You have a water element ability, in addition to teleportation. While dual ability users did exist, and it shouldn't have been that surprising, Han Ping was shocked because Cheng Mo's teleportation was already so formidable, yet he had another ability. And from the looks of it, His water element ability was definitely not weak. In fact, it was incredibly powerful. "Hey, are you dense?" Zhou Min said, scanning their surroundings. "Think about it. Where do you think yesterday's water came from?" Han Ping suddenly understood, realizing how foolish he'd been. Cheng Mo had used his water ability yesterday, and he had completely overlooked it. Soon, there was no time for chatter. Zombies began emerging in 2s and 3s from the Institute, and none of them were low level. The weakest were level 3, with some level 4s mixed in. Han Tingting knew she couldn't help, so she stayed in the middle of the group, trying her best not to be a hindrance. The level 4 zombies weren't too difficult to deal with, but Cheng Zhiyu frowned. He had a feeling there was an even higher level zombie here. If it was level 5, that would be manageable. Xiao was also level 5 and could handle it. Plus, they had Cheng Mo. The highest level they had encountered so far was 5. No one had seen anything stronger. It was unclear if zombies couldn't evolve further, or if they had simply been lucky enough not to encounter any. The former would undoubtedly be good news. Fortunately, when the final zombie appeared, it was a level 5 with a water element ability. Cheng Zhiyu's brow furrowed. That ability was a direct counter to Xiao. He turned to Cheng Mo. "It's all yours." Han Ping, who was dealing with some of the weaker zombies nearby, frowned when he heard this. A water-on-water fight isn't a guaranteed win. Good thing he can teleport. Zhou Min just laughed. "Who told you Mo only has water and teleportation abilities?" Han Ping heard this and was about to retort, what else could there be? So far, he had only ever heard of dual ability users. Could Cheng Mo possibly have another ability? If that were true, he would be completely defying nature. Just as he was thinking this, a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl struck the zombie in the distance. Han Ping's eyes went wide. He really does have another ability. And every single one is this powerful. He began to question reality. While hacking at a zombie and dodging its attacks, Zhou Min still found time to speak to Han Ping. "Don't feel too down. Do you really think Brother Hai is someone you can compare to a normal person?" Han Ping managed a smile. "It's not that I feel down. I am just a little shocked." Zhou Min gave him an I get it look. He would have found it strange if Han Ping had been too calm about it. Meanwhile, with the coordination of Cheng Mo and the others, half of the zombie's body was already charred black. As a water type, every time it tried to use its ability, Cheng Mo's lightning struck even faster. It was a truly miserable sight. The zombie desperately tried to control the lower-level zombies to attack Cheng Mo, but they were no match for him. They were blown to pieces before they could even get close. Seeing that it couldn't win, the zombie tried to flee, but there was no way Cheng Mo would let it escape. He blocked its path and finally finished it off. However, the fight hadn't been easy for Cheng Mo. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his ability reserves were nearly depleted. Cheng Zhiyu didn't even bother with digging out the crystal core. He wiped the sweat from Mo's face and took out some mutated beast meat from his space for him to eat. After eating some, the color returned to Cheng Mo's face. Cheng Zhiyu let out a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "Does your head hurt?" Cheng Mo actually felt fine, it wasn't that bad, but how could he resist Cheng Zhiyu's concern? He rested his head on Zhiyu's shoulder, looking weak and pitiful. "It hurts." Feeling the subtle gazes of the others, Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. "All right, stop pretending." Cheng Mo mumbled, "I am not pretending." As if I don't know you, Cheng Zhiyu thought. If Cheng Mo were truly in pain, he would force himself to act fine because he'd think it was embarrassing. The fact that he was openly admitting to his discomfort meant he was most likely faking it. The guy probably didn't even realize he had such a habit. Tian Kaio coughed, not knowing where to put his hands and feet in his awkwardness. Cheng Mo frowned in displeasure and shot him a look. "If you're sick, go get treated." Tian Kaio shrank back. "Haha, I'll go dig out the crystal core." "I'll help, I'll help." Zhou Min chimed in. Let me see the crystal core of a level 5 zombie too. Tian Manman wasn't particularly curious, but Zhou Min dragged her over, so she had no choice but to join them. The Han siblings had never even seen a level 5 zombie, let alone a level 5 crystal core, so of course they wanted a look. Tian Manman was strong, so she started digging. Wow, it's as big as my palm. It seems all level 5 cores are this big. Have you guys seen one before? We've run into them twice. I don't know whether to say you're incredibly strong or just unlucky. If my brother and I had run into a level 4 zombie on the road, let alone a level 5, the grass on our graves would probably be a meter high by now. Haha, but we have our powerhouses, don't we? Chengzi and Brother Hai are amazing. It's light blue, so pretty. Who would have thought something so beautiful could come from such an ugly zombie's head? It's like a diamond. Isn't this stuff more useful than diamonds? The group chattered among themselves. Cheng Zhiyu felt a little awkward and pushed Cheng Mo. Get up, stop fooling around. Cheng Mo whined, no one's looking anyway. I'll get up, but you have to kiss me first. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He glanced furtively at the others, and, seeing they weren't paying attention, gave him a quick peck. He cleared his throat. They're satisfied. Cheng Mo was an expert at pushing his luck. Nope. That was way too half-hearted. Cheng Zhiyu sneered, Cheng Dahe. Cheng Mo immediately stopped messing around, though he muttered under his breath, fine, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Why be so fierce about it? If I am not fierce with you, will you ever listen? Cheng Zhiyu thought. With the level 5 zombie dealt with, and since it had already summoned all the lower-level zombies in the vicinity, the Research Institute was now completely clear of them. They didn't encounter any more zombies after that. The Research Institute had a lot of equipment. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know exactly what Kai Hongyi and the others needed, so he decided to take everything he could. Before leaving, he had emptied his space of everything except for supplies for the road. He had already packed many solar panels and power generators, but he had intentionally left a large area free to pack whatever he found. After all, Kai Hongyi and her team were researching a zombie vaccine, a matter concerning the future of humanity. While he couldn't help in other ways, he could at least provide more equipment. Every little bit helped. After packing everything that looked useful and making sure he hadn't missed anything, Cheng Zhiyu said to the group, "Let's go." Time to head back. They had originally planned to spend another night in the apartment if they finished late, but it wasn't even noon yet. They decided to find a place nearby, have lunch, and then head straight back to the base. Lunch was simple. Grilled meat rice bowls. The meat had been grilled earlier and stored in his space, so it was still steaming hot when he took it out. Served with rice, a fried egg, and some pickled vegetables. It was simple, but surprisingly delicious. Cheng Zhiyu mixed the rice, meat, pickles, and egg together and ate it with a spoon. This way, every spoonful had a bit of everything: meat, pickles, and egg. It was tasty. Cheng Mo watched him and copied him. It really was delicious. After lunch, they rested for a while before setting off for the base. Han Ping offered to drive. He felt he hadn't been much help and was always looking for something to do. The others let him. They could switch drivers if he got tired. On the way, Han Tingting asked curiously about the base. Cheng Zhiyu explained, it's located in our village. After the apocalypse started, Captain Lin organized a team of ability users, cleared out the zombies, and then walled off the village. We call it a base, but it's more like a village. It probably can't compare to the big bases, and we don't have many people. Han Tingting listened with envy. That's already amazing. If only someone like that had appeared in our residential complex. She trailed off, unable to continue. When the apocalypse broke out, her family of 4 was at home. At first, they hid inside for a few days, but living in the city, they didn't have a habit of stockpiling food. They were forced to go out and search. Her parents were bitten by zombies while looking for food. After that, her brother awakened his ability. Otherwise, she might have been bitten too. Han Ping, driving in the front, also fell silent. No one knew how to comfort the siblings. Since the apocalypse began, there had been too many stories like theirs, too much separation by death. Han Tingting forced a smile and changed the subject. She thought to herself that she and her brother had to live on. If their parents were still around, they would definitely want them to live well. So, how long until we get there? Han Tingting asked. Tian Kaio replied, we should arrive tomorrow. It's not too far, but we can't take the highways anymore, so we have to take detours the whole way. Han Tingting nodded, guessing they would have to spend the night in the wild. She wasn't bothered by it. They had slept outdoors before when trying to get to Xiaohe Base. The only issue was the constant anxiety, always worrying that a mutated animal or a zombie might appear. As expected, they didn't make it to the base that night. But then, to her surprise, Cheng Zhiyu took out a tree. It's a treehouse. We're sleeping here tonight, Zhou Min said, watching the siblings' shocked and bewildered expressions. He gloated inwardly. Haha, so it wasn't just me who was a country bumpkin. See? Everyone is just as shocked. Han Tingting was even more impressed. Following you guys, it's impossible to suffer any hardship at all. Earlier, when Cheng Zhiyu said that Xiaohe Base's conditions weren't as good as other bases, she had believed him. But now, she suspected he was just being modest. Tian Kaio and Tian Manman shared a room, and Han Ping would sleep in Zhou Min's room. This freed up a room upstairs, which was perfect for Han Tingting. The next day, they set off early, hoping to reach the base as soon as possible. Zhou Min was driving. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Tian Kaio's head slammed into the seat in front of him. He rubbed it, frowning. Why the sudden stop? What's going on? Cheng Zhiyu was fine. Cheng Mo had shielded his head. Cheng Mo's reflexes were truly fast. Han Ping, in the passenger seat, said, there seems to be someone lying on the ground up ahead. Zhou Min nodded. Scared me half to death. Lying in the middle of the road like that, I almost ran them over. Even though he had killed plenty of zombies since the apocalypse, accidentally running over a person would definitely leave him with psychological trauma. A person was completely different from a zombie. It should be a person. Doesn't look like a zombie, Zhou Min muttered. Cheng Zhiyu opened the car door. I'll go take a look. Cheng Mo immediately followed. As the two of them got closer, the person on the ground stirred and crawled a few steps toward them. Please, give me something to eat. Please, just a bite of food. The person was so thin they barely looked human. Their eyes seemed unusually large, making them look like a refugee who had fled a famine. But it was definitely a person, not a zombie. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. He took out some water for the person to drink, but didn't dare give them food, afraid that eating suddenly would cause more problems. The person's eyes widened at the sight of water. Cheng Zhiyu held the bottle to their lips, and they instinctively opened their mouth, desperately gulping down the water. After they had drunk half the bottle, Cheng Zhiyu stopped them. The person seemed to have recovered a little and kept repeating, thank you, thank you. Where are you from? Cheng Zhiyu asked. The person seemed slow to react, pausing for a moment before answering, the nearby village. Damai village. Damai village. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu grew anxious. How are things in your village? Why, so many people are dead. In Damai village and the few villages nearby, there are only a few hundred people left. We all gathered together, but there's no food. I wanted to come out and find something to eat. The person said intermittently. Cheng Zhiyu quickly asked, then do you know Liu Pinggan? Liu Pinggan was Cheng Zhiyu's uncle. After he returned, he had gone to his uncle's village but found no one there. Liu Pinggan's village wasn't Damai village, but one of the villages next to it, which was why Cheng Zhiyu was so anxious when he heard the name. Hearing that survivors from several nearby villages had gathered together, a flicker of hope ignited within him. What if his uncle's family was among them? He had gone to his uncle's village to look for him before, but hadn't found him. He hadn't dared to tell his mother, afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. The person thought for a moment and shook their head. I don't know everyone that well. I don't know if there's someone by that name. After speaking, the person quickly grabbed Cheng Zhiyu, crying, "Please take me with you. I don't want to starve to death, and I don't want to become a zombie. I am begging you." Cheng Mo frowned, looking at the person's hand, which was so dark with grime he couldn't see its original color. Cheng Zhiyu also frowned slightly. Without saying whether he would take the person or not, he said, "Take me to where the survivors from the villages are gathered." But upon hearing this, the person started hemming and hawing, too afraid to speak. "Was what you just said a lie?" Cheng Mo stared at the person, his eyes narrowing. Otherwise, why would they be unwilling to lead Zhiyu there? "No number. I wasn't lying." The person shook their head frantically, terrified that Cheng Zhiyu's group would leave them behind. I was kicked out." Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu looked at them. "Why were you kicked out?" The person explained, "I didn't do anything. It's just, everything was fine at first, but then this person came. He said he had mutated seeds that could grow a lot of food. He told everyone to give him food, and in return, he would share the harvest. If you didn't have any food to give, he'd kick you out to find some. I was one of the ones kicked out to find food." As they spoke, they started to cry. "He just wants me to die. Where is there any food out here? There are only zombies. I was lucky to run into you. Otherwise, I would have been bitten and killed by a zombie for sure." Cheng Zhiyu frowned. Mutated seeds. He remembered Xiao San had run off with some mutated wheat and barley seeds. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? There are so many of you, yet you just listened to him. Cheng Zhiyu asked. The man wiped his tears. "We have no choice. The food we saved up is almost gone. He said he has mutated seeds that can grow food, so who would dare disobey him? Besides, he has a weak fire element ability. It's not very strong, but he threatened that if anyone defies him, he'll just burn all the mutated seeds and we'll all perish together. He won't leave any for us. Those mutated seeds are our hope for the future. We don't dare disobey him. Aren't there any ability users in your group?" Cheng Zhiyu asked. The man replied, "There are a few, but they're not very powerful. They can barely fight off zombies when they show up. But even they don't dare provoke him. He guards the mutated seeds day and night, and everyone's terrified he'll destroy them on impulse. So even the ability users have to listen to him. He hasn't even planted the seeds in the ground. He put them in a few flower pots, and we saw them sprout with our own eyes. That's why everyone believes this is our hope." Listening to this, Cheng Zhiyu was once again unsure if the man was Xiao San. Xiao San was an ordinary person. He shouldn't have any abilities at all. But regardless, Cheng Zhiyu wanted to go and see. What if his uncle's family was there? "Take us there and I'll give you food," Cheng Zhiyu said. The man's eyes were fixed on the food Cheng Zhiyu pulled out. He swallowed hard, unable to resist his hunger, and nodded. Besides, he had come out to find food in the first place. With food in hand, he could go back. In a ravine near Damai village, people had once lived, carving many caves into the mountainside. Later, everyone moved out into concrete houses, leaving the caves empty. After the apocalypse began, survivors from several villages gathered here. The place was secluded and had natural defenses. Zombies had difficulty moving around, making it hard for them to reach the ravine, so the survivors settled in with their food supplies. Because there were so few zombies, the few ability users in their group could handle them. At that moment, a man woke up inside a cave. He stretched lazily and quickly glanced at the nearby flower pots. Seeing that the plants were still there and safe, he relaxed. As long as he had these seeds, he could completely control this bunch of fools. He rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry, and shouted to the outside, "Whose turn is it to give me food today?" Someone said, Food is scarce now, and we're almost out ourselves. Sir, how dare you speak to me like that? You're to call me the Lord. The man blustered, trying to sound fierce. The person quickly corrected themselves. My lord, we really have no more food. If you don't have food, then get out and find some. If you can't find any, then die outside. Don't bother coming back. The Lord said. Aren't you going too far? Someone muttered in discontent. The Lord immediately glared at that person. Say one more word, and I'll burn all of this. We can all just starve to death together. Of course, this was just a bluff to scare them. If he really burned the seeds, he would lose his hold over these people. He had only just begun to enjoy the taste of being a lord, of being fawned over. How could he possibly be willing to go back to his old life? As expected, the person who had just spoken immediately fell silent. Although the so-called lord only had a dozen or so mutated seeds, they were the only viable food source they had seen. This was their hope for the future. They knew what it represented, so they didn't dare provoke this lord. Even if they were seething with resentment, they could only endure it. So what if he insulted them and demanded food? For the sake of the mutated seeds, they would bear it. Once the seeds produced grain, they could plant them again and grow even more wheat. With wheat, they had hope of survival. The Lord was very satisfied with their cowed silence. His stomach rumbled again, and he frowned, randomly pointing at someone in the crowd. You, he ordered imperiously, go find me something to eat. The unfortunate Liu Pingan, who was singled out from the crowd, replied instinctively, I just gave you food the day before yesterday. The Lord was very displeased with his attitude and raised his voice. You do what I tell you to do. What, you dare to disobey me? When this wheat is harvested, don't even think about getting any. Go, go, go. Bring me food. If you can't, then go find some yourself. Either die outside or bring me food. You choose. Liu Pingan wanted to say more, but thinking of his wife and son, he reluctantly shut his mouth. Hurry up. What are you standing there for, looking so dumb? The Lord grumbled, prodding him. Get a move on, are you trying to starve me? Let me tell you, if I get hungry, I'll eat these mutated plants first. Then we can all starve to death later. He repeated the same few threats over and over, but because everyone saw the mutated wheat as their only hope, no one dared to challenge him. What if he really lost his mind and ate the wheat they had worked so hard to plant? Those tender green shoots were precious in their eyes. They couldn't let anything happen to them. Someone helplessly tried to placate Liu Pingan. Pingan, don't be angry. Think about the wheat. If he eats it, we'll all starve sooner or later. That's right, just hold on a little longer. Things will get better once the wheat is harvested. Sigh, this man is really. I am filled with anger too, but what can we do? Listening to them, Liu Pingan held no such hope for this lord. Leaving aside the question of how long it would take for the wheat to mature, even when it did, how much would there be? With just a dozen or so seedlings, who would that be enough to feed? So even when the wheat was harvested, they couldn't eat it. They would have to plant it again. In fact, he would be grateful if the Lord were that benevolent. But he had a feeling the man wouldn't be. He wouldn't be so kind. No one here was a fool. He couldn't be the only one who felt this way. It was just that they subconsciously refused to think about it, choosing to numb themselves instead. Sigh. Liu Pingan sighed and returned to the cave dwelling he shared. There were many cave dwellings in the ravine, but with several hundred people, a few had to share each one. Liu Pingan's family of 3 lived on the left side of their cave, while another family lived on the right. In times like these, privacy was a luxury. Having a place to live was good enough. Liu Pingan's wife was talking to their son. The adults were already on the verge of collapse from this life. It was even harder on a child. Mom, when can we go home? I want to go home, the boy said, his voice listless. Liu Pingan's wife looked at her son, who had lost so much weight in less than a year, and her heart ached. Her Longlong was only 10 years old. Be goods, Longlong. Soon, we'll be home soon. Of course, she was only saying this to soothe him. Go home. They were lucky to still be alive here. But what else could she say? She couldn't be so cruel as to tell him the truth. However, Long Long didn't look happy when he heard this. He had heard it countless times. The first time, he was full of anticipation. Then the second time, the third time. His hopes were dashed again and again. But Long Long was a sensible child. He would only ask this one question, and even if they couldn't go home, he wouldn't throw a tantrum. He was so well-behaved it was heartbreaking. When Liu Pinggan arrived and saw this scene, he felt a pang of sorrow and sighed. His wife wiped her tears and forced a smile. What's wrong? Sighing again. We're doing fine now, aren't we? Our family is together. Just being alive is a blessing. Liu Pinggan forced a smile of his own. That lord wants more food. His wife's brow furrowed instantly. Again. Didn't we just give him some the day before yesterday? They didn't have much food to begin with, surviving entirely on what they had stockpiled before the apocalypse. When they fled Damai village, they had only managed to carry a little over half a sack of grain. The three of them barely ate, scrimping and saving every day, yet this so-called lord demanded food from them every few days. Is this man trying to drive us to our deaths? Liu Pinggan's wife couldn't smile anymore. Looking at her gaunt, hungry child, a wave of bitterness washed over her, and she couldn't help but say, if you ask me, ever since this lord showed up, making people wait on him and giving him food and drink, it would have been better if he'd never come at all. Liu Pinggan sighed. We have no choice. He has the mutated wheat. If he hadn't come, once we finish our grain, we'd either have to go out and scavenge or starve to death. That's still better than scrimping just to give our food to him, his wife sighed. Do you really think that if he manages to grow food, we'll get any of it? There are so many of us, Liu Pinggan said. We're fawning over him, now entirely, for the sake of the mutated wheat. If he dares to go back on his word, everyone will make him pay. Make him pay for what? His wife thought. By then, he'll have eaten all the food. But in the end, she didn't say it out loud. This was the hope everyone was clinging to, the very thing that allowed them to keep living their numb existence. Liu Pinggan's wife took out a small sack of wheat from a hole in the cave wall next to her. There was probably only a little over a pound left. Even if they ate just one mouthful a day, it wouldn't last long. When Long Long saw the wheat in the sack, he swallowed hard. Mom, I'm hungry. A wave of sorrow washed over her. Her own son wasn't getting enough to eat, but she had to give their food to someone else. All right, Mom will cook some wheat for you in a bit, she said, stroking her son's head with a smile. We just ate today, Liu Pinggan said. It's better for us to eat it than to let someone else take it all, his wife replied. Liu Pinggan opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. What could he say? He was useless. If he had any ability, he wouldn't let his wife and child suffer like this. He shamefully wiped his eyes, grabbed a handful of wheat, and went to give it to the Lord. The Lord looked at the pathetic handful of wheat and scoffed, Is this all? It's barely enough for a mouthful. A vein throbbed on Liu Pinggan's temple. We're out of food at home. This is all there is. Take it or leave it. Hey. What kind of attitude is that? The Lord was displeased, his voice turning threatening. Talk to me like that again, and I'll kick you out. Liu Pinggan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. If it were just him, he wouldn't care, but he had a wife and son. If they were thrown out, what chance of survival would they have? This is really all we have, Liu Pinggan repeated. The Lord studied Liu Pinggan's resentful expression, fearing the man might snap. That would be troublesome. He decided to back off. Fine, he'd just find some other weakling to bully. All right. I have a soft heart, so I won't make things difficult for you. He gestured for Liu Pinggan to put the wheat down. Liu Pinggan let out a sigh of relief and returned to his cave. His wife had already boiled a small bowl of wheat. She let Long Long have a bite before pushing it toward her husband. You eat. Liu Pinggan swallowed hard. It was just wheat boiled in plain water, but it smelled as fragrant as any delicacy. He shook his head. I want. You and Longlong have it. Thankfully, there was a narrow river in the ravine. It used to give off a foul stench, but for some unknown reason, the smell had disappeared recently. At least they had water to drink. You have to eat. Just a bite, his wife urged. You have a mouthful, and we'll eat the rest. Longlong watched them with wide, expectant eyes. Liu Pingan hesitated, then took a sip of the broth, careful not to eat any of the grains. Seeing this, his wife sighed silently. She also took only a single sip of the broth, leaving the rest for Longlong. Later, as Longlong slept, the couple spoke softly. I wonder how my sister and her family are doing. Liu Pingan murmured. He was more than 10 years younger than his sister, and his nephew, Cheng Zhiyu, was already in his 20s. Liu Pingan was only a dozen years older than him. Cheng Zhiyu's grandparents had passed away in succession a couple of years ago. Now, the person Liu Pingan felt closest to was Cheng Zhiyu's mother. Liu Pingan didn't know whether he should feel fortunate that his parents hadn't lived to see the cruelty of the apocalypse. I am sure they're doing fine, his wife comforted him. They both knew it was just wishful thinking, but what else could they do? They could only tell themselves these little lies to get by. Yes, I'm sure they're fine, Liu Pingan said. He wondered if he would ever see them again in this lifetime. But then again, what was he thinking? Just surviving was a blessing. Let's get some sleep, he said. It was still early, but their stomachs were painfully empty. If they slept, they wouldn't feel the hunger. If only ordinary wheat could be grown, they wouldn't have to suffer like this day after day. But it was impossible. They had tried to plant it, and the seeds had all rotted away. That was why everyone fawned over the so-called Lord when he produced mutated wheat seeds that could actually sprout. Liu Pingan's eyelids grew heavy. As he drifted off, he suddenly heard voices from outside. Who are you? Who's there? Liu Pingan's eyes snapped open. Did I just hear my nephew's voice? Zhiyu. How is that possible? His wife immediately countered. If he were living in the village, maybe. But when the apocalypse broke out, Cheng Zhiyu had been working far away. I am going to take a look. Liu Pingan's heart was pounding. He had a strong feeling he hadn't misheard, that he had truly heard Zhiyu's voice. Meanwhile, outside, Cheng Zhiyu's group had been led to the edge of the ravine. Their guide pointed down. This is the place. He hesitated for a moment before asking, You won't harm the people here, will you? Cheng Zhiyu was frantic with worry and had no time for pleasantries. We want. With that, he started to make his way down. No wonder he hadn't found anyone in the nearby villages. This place was incredibly well hidden. Halfway down, they were spotted. A group of people stared at them, tense and wary. Who are you? One of them demanded. I am Liu Pingan's nephew, Cheng Zhiyu said. I am looking for my uncle. Liu Pingan. You know Liu Pingan. The speaker's vigilance eased slightly. Yes. I heard the survivors from Damai village are all here. Cheng Zhiyu's voice was tight with anxiety. Is Liu Pingan here? He had no idea if his uncle had made it. The guide hadn't recognized the name, but with hundreds of people living here, it was possible they didn't all know each other. He had come clinging to a shred of hope. Before anyone could answer, a somewhat familiar figure came rushing over, his voice filled with joyous disbelief. Everyone, don't worry. This is really my nephew. He's really my nephew. Is he really your nephew? Wow, your nephew actually came to find you, someone said with envy. One look at Cheng Zhiyu, and his friends told them they were living well. They all had rosy complexions. They were definitely not starving. Since they were acquaintances, the crowd relaxed their guard and let Cheng Zhiyu's group descend into the ravine. Zhiyu, how are your mother and the others? Are they okay? Liu Pingan asked, grabbing his nephew's arm. Seeing his uncle so gaunt he was almost unrecognizable, Cheng Zhiyu felt a sting in his nose. They're fine. Xiao village has been turned into a base now. Everyone's there, and they're all doing well. Liu Pinggan breathed a huge sigh of relief. That's great, that's great. Someone nearby overheard and couldn't help but ask, a base. Xiao village has a base now. Another person asked eagerly, can we go? Cheng Zhiyu had considered this possibility before they came. The Xiao base was indeed short on manpower, especially with plans to expand cultivation, start raising livestock, and install solar panels. There was a lot of work to be done. So he told them, if you have relatives there, you can go to them for shelter. If not, you can't enter the base for the time being. Someone grew anxious. We can't go in. Then what are we supposed to do outside? You'll have to build a perimeter wall first, Cheng Zhiyu explained. Once it's done, you can repair the houses and move in. The crowd exchanged hesitant glances. They had been hiding in this ravine for a long time without venturing out. They had no idea what the outside world was like anymore. A deep-seated fear of stepping out held them back. Cheng Zhiyu didn't try to persuade them. He saw his aunt and Longlong had come out, and a wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness. His uncle's whole family was safe. Hey, what are you doing? The Lord, who had been hiding fearfully in his cave dwelling after hearing the commotion, had listened for a while. When he realized this newcomer was trying to lure his people away, he panicked. If these people left, who would serve him? No, he couldn't let them leave. Forgetting all caution, he scrambled out of his cave. Cheng Zhiyu looked at the strange man. The person who had guided them whispered, that's the Lord, the one who gave out the mutated wheat. It wasn't Xiang Kizhang. Cheng Zhiyu had wondered if Xiang Kizhang might have fled here with the mutated wheat. However, he had heard on the way that this man had a fire ability, which made it less likely. After all, Xiang Kizhang was an ordinary person, and the chances of him suddenly awakening a fire ability were slim. If awakening abilities were that easy, most people wouldn't be ordinary humans without any powers. Now, seeing him in person, he confirmed it wasn't Xiang Kizhang. But if this man wasn't a plant ability user, where did he get the mutated wheat? Mutated wheat. Could it be just a coincidence? The very thing Xiang Kizhang had stolen happened to be mutated wheat. Where did you get your mutated wheat? Zhou Min asked, staring at the Lord. I developed it myself, of course, the Lord declared righteously. He then looked at them suspiciously. How did you know I have mutated wheat? He's lying, Zhou Min stated flatly. A bad feeling crept over the Lord. He quickly shouted, everyone be careful. This guy is definitely after our mutated wheat. He's here to steal our treasure. At his words, the others tensed up again. They knew how precious the mutated wheat was, and they feared Cheng Zhiyu and his group were truly here to rob them. They all stared defensively. Liu Pinggan was caught off guard by the Lord's outburst. No, he said hastily. Zhiyu would never do something like that. It must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. The Lord sneered, his narrow, triangular eyes sizing up Cheng Zhiyu's group. They had mentioned the mutated wheat as soon as they arrived. He suspected they might know something. After all, the origin of his mutated wheat was. Besides, these people looked healthy and well-fed. They obviously weren't short on food. He'd tie them up first. Who knew what kind of good stuff he could get from them? It's a misunderstanding. It must be. Liu Pinggan insisted desperately. What misunderstanding? I think you're the one who tipped them off, plotting with this so-called nephew of yours to steal everyone's mutated wheat. You're a traitor too. The Lord fanned the flames of their paranoia. Seeing their growing tension, he smirked inwardly. Tie them up. Well, interrogate them properly. I refuse to believe they'd know about the mutated wheat for no reason. The crowd was stunned. They thought if these people were really after the wheat, shouldn't they just drive them away? Why tie them up? What are you standing around for? Get them, What are you doing? Let me go. Just as the Lord was inciting the crowd, A vine shot out of nowhere and wrapped around him, binding him tightly. The Lord struggled frantically, even trying to burn the vine with his weak little flame, but it was useless. Fear finally struck him. He began screaming for the others to save him. "What do you think you're doing?" Someone frowned, demanding Cheng Zhiyu release him. "Let our Lord go now." "Let him go." They surrounded Cheng Zhiyu's group, their eyes full of vigilance. "What kind of Lord is this?" Tian Cairo couldn't help but laugh. "This Lord of yours stole his mutated wheat from us, didn't he?" "What? How is that possible?" Someone sounded skeptical. "He said he developed the mutated wheat himself." "How could it be stolen?" "Yeah, don't talk nonsense." Cheng Zhiyu thought to himself, "Thank goodness I stored some of the mutated wheat in my space." He took out a bag and said, "Is this the kind of mutated wheat you mean?" Everyone looked, and it was indeed the same. A trader emerged from our Xiaohe base, Zhou Min explained. He ran off with a dozen or so grains of mutated wheat. "The wheat isn't that precious to us. Our base distributes it by the dozens of caddies at a time, so we didn't bother tracking him down. We never expected it to turn up in the hands of this lord. So tell us, where did you get this mutated wheat?" The others' attention was entirely focused on one thing. "What?" The people at Xiaohe Base could distribute dozens of caddies of this mutated wheat at once. A moment ago, when Cheng Zhiyu offered to take them away, they had been hesitant. Now they were extremely tempted. For a moment, they couldn't be bothered with this so-called lord. Tui. What kind of lord? He was clearly a con artist. Everyone had long been dissatisfied with this lord. He ordered them around all day, exploiting them and treating them like servants. If it weren't for the mutated wheat, why would they have ever listened to him? "So tell us where you got it," Cheng Zhiyu said, looking at the bound lord. The lord struggled desperately, his face flushed red, still sticking to his story. "Where did I get it? I developed it myself." "What? Are you the only ones allowed to create mutated seeds? Can't I do it too? Did you mark your seeds? How dare you claim they're yours? I clearly made them. Let me go." You're saying that you, a fire ability user, created mutated seeds that only a plant ability user can make. Tian Cairo couldn't stop laughing. "Is your ability that amazing?" "Perfect. Let me take you back for some research." Tian Cairo immediately put on the air of a research fanatic. The lord swallowed nervously and finally relented. "All right, I didn't develop it. But I brought it from another base. It's not your seed at all." "He's still lying," Zhou Min said. "Tisk, so much nonsense." Cheng Mo frowned impatiently and raised his hand. "Let's cut out his tongue first." Seeing a knife materialize before him, the lord was so terrified he nearly wet himself. He quickly shouted, "Ill talk. Ill talk. Don't cut out my tongue." Cheng Mo withdrew the knife, looking somewhat disappointed. The lord said reluctantly, "I stole these seeds from an old guy. He said he had something good and asked me to take him to a large base, offering half of it as payment. This was my half." "Still lying," Zhou Min said. The lord was about to go insane. How did this guy know if he was telling the truth, no matter what he made up? Seeing his tongue was about to be forfeit, he didn't dare try any more tricks. "I am not stupid. The road to the nearest major base is so far, and my ability is pathetic. It'd probably die with him on the way. An old man like him, carrying something so valuable, was bound to get robbed sooner or later. So I just decided to rob him first," the lord said, sticking to his own twisted logic. Cheng Zhiyu asked, "And what about him?" The lord hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. "I killed him. You should thank me, shouldn't you? He was a traitor to your base. By killing him, I got revenge for you." Cheng Zhiyu asked for a few more details about the man's appearance, and finally confirmed it was Xiang Qizhang. Xiang Qizhang had originally planned to take the seeds to a large base and strike it rich. But the outside world was too dangerous, and he didn't know the way. He had no choice but to ask this lord for help, hoping the man would escort him. But the man refused. Desperate, Xiang Zhiyu showed him what he had, not realizing he had just invited a fatal disaster upon himself. He knew zombies and mutated animals were terrifying, but he forgot that sometimes humans are the most frightening of all. In the end, the Lord killed him and casually tossed his body on the roadside. Because the large base was too far, and to avoid being killed for his loot himself, he decided to pose as a powerful lord. He stumbled upon this ravine by accident and started his scam. He hadn't even enjoyed a few good days before he was exposed. The bound lord silently cursed his terrible luck. How could he have run into them of all people? His confession left the onlookers gnashing their teeth in anger. Damn it, this guy lied to us. Said he developed the mutated wheat himself. Puh. I knew it was impossible. Think about it, if he could really develop mutated wheat, how could he only have a dozen grains? And he exploited us every day, eating our food. I thought something was off before. The person who said this was, of course, speaking with the benefit of hindsight. Exactly. It turns out he's a con artist. If it weren't for the mutated wheat, I never would have believed him in the first place. So, does Xiaohe Base really have a lot of this mutated wheat? They distribute it by the dozens of caddies. If that's true, I want to go too. I just don't know if I can. Haha, I have relatives in Xiaohe Village. No, it should be called Xiaohe Base now. Maybe I can go stay with them. So what do we do with this guy? I heard him admit to murder. The Lord quickly pleaded, I was forced into it. Really, I never wanted to kill anyone. I've confessed everything honestly. Please, just let me go. Everyone knew he was lying, even without Zhou Min saying a word. He didn't want to kill, but he still killed, didn't he? However, Cheng Zhiyu didn't want to kill anyone either, which made dealing with this man a problem. Of course, he didn't want to bring him back to the base, but letting him go felt like he was getting off too easy. Cheng Mo seemed to read his mind and suggested, how about we cripple his ability? Hearing this, the Lord panicked and struggled frantically. No, you can't do that. If you cripple my ability, I might as well be dead. Although his ability was currently very weak, any other ability user could probably beat him. He considered his status as an ability user noble, completely different from these ordinary people. Besides, as long as his ability was intact, he could still improve it, even if the progress was slow. At the very least, it gave him a means of self-preservation. If they really crippled his ability and turned him into an ordinary person, how could he possibly survive? He would be just like Xiang Zhiyu. Any random ability user could kill him. And without an ability, how could he ever make it to another base? After all, he wouldn't have mutated wheat and a group of fools like this to swindle anymore. Who is he trying to threaten? If he wants to die, so be it. Cheng Zhiyu's face was cold as he nodded slightly. Do as you said. Cheng Mo's voice was gentle. All right, leave it to me. In his opinion, there was no need for such trouble. Killing him directly was simpler. But who could blame him when his Zhiyu was so kind? Xiao Huan released the Lord. Before the man had a chance to be happy or try to run, he was imprisoned in a large ball of water. Cheng Mo walked ahead, and the water ball rolled along behind him, just like a bouncing ball. The Lord screamed frantically inside it. Soon, the man and the ball were far away. A moment later, Cheng Mo returned, but the Lord was nowhere to be seen. Cheng Zhiyu didn't ask any questions. He turned to the people here and asked if they were willing to go with them. If they were, they should pack their things. If not, he wouldn't force them. Hearing this, who would be unwilling? If they stayed in this ravine, where they couldn't grow anything, they would starve to death sooner or later. If they left with this group, they might make it to Xiaohe Base and live a peaceful life. They hurried off to pack their things, afraid of being left behind. Cheng Zhiyu went with his uncle, Liu Pingan, to his family's cave dwelling. Liu Pingan's family of 3 didn't have much. Just a little bit of wheat, some pots and pans, a blanket, and a few pieces of clothing. That was all. His aunt was still in a daze, finding it all unreal. When your uncle said he heard your voice, I didn't believe him. I can't believe it's really you. Long happily circled Cheng Zhiyu. Brother, you're so handsome. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Seeing the boy so thin and frail, a wave of sadness washed over him. During the new year, when they had visited his uncle's family, Long had been chubby. His uncle had even joked that he was too fat and needed to lose weight. How much time had passed since then? He took out some small snacks from his storage space and gave them to Long. Long's eyes immediately widened, and he nearly fainted from happiness. So much food. And they were all his favorite snacks. Over the past 6 months, Long had matured a lot. He didn't take them right away, but looked to his parents. Liu Pingan smiled. Your brother gave them to you. Go ahead and eat. Long nodded, happily took the snacks, and carefully opened a package. He swallowed hard, couldn't resist taking a bite, and his eyes lit up. He quickly offered some to his parents. Liu Pingan said instinctively, You eat it. Dad doesn't want any. His aunt was about to say the same thing, but seeing how emaciated her husband was, she said, You should have some too. In the end, the family of 3 all had a taste, and happy smiles appeared on their faces. Before the apocalypse, snacks were considered junk food. Now, eating them brought an extraordinary sense of bliss. Outside, everyone had finished packing. Cheng Zhiyu had already put the off-road vehicle into his space. Since he was taking all these people to Xiaohe Base, driving would be too fast, and he worried they wouldn't be able to keep up. It wasn't far anyway, so they would just walk. In the group, everyone watched Liu Pingan's family eating, their eyes filled with envy as they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That's so nice. His nephew came all this way just to find him. Even if my nephew were that capable, he'd never come looking for me. What are you talking about? It's the apocalypse. Everyone's just looking out for themselves. I have relatives in Xiao village, my aunt. I wonder how her family is doing. I hope they'll let me stay when I get there. Sai, I don't have any relatives there, someone else lamented, his face etched with worry. He was afraid that life at Xiaohe Base would be worse than their life in the ravine. But since everyone was leaving the ravine, he had to go along. Staying behind alone would be a death sentence. He could only wonder if Xiaohe Base was really as good as they said, and if they were being deceived. And so, the group, filled with a mixture of apprehension, joy, and unease, slowly made their way toward the base. These people hadn't eaten a full meal in a very long time. Lacking strength, they walked at a snail's pace. After shuffling along for over an hour, they ran into a group of ability users from Xiaohe Base who were out on a mission. Upon seeing Cheng Zhiyu, they broke into happy smiles. Brother Cheng, you're finally back. Everyone's been talking about you. Yeah, Brother Cheng. Hey, what's with all these people? Among those calling him Brother Cheng were men older than Cheng Zhiyu himself. But ever since the zombie horde attacked the base, everyone admired him deeply. Brother Cheng had become a title of respect. Just as Cheng Zhiyu was about to speak, a voice cried out from the crowd, Zhuang. Is that you, Zhuang? Zhuang froze, staring at the person who had called his name. The person hurried forward. It's me, your aunt. Recognition finally dawned on Zhuang's face, and he rushed over. Aunt, is it really you? Zhuang's aunt nodded repeatedly. It's me. I was thinking of coming to find your family. I never thought I'd run into you on the road. When Zhuang asked about the rest of her family, his aunt's eyes filled with tears. Your uncle and your younger brother and sister. They were all bitten by zombies. At the time, I just wanted to die. She was the only one left. The bitterness in her heart was immense. Living day by day in that ravine felt like a numb existence. Shed thought that just living one more day was enough, that it wouldn't matter if she died the next moment. It was especially hard seeing other people with their families, a feeling she couldn't put into words. When it was suggested they follow the group to Xiaohe Base, she had immediately thought of her brother's family. She wanted to come and see. She still had relatives here. She never expected to run into Zhuang so soon. Tears streamed down her face, unstoppable. Before, she had no one to cry to. Now, she could finally release all the grief pent up in her heart. Hearing her story, Zhuang began to cry as well, sobbing for his aunt's bitter fate. His aunt grabbed his arm. "How's your father? And your grandparents, are they well?" My grandpa didn't make it," Zhuang said, wiping away his tears. "But my grandma and my dad are both fine." Hearing that her own father was gone, Zhuang's aunt felt another wave of sorrow. But she was also grateful that her mother and brother were safe. She still had family. With that thought, her spirits lifted, and she resolved to go back to the base with Zhuang. Seeing Zhuang's aunt reunite with her family, the others in the group felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety as they continued on their way. When they reached the base entrance, they were told they had to be quarantined. Even Cheng Zhiyu and his team had to wait outside. However, news of their arrival spread through the base, and people came to the entrance, hoping to find their own relatives. Grandpa Zhao had been busy in the farming department when Fang Yue came over to tell him what was happening at the gate. "Shouldn't you go take a look? Maybe some of your family are there." Grandpa Zhao immediately asked, which villages are they from? His daughter had married and moved away, and he wondered if her village was among them. Fang Yue listed a few village names, and a flicker of hope appeared in Grandpa Zhao's eyes. "I'll go take a look," he said hurriedly. Seeing him rush off, Fang Yue called out, "Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Slow down." I know, Grandpa Zhao replied, but his feet refused to slow down. How could they? The thought that his daughter might be right there at the gate made him wish he could fly. When he arrived, the entrance was a chaotic mess of people. Grandpa Zhao strained his eyes but couldn't see anything clearly. Fortunately, Cheng Zhiyu spotted him. From across the quarantine line, he called out, "Grandpa Zhao, are you looking for someone?" "I am looking for Zhao Xiang." "Zhao Xiang, my daughter." Grandpa Zhao yelled back, "Little Cheng, please help me look for her." Cheng Zhiyu agreed, his heart filled with the hope that they would find her. After Grandpa Zhao's son and grandson had died, the old man had been overcome with grief, at one point even refusing to eat, intending to starve himself to death. His spirit had only improved after he started working in the farming department and had something to occupy his mind. If they couldn't find Zhao Xiang, Cheng Zhiyu feared Grandpa Zhao wouldn't be able to handle the blow. "Zhao Xiang. Is there anyone named Zhao Xiang here?" Cheng Zhiyu shouted. Cheng Mo and the others joined in, calling her name. After shouting for a long time with no response, Cheng Zhiyu's heart sank. A dreadful worry began to creep in. What if she isn't here? Just then, an anxious voice called out here. "I am here." A thin, disheveled woman, holding a little girl's hand, quickly spoke up. "I am here." Cheng Zhiyu let out a sigh of relief and led her to the edge of the quarantine zone. Before he could say anything, Zhao Xiang broke down, sobbing. "Dad, you're okay. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." Zhao Xiang's daughter also wiped her eyes. Grandpa Zhao felt both joy and heartache. His daughter had appeared with only his granddaughter. The rest of her family was likely. But no matter what, at least his daughter and granddaughter were alive. The area by the gate was filled with the sounds of people searching for loved ones. Those who found them cried and laughed at the same time, while those who didn't were left with faces full of disappointment. And then there were those who had no family at the base. They stood there with vacant expressions, their hearts full of uncertainty for the future. Once the quarantine period was over, those with family were led into the base. Those without were left outside, feeling afraid and unsure of what would happen next. Cheng Zhiyu had Tian Kaio take his uncle's family home first. He needed to find Lin Kang to discuss arrangements for the people still at the gate. The group was composed mostly of ordinary people, with only a few ability users. When he found Lin Kang, Cheng Zhiyu explained the situation and said apologetically, I brought them all here without asking you first. We've been saying for a while that the base is short on manpower, Lin Kang said with a smile. Besides, the multi-harvest mutated wheat has been harvested, so the granary is full. Taking in a few hundred people is no problem at all. Not to mention, we already agreed that you'd take over the base when you got back. I can finally start handing things over to you. At this, Lin Kang couldn't hide his relief and joy. He could finally stop having these daily headaches. He was simply not cut out for management. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. My thinking was that this group can't be brought directly into the base, Cheng Zhiyu said. All the current houses are occupied, and there's no place for them to live. Plus, bringing them all in at once would make management difficult. Lin Kang nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. I was thinking the same thing. So what's your plan? We only walled off a portion of the original village for the base, Cheng Zhiyu explained. There are still many houses outside. We can have them stay there for now, and then slowly expand the walls. Lin Kang fully supported his decision. I knew you must have already thought of a plan when you brought them back. Let's do it that way. And so, the arrangements were made. In truth, staying just outside the base was still safer than anywhere else. If zombies approached, they would be targeting the base, and the base would have to deal with them quickly. The several hundred people were assigned their temporary lodgings. As their stomachs rumbled with hunger, the tantalizing aroma of cooking food wafted through the air. They swallowed hard, thinking that Cheng Zhiyu hadn't lied to them. The food at the base must be very good. They wondered when they would get to eat. Thankfully, they still had a small amount of food left, enough to last a few days. They just didn't know when they would be allowed inside the base. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. Someone shouted. The crowd froze. Dinner? For us? Before they could fully process it, they instinctively moved toward the sound. They saw several aunties and uncles from the base, wearing aprons, pushing over several large buckets filled with steaming hot dough-drop soup. Is this for us? Someone asked in disbelief. One of the aunties smiled. Of course it is. This meal is on us today, so eat your fill. But starting tomorrow, you can't eat for free. You'll have to help build the walls. You'll get 2 meals a day for your work. The crowd was stunned. They had thought they would only get to eat once they were inside the base. They never expected to be fed while still outside. Did you bring bowls? The auntie asked. If not, we have some here, but you have to wash them and return them when you're done. We have them. We have bowls. People scrambled to say, afraid that if they were a moment too late, the food would be gone. Holding bowls of hot dough-drop soup, the people felt a sense of unreality. This Xiaohe Base was too good. They were being fed the moment they arrived. Moreover, the soup wasn't watery at all. At first, everyone had surged forward anxiously, clutching their bowls, terrified of missing out. One of the uncles serving the soup frowned, rapping his ladle against the side of the bucket. Get in line, he said gruffly. Did you hear me? Line up now. With several hundred people, a chaotic crowd could easily lead to an accident, so the rule was simple. No lining up, no food. Seeing this, everyone obediently fell into line. They were hungry and desperate, but if they didn't line up, they wouldn't get any soup. It was better to just get in line so they could eat sooner. The lines were crooked and messy, but the serving uncles and aunties didn't say anything more. Their movements were swift and steady, not a single tremble, as they ladled out a full bowl for each person. When one person presented a large basin, an auntie said, "You can come back for seconds after you finish, but you have to eat everything you take. You all know how precious food is now. No wasting." The person with the basin quickly explained, "This is for my family of 4. We don't have any bowls, just this one basin." Hearing this, the auntie's stern expression softened, and she ladled a generous amount into their basin.